但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。酸奶就在烟中啊！你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回头白方也是 no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Repeat up Williams once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so they better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Morse will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波尼还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。酸奶就在烟中啊！你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回头白方也是 no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเด็กใน
Repeat up Williams once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so they better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Morse will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波尼还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪，回到白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Tactical Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Retreat of Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah set up duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengerikan.
Immerse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪，回到白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Tactical Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Retreat of Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah set up duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengerikan.
Immerse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太命了。
队友雨电带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Tactical Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade of Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu operator skill.
Soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat menguatkan.
The Immorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太命了。
队友雨电带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回到白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Tactical Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade of Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Got trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu operator skill.
Soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat menguatkan.
The Immorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！说一下白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu operator skill.
Nah loh, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya kalau ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
Demorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
补了。
对的，麦克这里，你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了了吗？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
绝对不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！说一下白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The trade up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu.
Welcome back. It's a 3-match Thursday. We're on day 4 for Group A of Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitationals 2023. At the desk, it's me, myself, and it's Cali Gaming. I'll be your voice for the rest of the day. And we got solid matches coming your way. And we're a few days away from the playoffs. And we haven't fully locked up the top 4 of each group. Some of them are still fighting for survival. Now we're at the topic of fighting for survival. Let's talk about Blacklist ROG. The reigning, defending Garena Masters champs are having trouble winning their matches. Well, they won versus SPG but have lost back-to-back versus Almighty and WPM Low Kings, and seems like they were having trouble finding who plays the fifth man because we saw Scared and Yobabs play alternately on the group stage. We also saw Yato not play to his potential. Maybe that's what's causing this team to match as well. We will find out what recovery they've done today as they take on Q9 later on. As you can see the standings here, we got Q9 at the top along with WPM on the group A. For group B, Wolves and DYG. Number 1 and the number 2 Chinese squads are reigning down there at the group B. Now let's take a look at our schedule. We got good matchups coming along the way. We got Z1 and SPG. Taking on the first game, we got Blacklist, ROG versus Q9 on our second matchup. And to finalize today, it is AMT versus WPM. So I want to know, which game are you looking forward to the most here, chat? Because as far as we all know, all of these matches are going to be bangers. And we're talking about the first game already for today. That's going to be the boys of Z1 and SPG. Both of the squads failing to win any series just yet on this group stage, so they're looking to find one on their own as we play into this best of 5. But a good shot off the chips, and of course the Warden on the chat right now. Warden, I believe, has shaved his eyebrows. I have not yet shaved my head, but we will find out later on. But today, let's take a look at our lineups as we are about to open up our first opener here today. It's Z1 with Dolaki, Kansei, Cass, Rachel, and Senmani. And as far as we have seen so far for Z1, they have a solid control game mode. It's just that they have lacked that respawn gameplay where they really have to work on those early rotations just to win the maps. I mean, we already saw Dolaki going insane with that LK24. Now we need to see him consistently play this gun all throughout the maps. And now we're looking at the lineup of SPG, the number 3 team of China. As far as I know, they got Kai Niao, Shihu, Nanchuan, Mengrui, and Chu. So very interesting stuff that we are going to be opening up here for today. And looking forward to how will Mengrui perform today, because as far as we all know from the CDM, from the China Masters Season 5, he has been the main player for SPG. But up against this Garena teams, he has been playing poorly and has to get one here today in the bag to score their first ever series win in the game. And then they're going up against Z1. They do have that chance to actually win one, but it's not going to be that easy. As far as the statistics says, we might be looking at a game 4 or a game 5. Game 3 is this game ending on 3 maps is possibly available as well, but the odds of it having a map 4 or map 5 is slightly bigger. And it will be, and whoever wins the 2v2 dual gunfight that we're going to have here in about a minute will determine which team will actually win the map. Because as far as we all know, winning the 2v2 gunfight, you get to pick the first map, you get to pick the side as well, especially on Search and Destroy. So if you get that good start, when you play that S&D, you start on your attack side, maybe that's where you're good. You play that game, you kill it, boom, it's already a 6-0 or an 8-0 lead on the first of 9 series. But right now we're looking into the first gunfight of the day. That's Dolaki and Kansei, arguably one of the best AR players that this team has to offer when it comes to playing respawns. They're going up against Nanchuan and Shihu. And Shihu is Time. I got used to calling them by their Chinese names, but yeah, let's do Time. Because Time is actually ticking right now. And we got an ASM-10, you know, one of the guns that have been in the game for so long, has been part of the meta for quite some time, but hasn't really found its strides on these recent updates that we've had. It's all been the Craig 6, but now the first engagement has come through here. Nanchuan with the first blood, gets the second as well, and they take the first round, people. They take the first round. So I don't know if that's a good sign, but if you're SPG, if you win this game, you get to pick S&D map. So S&D is just a couple of facts here. SPG, their best game mode is that Search and Destroy. So if they can bring any team on the map that they want to play and where they are strong at, they have the best chance of winning the first map. But it's all going down to how well are they going to play this gunfight first, because Z1, they're not going to go down here easily. They're going to come at you swinging. It's all about the Japanese squads playing this game scrappy. It's all about the mental capacity as well here for them to absolutely find themselves a win on this gunfight. Nanchuan loves to just really slow it down. Just wait for these players to push. Tacticals are going to be thrown in. They're going to have that info. Nanchuan just waiting for that time to click, to expire. Open up that capture flag segment. Maybe try to steal this one away for Z1. Kansei, Dolaki, having to play the corners. They know that the guy is low HP, and the thing with gunfight, once you drop your health, you cannot regain it back. And Z1 seize the opportunity, they win that round number 2. And it is going to be not a round to 6, it is going to be first to 3 segment. So you guys gonna have to like win just 2 more if you're SPG and Z1. But comment on the question, there's a comment, and his question is, who do you think will win, AMT or WPM? Well, that's going to be tough. That has to depend on who wins the gunfight and who takes that map number 1. I might say it's going to be AMT on the S&Ds, but WPM has shown strides in making sure that their S&D is going to be solid as well. That, I believe, will have to go down to a game number 5. And I think that will be a win for AMT. I'm clearly not an AMT fan, isn't it? But shout out to Gentleman Gaming as well on the chat. How are you doing, Boss Neptune? Hope your lungs are okay after a 6-hour cast yesterday. And I'm gonna be joining the mixer as well as time finds the first and the second on to Dolaki. Incredible shots to come true. That's it. Match point for SPG here on the map. They will be looking to seal in the deal on this gunfight and finally take it home. But do they have the mental capacity to do so? Because as far as we all know, we're gonna switch the sides here once again. Z1 loves to play the same map, same side as well. They do have that head glitch advantage that they can use. But this time the ICR is gonna be the map, or gonna be the gun that they're gonna use. And the thing with this ICR, it has one of the most stable, it has the most stable recoil out of all the assault rifles that we have in the game. The thing is, the damage and the time to kill is really, really slow. So gotta play your angles, gotta play your shots timely for you to get those eliminations. Z1 has managed to drop some lives from time, but can't say, just 1 tap away from getting eliminated and destroyed on this gunfight. In SPG, they're just waiting for the corner. They're playing for the corners, waiting for the players of Kansai for Z1 to absolutely pick on the map. It's going to be the same exact thing. At this rate, at this point in time, you have to go for the capture. And Antoine gonna spot the first player in Dolaki. Now he has the info. Z1 now going in for the push. It is a time clock expiring, but Z1 will be rewarded with the win. I don't know how does that go, but I think it based it off by looking at the health points between Z1 and SPG. So very interesting stuff there on that engagement. Here we go. This next round winner will be taking the first map, and Lanchuan just lining them up. Alright, we got the Fennec here. Fast time to kill. Arguably one of the best close range gun in the competition. It is the most used gun in the China Master Season 5. And the thing with this gun, you can also play it on the long range when you have the Mythic Fennec. Not sure why they do have to rock a scope on it. But hey, if it works, right? On this gunfight, they're just trying to slow it down once again, but the advantage goes to SPG as they have most of the health points in their favor. And Z1 trying to play a very aggressive route here. They're trying to push all the way to the other side. And time is on a good spot. Oh, this ducklings, they're just crossing the road, and Nanchuan now on the punish. Z1 in trouble. Nanchuan with the pistol. Masterfully done. And that's going to be the first gunfight win there. This is going to be the first gunfight that will be played here today. And it will go to SPG. So already right off the bat, they already have the advantage coming into this coming game that we're going to have. But before we even talk about the map number 1, we're going to have to predict what kind of map will be banned here for the squads. As we can see for these two teams that we're going to see on this game 1, they haven't won a series yet in the group stage. So it is going to be hard for them to absolutely find their rhythm. But as far as but now we will absolutely find out who's going to win out of these two squads here. I do believe Z1 will have a better chance of winning this game. Especially they got the control lockdown. If they can lock in that standoff later on, they are good to go. But look at the maps here. Slum's Firing Range, Express, Meltdown, Tunisia on S&D. 2 maps will be banned. So it is going to be interesting to find out what will be the ban pick here for Z1. I believe it has to be Hacienda. They got punished there by WPM and AMT as well. And by looking at the performance of SPG, you know, I know they are a very great S&D team in China Masters, but translating that here at the CDSI 2023, it hasn't been the case. They have been struggling, and it's all because of Mangry not really hitting his strides, not really carrying the team's offense. But now, interesting stuff what we have here. We got the bans, S&D Firing Range, S&D Express banned by SPG, Hardpoint Summit, and Takeoff will be banned in the game as well. So I am liking the ban pick here by SPG Express. That's where they got decimated by Blacklist International Ultimate on day 1. And for the Firing Range here for Z1, I am not sure why they have to ban that. They do have one of the best snipers in Japan in their lineup. That's outside of unlucky. But maybe there's a reason why they do need to respect that map and why it has to be banned. Now for Z1, very interesting stuff. Summit will be banned here for this squad. I don't know why they do have to put that, because that's one of their better maps according to the Japan Championships 2023. Well, right now, the keys to victory, just by looking at statistics here at this game, SPG has to win their respawns. Yes, they're solid at S&Ds, but in order for you to win a game of a best of 5 here, and Hardpoint being the game number 5, you gotta win your respawns, and you gotta win one Hardpoint, take the 2-0 lead once you get to pick the first map here today. But honestly, for Z1, they absolutely had the chance to win here for SPG. I mean, they looking at their prowess, just looking at the eye test. If you look at the eye test, Z1 completely the better team in respawns. So we can obviously say that they will have the obvious chance of winning those Hardpoint and Control later on, especially that Control stand-up if ever it does get picked. But now that we are here anyway, what could be the implication that Z1 and SPG with this match could be? Well, for you, if you're a Blacklist fan, if Z1 wins this game, you might have to play a do or die on day 5 of Group A, because if Z1 wins this, they're going to be tying up with you on series win with 1 and 3. And for Blacklist International Ultimate, do we actually see them win Q9 versus Q9? Do you absolutely see them win against Q9 when Almighty has struggled? So this is kind of the predictions that you really have to line up. But looking at the comment section, let's take a look at who is up here. Shout out to Boss GG once again. BD the Boss Z1 gonna select Apocalypse Hardpoint. Well, I do think that will be seen here. Apocalypse is one of the maps where everything is a snowball map. Every hardpoint is a snowball. So except for that hardpoint number 1 where it's located in the middle, but moving to P1 to P4, everything is a monhill. If you just get your early rotations right, you will just win the maps, boy. But it's hard, you know, it's hard to change those hard points. So you have to make sure that on the final 20 seconds of P3 to P4, you have to move in already for the next hill and have your guys do some contests, claim those scrap time. And if they do die, they just go to the next hill. And yeah, SPG, exactly on this map number 1. Map number 1, I do believe it could be Tunisia here. SPG, they have solid snipers. They have Shihu there. He is one hell of a guy. And with Express, obviously, and Firing Range ban, Tunisia could be one of the better picks that they could use here on this map. But it will have to go down to really how strong they are when they push into this game. And now while we're rating, actually, who do you guys think will win? If you are voting for Z1, comment hashtag Z1 on the comment section. If you are voting for the squad of Standpoint Gaming, again, the number 3 squad in China, go for hashtag SPG win. And I'd love to see the poll here on who has more of the cheers, more of the support at the comment section while we wait for this match to start. Well, for those who are just watching right now, welcome to CDSI 2023. We are on our first match. It's SPG versus Z1 on a best of 5. We are still waiting for map number 1 to start. And we are definitely buying time. SPG is not spaghetti. It is SPG, Standpoint Gaming. All right, now that you get those facts straight, you do have 2 more games coming along the way after this match ends. We have Blacklist International and Q9 on second game. We also have WPM and Almighty. That is the second placement point battle for the group stage later on for Group A. And whoever wins that gets the second spot for the moment. So we really have so many solid matches that will go along the way, and we will have to wait for this first game to start. Whew, man, solo casting, it is really hard. You have to feel that time. You have to feel the airtime. It's super duper pressuring, and I'm already sweating. I need to get some tissues. But yeah, need to get me some water as well, because the game hasn't started. I'm already sweating. Mom spaghetti, this vomit on the sweater already. Okay, you guys got that Eminem? I guess so. I hope you guys get that Eminem stuff. Woo! All right. So we haven't seen the map just yet, but more importantly, let's talk about the odds of this team winning their SNDs. Now, we don't know which map is currently being played at, but one thing I can say to you is how well do they perform on the attack side and on the defensive side. SPG, they're clearly lenient on being a better defensive team, but as soon as they switch the sides and go for the attack, it's where they kind of fell up against Almighty and WPM, if I am not mistaken. No. For Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate. Now, for the squad of Z1, they do have the potential. You know, they do have Dolaki there. They have Cast 12, obviously one of the better players in Japan right now. But the thing is with them, after the first half, they kind of fell apart. It doesn't matter if they're on the attack side or the defensive side on the second half. They just crumble. They have a meltdown, and it just snowballs. So you need, for Z1 right now, they do have to check on their performance on the second half of these SNDs for them to win this game. It is, yeah. Come on, Warden, come here. I need you right now. Okay. What were we talking about? Oh my God, my ADHD. We're really buying a lot of time. Okay, Warden, have you shaved your eyebrows? Please let me know in the comment section. Hashtag eyebrows on fleek for Warden on the chat. Please spam it for me. So obviously now we are just waiting for this game to start, and if you are really impatient and you just really want to start this game, bro, same feels. I'm waiting for this game to start, and you know what? We got 6 hours of solo cast here for today. So I don't know if I will still have a voice by the end of today's live stream, but we're just gonna find out what will happen first on this first game, because obviously by the time we finish this first game, second series will be a lot better. You got Q9 and Blacklist International Ultimate on the third game. It will be AMT and WPM. That will be a rematch. The last time these two met, AMT got destroyed by WPM Lokings, and they had to go for a 4th place finish on Garena Masters Season 4. Yeah, why do I look so sweaty? I am sweaty, man. I am sweating. Can we just switch on to another screen so I can wipe my face up? I don't think that's possible, but yes, we really are buying time. Or you know what? I guess I really have to wipe it off. So yeah. So what were we talking about? Okay, so we saw the map bans already. We got Z1 banning off Summit. We got Z1 banning off SND firing range. We also have our good boys from SPG banning Express on the SND, but now we are finally sending ourselves to the first game of the day. Damn, that was a long hold. Shout out to my brother for the improvised towel. Bro, that thing was sweaty. Okay, let's go. First game of the day, that's going to be Z1 versus SPG. Once again, player you really have to look forward to here for Z1. That's going to be Cast 12 and Dolaki. They're going to be the big players here for Z1 to claim this first map up against SPG's map pick, Meltdown SND. Round number 1, attack side. Going to be their first pick of the day. And Chu's already locked into a good position. But number 3, Nanchuan, absolutely holding his own on the middle of the map. And if he does not get taken care of, it's GG's. But the first blood comes through for Kansei. Z1 deals it. They're trying to open it up, but Bird and Chu are going to be able to find those kills. Big kills to go up in numbers on round number 1. It's all down to Dolaki. He's a man. Henry see the myth. If he can wrap around and secure a kill on Mangrui, that will be a 1v1. But the Fennec just clearly a lot better on that engagement. That's going to be a first win for the squad of SPG. And honestly, I like what I saw there from SPG. You know, just come in, put your numbers on towards the A-bomb site, put that bomb down for Z1 to play for retake. And all that's left is a 1v2 at the end. And the clock really wasn't really in favor for Z1. So now, here we go. SPG now trying to take the side on towards B. Mengui finds the first blood, and he finds the second as well, but Caswell finds his own. Gonna have to be stunned, and Bird already there for the backup. And SPG doing a lot better on this engagements on the early half of this S&D. Nanchuan pushes up, and that's going to be another 1v3 in favor for SPG. Bird puts that bomb down, all down to Racial. And he clutched up a 1v3. If he does, I'm really gonna lose my mind. But the approach here has to be perfect. He finds one, misses the second, confirms the third bullet. Now it's a 1v1 Racial. Has the quick 6 in hand, but the flank. Nanchuan has no trigger discipline. Now Racial knows where this guy is at. Gonna position himself on towards the bomb site. Stun check is through, and that will be it. Nanchuan will be slowed down. The bomb is getting defused. Racial with the ninja. That's it. Loving the effort played there for Racial. You already know he's built for those moments. It's gonna be 1-1. All right, here we go. Round number 3. SPG once again attacking on the A site. This is where they won their first round. This time they'll take it different. They have 2 players sent out on towards the middle. They will still put that bomb down, so they will be playing for host plant. The setup is through, very tight inside that chimneys. For Z1, they have to go all around, play for the flank, throw those tacticals, maybe find a kill that could help you get the first blood. But Nanchuan once again on the middle of the map, he finds the first blood. Dolaki there for the trade. Now I like where Dolaki is at. He is at the flank, but Bird once again lines it up, finds the double with the Craig 6. That's gonna be another round victory on the attack side for SPG. And if you're looking at, and if you're searching for one of the best guns in the COD season right now, we all know Kilo 141 is there, along with the LK24, but nothing can still beat that Craig 6 when it comes to the fire rate and of the damage it outputs on the engagements. Bird right there finds good 2 kills, leaving it up, but Dolaki finds the first blood onto Nanchuan, so no more player holding around the middle of the map. Don't have to worry any of that engagements. I just have to find the approach. But Time finds the double. He is just a madman with this scope at the moment. Racial trying to open it up at the back, but Chu is holding off the middle of the map, and he is just converting all of the shots. Menrui, same thing can be said up against the squad. That's going to be 2 rounds straight win here for SPG. My God, this is gonna be so sweaty, this first match. We are seeing right now SPG, they have been winning their attack side once they go down to A side. So maybe adjustments has to be made here by Z1. Maybe stack their resources onto A side, because they've been playing for retake for the past 2 rounds and it hasn't been working. Let's see, how are they gonna find the adjustments here? Nanchuan once again deals the first blood. That is 3-1 in favor for SPG, and he finds a triple, obviously onto 1 spot. That's 3 birds with 1 stone. They're gonna decide to put the plant here as well. Z1 has been finding trouble getting their attack straight onto A, and having Kansei down is not gonna make things easier for you, knowing that Racial is the only guy alive here at this round number 5, and he eventually does get dealt with. This is gonna be very hard now for Z1 to find themselves way back in. Right now, they do need to get another round. They have to win 1 round to get their acts ongoing. We have to see that adjustments. They have to put their resources onto A, because that's where SPG's been winning their gunfights. Now they're starting to push in through. They play fire with fire. Bird responds back with a double Kansei. Gets his thoughts to come true. trades down the numbers. It's an equal 3v3, but now as he push up, he drops Mengrui and time, trying to put some shots through Kansei, and he's gonna succeed. All down to a 1v2, though Lucky will lose the gunfight outside the chimney. And despite the adjustment, it's still SPG winning their gunfights. It's 1-5. 1-5 in favor for Standpoint Gaming. I'm telling you, the attack side has been working for SPG on that A side. That's where their 5 rounds of wins has been able to be accumulated. So if you're Z1, you know, you already tried to push in, you have already tried to play fire with fire. Your mid attack for the post plant retake hasn't been working. So what will you try to do? What kind of attack are you gonna lay out to crack this defense that SPG has on the chimneys? First blood goes Choo as he finds the first blood through the nade. Time finds the second. That's early 3v5. Kansei trades it back. The attack is gonna line up inside. Kansei's the only man alive, and that's when therefore the backup claims that kill, finds the last player, gets the final blood, and that will be 1-6. SPG clearly winning their SND, and there's a reason why they tried to bring SZ1 on this map, because they can dominate on the attack side. So far, it is just the performance, the difference is just night and day. Now you have one more round before we switch the sides. Obviously Z1 doing a lot better, having the numbers on this post plant attack. See how are they gonna line this through as Fast Wall brings in the Switchblade. It's gonna find one. Bird is the last man standing, and there we go. We finally see Z1 crack the defense. But now we have to switch the sides. 2-6, a 4-round difference as we move into the second round of action. It's gonna be very hard, if you tell me, to come back, because you're asking yourself to be perfect and not allow SPG to win 2 rounds on this side, just for you to activate that overtime or maybe even win the game. So it seems like they're going to play the total opposite of SPG. They are lining their attacks at the B side. They have Senmane already extending way over the boilers. That's going to be the first blood. Bomb is going to be down. SPG will not decide to put the resources on the middle of the map just yet, as they try to play for a pick, equalize the number. But I'm loving the setup from Z1 to get every corner locked down on the entrance of the opponent. It's all about finding the timing to get those kills, but Bird plays his position wisely. Gets the lucky, waits for Senmane to pop, and that's going to be heads drop once again. A 3v2 situation here. It's a pinch play from Nanchuan, and he has been ridding Z1 like a book on his past few rounds, but time is ticking. Z1 only has to play for the time. Kansei backs away. He wins the gunfight, and Z1 starts their attack side with a win, 3-6. We're really having a lot of comments from our fellow Japanese people. Shout out to the Japanese viewers out there, totally supporting Z1. Let's see how are they gonna find themselves back into the game. Mengrui finds a kill to Dolak, first blood favoring SPG, but Bomb is gonna be down. Not so sure why Rachel is so far off of his teammate. Trying to get a flank on the chimneys. Time is ticking, and Senman is trying to hold. He gets that third kill for the day, and I love the play from Kansei with the Switchblade. Playing a game called Cat and Mouse on a close quarter combat. Slippery. And Kansei has been carrying the load off the squad with 14 kills. Cast12, who have shown a lot of signs versus WPM on this map, has been struggling so far with 3. But eventually, if it does get ongoing, it's going to be easier for Z1 to win this matchups. But 3 go down at the early game, and SPG now pushing up. Drops 4 players at the start of the round. And it's just been first 30 seconds. It's all down to Rachel here. But a 1v5, bomb down on the boilers. It's gonna be spotted here. All those shots, that's gonna be heard. Racial gets shot down, and SPG closer to the victory line. Only needing 2 more rounds to secure this victory over Z1. Right now, if you're Z1, you do have to make sure that you have to play perfect and avoid SPG from getting that match point. This time, gonna take a crack on the A side. Nacho's gonna be there along with Bird. Nades have been lined up on towards the chimneys. None will be connecting, but the bomb will be down. Cast12 has to drop the bomb for the moment, cancel it up, and now SPG, they are pushing real nice on the middle and off the front. Racial is gonna be the last guy standing here once again, and he has been so far from his teammates. Been costing his team so much. Match point now for SPG. And frustration is gonna be heard here for Z1. I mean, you're asking yourself, you're asking your team to play perfect for this next few rounds and have to force an overtime. You have to win 4 straight versus SPG to force overtime. Do they have the mental capacity? Do they have the mental fortitude to get right back through it? I guess not. Bird in time finds 2. Cast12, so finding his rhythm. He's gonna try to roam around the map, but though lucky there will be the last guy standing in time. We'll get the 3 Ps, and SPG, they will be winning their first map of the day. They will win their map pick as well. That meltdown, it is just a mix. I obviously thought the start should have been better for Z1. They could have adjusted their playstyle, knowing that they have lost so many rounds at the A side, but have managed to not really get that adjustments going through. They have continuously played for retake on the first half of the match, and they just kept getting shot down by SPG on the middle of the map. So clearly, S&D could not just really be the main thing here for Z1. Now that you are down by 0-1 on this overall series, you just have to find a way to equalize the series here. You have to win this hard point. And speaking of, map picks and the side pick, we will be having our boys from Z1 to absolutely pick the second map of the day. So obviously, we have seen Summit, we have seen Ashenda ban as well. So there will only be 3 more maps that will be available. I do believe Arsenal is banned, so I think we only have 2 maps available. So either it's going to be Apocalypse or Takeoff. But more on that later on, as we are about to show you the match results. See who stands out and see who did not really do well. And obviously, we already find the answer earlier on the last round. I mean, Cast12 didn't really hit his stride on the first half of the game. We also had Dolaki really struggling. And the only player to really pop off on the first half was Rachel, who clutched up second round. And Kansei with the sniper. Apart from that, everyone really struggled. But for a standpoint gaming, I really love how effortless they took that attack side. If it ain't broke, you don't fix it. They absolutely tore down Z1. They won 6 rounds. I don't know. They won 6 rounds. Yeah, I think I'm right. 6 rounds on the first half, all on the A bomb side. So they had it really going well for their side, and not to mention Nanchuan finding the first blood. If it's not Nanchuan, it is Shihu or Time, the sniper, who was holding the second floor of the office building. And if it's not that, they have Bird, who obviously had a field day finding himself some shots as they play for the post plant earlier on the first half. And I believe the second half could have been played much better if you were Z1, if you pushed the bomb towards the A side. But they tried to do that on the last round, if I'm not mistaken, and they got lined up with nades and tactical utilities, and they just got shot down immediately. So very hard to say that it is going to be an easy win here for Z1. But obviously, as we look at the map, SPG, this is their map pick, this is their side pick. They started on their best side. And, coming into this matchup, they obviously had a field day versus WPM. They kept it close on that S&D meltdown, only to be shot down by WPM Yopi. And of course, with his first ace of the season there, you already know what happened there. But overall, it was a very solid map here. And that first map is going to be favoring the boys of SPG. Now the question is, do they have the mental fortitude to win their hard points and their controls? Because anything really that we can say for SPG in this season and from the China Master Season 5, they are a monster in Search and Destroy. But when they play that hard point, man, I don't know what's up with them, but it's the difference is night and day. So right now they just have to make sure that whatever map are they gonna be loading in versus Z1, they gotta find that timing, they gotta find those early rotations to absolutely win the game. So for this game to absolutely work for SPG, you win your SNDs and you at least have to win one response, either it be hardpoint here or control later on. So they have many chances to not mess this one up. Gotta play your cards right. You gotta win with your gunfights and play as a team. And that's what they did on the map number 1. That's how they got the victory versus the boys of Z1. Now, as we move in, we could guess what maps are we gonna play, but it's really hard to know because there's still a 50-50 chance, but I'll take that odds any day. Do believe Z1 will pick Apocalypse Hardpoint on this coming map that we're gonna have. But I do think Takeoff could be one of the better map picks here as well. We will have to find out as we wait for the screen to show us the match results. So there's still plenty of things to talk about. But, you know, while we are buying time, let's take a look at our comment section and see what's up. Hi, you guys. How are you guys doing? So there's been like a problem with the connections, so I don't know. I don't really have any info. I don't have info that I can share with you guys about that. But I do believe that when we play Garena versus Garena, it will be the Singapore server. And if we do play the Chinese versus the Filipinos or any Garena team, they play on Hong Kong. So right now, I do think that when we play a game from Japan versus China, I do have to wait. I'm looking at the format right now. If we go from Japan versus a Chinese squad, you have to play. Oh, it's undetermined, so I'm not sure. I do think that they're using the Hong Kong server as well, and I think that will play a big factor because I do think China has the advantage onto the ping. But obviously, for Z1, you just have to win your respawns. SPG ain't good at respawns. Z1, I know you are capable. I know what I saw from that control standoff. Just gotta work on that hard point a little bit as we move into this coming games that we have. Because as we do see from the past matches of the boys of Z1, they have the chance to play their cards right, but they don't. The thing that's been boggling them on these matches versus the other squads is that early rotations. As far as we all know, P1 is always obviously gonna be scrappy, but when we move into the succeeding hardpoint rotations, that's where those early rotations are gonna get kicked in. First, you're gonna have a good solid hold on the spawns that will give you unlimited reinforcements once a player goes down, but you also have the chance to absolutely set up on those power positions to win you your gunfights. That is something that we have to see from Z1 today if they do want to get a victory over the squad of SPG. So it is gonna be I don't think this will go to a game 4 or a game 5, but it will depend on their performance here on this map number 2. But by looking at our first game of the day, I will just go for a quick recap while we are waiting for this game to end. I mean, just by looking at what happened there, we oftenly not see Bird do the wonders for SPG, but today he did that so as he scored 10 kills on the game. But I do believe having Meng Rui step up on this S&D meltdown was a big factor as well. I mean, the guy, looking at the first 12 rounds, had like 13 kills on the game, and that really helped this team a lot. So, as I said earlier, if SPG wants to win any series on this Group A for the final 2 days that it has to offer, Meng Rui has to step up, and Meng Rui has stepped up on that first map of the day. But yeah, it's not just about Meng Rui here. You also have to have all your other 4 players to step up, and it has to continue here for SPG. Yes, you've won the first map, but you gotta win the others. And guys, I am still waiting for this game to start, and you know, you can really feel once you try to cast solo, you're feeling the need to absolutely not make sure that the broadcast will have not dead air. But yeah, I will try to drink my water after we show another screen, because as far as you all may know, I don't want to get clipped drinking anything. You know, you guys might just edit that and do some nasty stuff. But yeah, thank you for everyone that is worried about me, but I will be okay. I will have to drink my water later on. Hazel, thank you so much. Okay, 1-0 in favor for SPG. I have already told you my prediction. I do believe Z1 will win this map number 2. But according to Ao, it's going to be 3-0 favor SPG. Okay. I love that take. I would love to see more. I would love to see more from our other comments, from our other viewers right now. What do you guys think will win this? And I would love to know the score as well. I just saw Ao come in here with 3-0 SPG. Bro. I will not say it's far-fetched, but I do think SPG will lose one of the respawns. So game 4. Let's say game 4. We can do that. Z1 got the first point. What? Huh? SPG lost. Nani? What is this? Why did SPG lose? Oh, was it a glitch spot? Was it a glitch spot? Or was it because they used a tactical that was not supposed to be played? I am not so sure. We'll have to wait for our production to actually clear that for us. But a good shout out to Doyoung. Shout out to our Japanese, our Korean friends out there in the comment section. Later on, if you guys are still watching, I will try to go for Google Translate. I'm gonna try to greet you guys in your in your language. I do hope I do not butcher it, but I do think that if Z1 win the first map, then that means they broke a rule. And if they broke a rule, it's either that they use a glitch spot, or they either use a banned item, which could be the legendary tactical utilities, that could be the flashbang, that could be the nade, that could be the trophy system that they added and used. And maybe that is why, because... Okay, we're gonna have the highlights on. Oh my god, my name is obscene in Japanese? Oh my days, bro. No, you guys don't do that to me. But we got the highlights here. You guys enjoy this before. I'm just gonna drink my water. Bro, that was very fast. I was just trying to drink my water. Okay, good thing I didn't have like a mustachio moment where he got caught drinking water. Okay, so you've already done the first map of the day, and it's gonna be a disqualification on the game. So we're hopping into map number 2 now. Finally, we're gonna be seeing Hardpoint in action. We got Summit and Hacienda banned. And Arsenal will be out of the maps for the moment, so Takeoff and Apocalypse will be the 2 available maps. And if you're Z1, it has to be Apocalypse, right? It has to be that map. I do think they do have the advantage when playing games that are going to be fast-paced and will rely on those early rotations, but I may be wrong. But now we're going to be looking at the maps and bans here once again. Z1 that's decided to ban S&D, Firing Range, and Express for SPG. Z1 will ban Summit, and for SPG, they will ban that Hacienda Hardpoint. So we will try to give as much as explanation for what happened at that map number 1. We'll just have to wait for our production to give us the clear violation that was made. So okay, so trick shot. Okay. So we're still trying to clarify that for you all. But if that means 1-0 for Z1 now, it is exactly what happened between WPM Lokings and Z1. I believe it was on day number 1 where WPM Lokings used a legendary flashbang and they had to be disqualified for the map. So I think that will be the same thing here. We still don't know the reason for why they had why SPG had to drop the map. We will clarify to you guys We'll clarify it to you guys later on. So we're going to be focusing on the coming map up ahead. So now it is going to be Hardpoint. So if you look at the statistics between the 6 teams here at Group A, you will not see Z1 and SPG at the top of the brackets or at the top of the leaderboard because they've been dropping their maps versus the Garena squads and versus the China squads in Q9. So honestly, this is the big 50-50 for me because these two are at the bottom bracket. They are currently dead last. These 2 teams are dead last when it comes to having a hardpoint win rate. Q9 being 2-1. WPM being 2-1 as well. So it's gonna be quite surprised to see what will happen on this game number 2. So while we watch some of these games later on, I'm still looking forward to what was the problem that we had to encounter for that map number 1 to be favoring Z1. But hey, I'll take a map any day. I think our Japanese friends would absolutely love that maps to favor Z1. Now that it is going to be in favor for them, they do have the 1-0 lead on the series. It is going to be quite a lot better for the squads. Now let's talk about Hardpoint and let's talk about Z1. There are players that we really need to watch out for this squad. And it has to start with Cas12. This guy with the SMG has to make sure that he gets his shots on going right off the start. I mean, we saw him to be one of the best players, better players for the squad overall when it comes to their lineup. We do have to see that AR presence to come true as well for our boys from Z1. Though Lucky has a big factor. He's going to play a big factor here versus SPG when we come and play this Hardpoint. Though Lucky, we saw that LK24, man, he is just nasty with that AR. And he has provided his team that good amount of presence on that mid to long range engagements. But I don't know why I froze. This is not frozen. But yes, Cas12, though Lucky, will be the top 2 player that you need to look forward to the most here. But obviously, Rachel has to come up big as well for Z1, knowing that he's going to be the 3rd primary scorer or fragger into these Hardpoint. Now, if you're looking at this opposite side, if you're looking at SPG at this point in time, it will still be the same factor that they have. The same players, same performance coming from SPG. It has to be Meng Rui, Nanchuan, and Time being those big players coming into this game. And yes, I am still not bald. Hashtag bald Cali in chat. Game 2, Apocalypse. A map picked by Z1. And an interesting take here. Rachel will pick the War Machine over the Gravity Vortex gun. Time will pick the Gravity Vortex gun over the War Machine. So, heavy discrepancies on what kind of the playstyles are they doing. For Z1, they just want to get those attacks on going on the offensive. I mean, using that War Machine, it really has a lot of grenades that can just explode and shut players down on the front end. While you do have the Gravity Vortex to it's a great crowd control gun, helps you buy some time to hold on to the hill. Also find yourself waiting for that reinforcement. But here we go, SPG starting on the better spawn. They do have number 1 in Bird holding off the temple, and at the start of this game you just really have to worry about getting an ample amount of time onto P1, but most likely your action has to be portrayed to finding the rotation and breaking the spawns that's being handled by SPG right now from Z1. You can see a couple of shots are coming through here for SPG. Nanchuan still trying to find a way to bag some shots, but will get shot down. Z1 will find a way to get inside the hard point. But SPG, after getting bullied out of that hill, has to make a rotation onto Temple, get that second hard point set up. And look at the players on the right side of the minimap. That's 2 players holding the wells, while others trying to set up, get that spawn enabled on the Temple. Z1 will have the better spawns here, 24 to 33 as we end P1, but the rotation has to be perfect. Megri shots Rachel down, but Kansei able to sneak around. He's gonna find those bullets, has that info, pops up, gets one, trying to break the spawn. Time here, trying to hold his ground. He finds the double. and his teammates gonna be there to hold on to the anchor spawn. So great job by SPG blocking up the spawns, forcing S for Z1 to spawn out once again. Try to find a reset on the game. But this is just classic plays from Z1. They're just trying to barge their way through, get the temple spawn, and Dolaki finding a big double. Now they have opened up the back. They can go for the frontal assault with Kansei initiating the pinch. Beautiful setup here. They're gonna get the second half of the second hard point, but it's not gonna be enough. Have to find a way to set up onto the next hard point as well. And looking at the numbers in kill wise, Dolaki has been frying for Z1, but that's not going to be enough. You have to do more to win these gunfights. And obviously, we're hopping into P3. Z1's got the early rotation. SPG trying to win their next wave of gunfights, but they're gonna fail as they do get sorted out here one at a time. Dolaki investing that claw will not find any value off of that, so as he gets shot down, SPG gets control on the map. And Mangri trying to extend out with his pyro will not find any kill whatsoever. But it's still his teammates on the hill. 30 seconds left, and now we are seeing the big guns being deployed here by SPG, by Z1. Using the war machine to try to find an ingress. Get that hard point inside, but they will drop their gunfights once again. SPG just doing a great job holding the hard point, using their gunfights to extending out as well to win their hard points here. But we now finally have the reason why SPG lost the first map, even though they ended up with the victory. SPG violated the rule using a legendary grenade skin. So having a violation gives the map automatically given to the other team at any point at any day. A very huge blow here for SPG, honestly. They have the opportunity to go 2-0 on the series. But having that given away, they have to climb back up, have to win the second map just to tie up the series, and have to play 2 more to win the game. Let's see if they do have the mental fortitude to end this one fast. As Z1 having trouble breaking the map. They do win gunfights. That's 3 going down for SPG. Has to find 1 more. They have to drop Chu here to get that hard point enabled and soaked in as well. Rachel finally stepping up with 13. Alki 24 and had playing the objective with 24 seconds to his name. The lead so far is doubled. And we need to see more performance done here by Z1 on the coming setup rotation. As P1 opens up, it is still the same exact thing from what we saw in the first rotation. It's going to be SPG on the better side of the map. They have Bird holding off the temple spawn. And Z1 forced to spawn on the left side of the minimap. Right now, they are trying to break through the front. Not give SPG all of this time. They're going to be claiming the first 10 seconds. And I'm loving the gunfights. Right now, for Z1, they have been winning more from the P4 to this P1 reset. And SPG, they're still trying to find a way to get the early contest here at this P1. They're going to get the second half. Kansei will be shot down. That will be forcing Z1 to reset once again. SPG now doing all the wonders on their gunfights. Though Lucky Rachel finds double, make that 3. SPG dropping their gunfights, and Z1 will get the scrap time. Look at Zen Mane though. He spawns on the temple. Now it's a 1v1 there, and he spawns Dolaki so they can play for a trade. But Bird, I don't think he spots the player, but he gets the gunfight. But you know what, Z1, they may have taken this first set, but they have a big opportunity to go up big on the second hardpoint, as they do have the early rotation. They do have the spawns as well. It's just all about winning your next gunfights, and they respond with 4 players going down. They're gonna open up P2. They will get all this time. Now it's time to bring in the big guns for Kansei. Hops up 1, but will not get any more than that. That's Dolaki here trying to will this team to win this gunfights. And they will win this set of gunfights, and they will force SPG to spawn out once again. So beautiful rotation coming through from Z1. From P4 to P1 to P2. It has been a chain reaction. It has been made by Z1. They have climbed the ladder. They now have the lead. SPG having a rough time fighting their Axon going. Yes, you're winning your gunfights, but the rotation clearly a lot better here for Z1 on the second set. As we hop into P3, we do have Bangrui holding off the point, but number 5 instead Manny can just initially come in, go down, get that pick, open up the hard point with Z1 on the game, on the hill. Obviously, we're just gonna see that through once again. Z1 has been winning their gunfights. I mean, SPG, despite all of this investment, it hasn't been worthy at all. As you can see, 37 seconds left here. It's an opportunity for Z1 to reach a 200-point mark. It will go well. It will get better over time. But now that you win your second set of rotations, the only thing that Z1 has to do is put a lot of pressure. If you don't win your gunfights here at this P3, you can just initially set up for P4. But that's not going to work, as SPG has found the rhythm back here once again. They're going to claim this cap time. That should just be at least a 20-point lead as we end this hard point and transition to new. 91 will be the last player to hold himself at that P3. And so all of the players are properly set up on towards the next P4 opens up, and SPG, if they can chain these rotations, they will take the lead. And it's all about this next wave of gunfights for SPG. If they can win this, they just can go, but 2 players go down, 3 players go down there for SPG, and Z1 are trying to break in through. Chu is holding off the front. His teammates are going to be there and will be on time to get those reinforcements. Gravity Vortex invested. Time will find one onto Kansei. But eventually will get dealt with. Z1 perfectly set up on the pinch, and they will be able to put in the pressure, bully out SPG from the hard point, and get some time in the point. It's not gonna be enough though, as it's just scrappy. Every gunfight just being won by both ends. It's just back and forth, but now we are seeing some traction coming through for Z1 as they get this crap time here. And we are going to have the rotations once again in favor of Z1. They do have the players around the corner, get one activated, and Rachel finding the double with an LK24. And it has been an interesting set of fights that we've seen so far. But in terms of the rotations on this P1, it has been SPG that has won it on the last year rotations. And it's all about the spawn manipulation. I mean, when you have birds spawning you guys on the temple side, it is just gonna get a lot easier at this point. And Z1 still definitely are into the game. Still does so fine. They still does need to win this gunfight. Has to do with this last player alive in P1. Gets Z1 off of the, gets SPG off of this time, and they're gonna do that. You see SPG, they are just pushing their players, putting some pressure in the hill, trying to not give Z1 all of this time. It's going to be 206 to 228. We only need Z1 to get 20 more points to win this game. But it won't end here at P1. We're hopping on to the next hard point where SPG has the opportunity to win the game as well. And it's all about who stacks their resources best here. As we open it up, SPG will claim the first 10 seconds. We're gonna use the Chu investment there. They're gonna win those gunfights, but you know, it's not gonna be that easy to get yourselves ongoing, knowing that Z1 is about to fully pledge in their attacks onto the temple on the front. As Caspo finds the double. Along with the help of the nade, they are claiming time, 10 more points, and SPG, they have to go contest the point. But that's not gonna be easy. As Z1 Kansei finds himself just flooding all his players up along with Dolaki. Gonna find 5 players to go down. They're pushing up once again with Caspo as the main OBJ player. Just 5 more points for the victory. They're using the wall to even it out, soften the defense, and they will win the second map to go up match point. Evenly matched up gameplay, but Z1 After winning that first match through DQ, they will win this hard point as well. And they started off so rough. You know, Z1, they did not really figure out the spawns right off the start, but as soon as we hit that P4 and we hit to that second hard point reset, that's where everything just came through. Very impressive stuff. You know, we saw a lot of plays from Dolaki. We saw a lot of plays as well from Rachel. But I do believe Cast 12 playing that objective in the game, also finding those big kills in the objective is really big for this squad to win their matchup. And well, it is just the first game. It's just the first series, and we're already in for a banger. 2-0 opportunity for Z1 now to get themselves their first ever series victory and their first sweep on the CDSI 2023. I do believe they do have that opportunity. They have the ability to do that. They can clutch it up. Their control has to be one of the best. And if you have missed their match versus WPM, we actually saw Z1 win up against WPM Lokings on control standoff. They won 3 of their defensive sides. They won 1 offensive side. And to go up against WPM, obviously one of the best control players, control teams in Garena, and obviously have a solid win. That speaks a lot of what they can offer. But this game, really close. 250 to 220 finish. We can say that it was really a hard-fought victory for Z1, knowing that they had to fight inch for inch in order for them to claim time inside the hill. And now we're going to be hopping into our match results and see who was the player that really stepped up here for this team. And I do believe it has to go to our boy, Cast 12, but we will have to find out that on that match results. Once again, to those are just watching in here, it's going to be raid control. So interesting stuff. Now, if we're hopping into a control raid, that means it's going to be a 50-50 battle. That's a map that's not really favoring of these teams, but they do have some experience. They do have that, you know, they go to war most of the time here at raid control. Arguably, it is the best map that you can play on control, but it is very saturated. A lot of strong teams, they can play raid control very well. So it's either you play the control standoff or the crossroad strike. But let's take a look at the results, people. Dolaki, 37 kills. I told you that. Alki, 24. That's one of the best performances I've seen so far on the game. And once again, there is a reason why we saw Z1 win that first map. It was because SPG decided to violate the rules and using that legendary grenade skins. But let's take a look at our highlights. Brought to you by CDSI 2023. Hey. Okay, so now that we are 2-0 on the series, Z1 only has to win one more. And we're hopping into a raid control, if I'm not mistaken, according to our lovely viewer out there in the comment section. But a good shout out to Wasabi Gaming, who is on the chat right now. It is going to be a big one coming here. He's going to be casting with Neptune tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. But do not be weirded out why I was dancing as we transition to this game, because I was loving the music that CDSI 2023 highlights has to offer. Man, if that was a raid music, I would have danced through it. Yeah, let's go, boy. But yeah, we have so much energy, we have to cool it down. But I do need the 3-0 here because we need to save up this energy as we succeed on through the coming games. Because after this, we're going to be having Blacklist International Ultimate versus Q9. And we also have AMT and WPM playing as the last match of the day. So it is going to be a very packed evening. So you guys better not miss it out. I would love for you guys to share the live stream if you are on Facebook. Also do follow. Click that follow button on Facebook as well. Share our live stream in YouTube. Get more viewers into the game so we can send you guys some viewer rewards that you can redeem in the official Garena Call of Duty mobile application. I would want to show you guys my dance, but you guys would be weirded out, Ivana. So let's not try to go to that place. But now we're gonna be hopping into a map number 3. So if it's a control raid, I will have to salute whoever was the viewer that said that on the comment section. Now let's find out what's gonna be it. Oh, it's really a control raid. All right, here we go. Same exact setup here for Z1 and SPG on their operator skills. It is the War Machine versus the Gravity Vortex gun. Aside from that, it is the same. Claw, Annihilator, Spyro, and Purifier. And all of this data just leads to Z1 being favored as they do find themselves a victory versus WPM on control standoff last time on the first day. So if they can summon that energy and do that up against SPG, they might see themselves here with the victory. But it matters who gets that early start, who gets that defensive side, because Raid is obviously a very defensive oriented map, but after it being played so much on the competition, we've seen some teams spice it up, find themselves the answer to play the attack side properly as well. And Blacklist Ultimate, or ROG, have found a way to be aggressive on a map like this in control. But now, as we start off the game, Z1 will start on the attack side. They will send out 2 players here at the start at the A side. As Nacho1 finds those 2 early reads, we do have SPG winning their early gunfights. Z1 does have themselves that A cleared out. They have Kansei holding off the money room, but Shu with the good read. Good read off of that. Stops the push there from Z1, but it has been a back and forth here at the game. It's tied up in 23 on the live count department. And Z1 hasn't really found themselves a lot of success on the A side, so they are trying to push in towards B. Senmane will be the front man, but Shu will shut him down eventually. Now they have found an ingress and are finally ready to claim time. 50 seconds is still a lot for you to play with, so if you can get another extra minute than that and play for the A side later on, that's going to be a big help. You can't afford to lose your lives like this. You have to be careful with the angles that you are taking. If you're Z1, as you are down by 3 live counts, 36 seconds left, you have not made any progress at all when it comes to playing this objective, so you really gotta win this gunfight. Mangrui finds that double. Z1 still really looking lost when they're playing this attack side. SPG's been reading them off like a book. They haven't really found an answer to the guy over at the bar. Now he eventually gets dealt with. 4 life count is not a lot for SPG, but they do have a chance to come in here for the flank as they have number 3 Nacho1 on the garage. Number 4 in Bird was earlier at the middle of the map. But yeah, the lives are just being claimed here. And time says it's over. Come on, just give it up. This is our map. This is our round to win. But Z1 just won't go. Look at this. You know, they failed their attack at the A side. SPG decided to focus so much on the B side, so they are now stacking their resources towards this B. But the life count not really good for Z1 as SPG just kept winning their gunfight. Mangrui on a spree. Eventually does get caught down, but Chu finds the last elimination. That will be 1-0. Very solid start there for Mangrui. Gets his team on top on that round number 1 with 8 kills. Same thing can be said for Dolaki on the other side who has 8. But the thing here, in this kind of map, a very defensive oriented map, you just gotta win your defensive sides and maybe hope that you're gonna have a very solid attack side as the rounds progress in this game. And to those who are just watching right now, we do have Z1 losing the first map, but unfortunately for SPG, they violated the rule and they used a legendary grenade skin, which costed in the round number 1 or the map number 1. So Z1 not only has won through DQ on the Meltdown SND, but has won the Hardpoint Apocalypse. That's why we are 2-0. And they do have the opportunity to close it out here as well. Look at this. On the defensive side, they have Senmane holding up Garage along with Cast 12. They have the Spyro lined up. And with the new update and the buff, we do have this Pyro with 9 magazines already. So a very good operator skill that you want to use when you try to play these respawn maps. But here we go. As we try to play this game, SPG now trying to make some adjustments. They're trying to push B here, sending out Chu with the Purifier just to try to get an ingress and get themselves some time in the objective, but they'll lack with the turn onto Chu. That's it. It's gonna be a big kill, but he does get caught down. So SPG will be claiming time here at the B side. That's 2 segments in. Now they're trying to chain that rotation onto A as well. But everything has been locked down here by Z1. Now the exit fills. The exit kill is going to be big for SPG to try to find a way and escape the trap that has been set by Z1. They got the mid-map control. They got the laundry locked down. Also the bedroom. Pass 12 goes big by finding that kill. And they have continued to put pressure on the middle of the map, which is a very important lane here at Raid. You get that mid-map control, you can intercept any players coming from the top and bottom side of the map. And Z1 playing this defense. Not really better than SPG, but it is by the book. 59 seconds for SPG to try to crack the map, but you know what? With this play from Mangrui, if he finds this next set of gunfights, they have a big opportunity to claim the lives of Z1 as they are now on a spawn trap spiral. Gonna be invested by Bird. 6 to 8 on the life. Gonna make that 5 to 8 still in favor for Z1. SPG, they're trying to play the OBJ while putting pressure onto the kitchen as well as their basketball court. That number 2 player, he has to be dealt with. Z1 trying to get their attacks on going on a 2v5. You cannot afford to lose this game. But Dolaki secures a kill on the time. Castle finds Mangrui. And boy, we got a round win from Z1. Had to pause for a little bit. Whew, bro. It's the first game and I'm already struggling. I don't know what AJ drank and how he got that energy while he was casting the first day, but man, I really love AJ. We're gonna do the same thing. Here we go, round number 3. SPG now on the defensive side. They got a mid-map control. Z1 got all lanes covered, but they have not yet made the push. And SPG holding up those power positions at the corner. Antoine's been a pretty good SMG player right from the start of this game. They have to convert those gunfight wins into victories. And well, I just went out and you guys already missed me? Damn, 26-23. Attacks being made true by Z1. They are going to be stacking 2 players on the B side. That means the push is going to be much faster. And they got everything locked down on the middle of the map as well. So this should be a flag that will be under Z1 by this point. So they got the B segment already locked in. Just one more. That's going to be time extended. This is clearly a lot better engagements coming through from the squad of Z1. And with this clock, they can just play this anytime, anywhere they want. They can push towards laundries. They can attack the mid-map, take over that kitchen. Or they can play the pool side as well. And right now we're hopping into it. It seems like Z1 are trying to break through in 2 angles. They're sending out Rachel and Send Manny to push on the laundries along with Kansei. But they need those tacticals to build them up some chance. Mengri finds the kill onto Rachel, but Kansei finds that kill, making it 1 life different here at the control game. But as Kansei gets traded off, Castwell has to be big here. Doesn't check the corner. He gets stuck down. And Z1, they failed their first attempt at breaking in towards laundries, but they have 56 seconds to try and break this one up again. I must say, they have 2 operator skills. They can use it here right now. break that kitchen control, and let SPG spawn back to Tiki. But Senmane is on a good spot. Now they're gonna use the claw here. Gotta get those kills. Dolaki finds the double. Now that's gonna spawn them back here at the Tiki. Dolaki will have to back away for now as he does have no reinforcements. Lives are clocking down. The time is running out as well. And SPG has maintained their position at the middle of the map. That kitchen control has been looking so solid, and now Kansei will be forced to hop in. Get the attacks ongoing here at this basketball court, but they will never have the chance to get that as long as we have SPG locking down the kitchen control. 3 seconds left, and number 4 in Rachel is the closest guy inside. He hops in with 0 seconds, but Bird wins the gunfight. SPG wins their defensive side. And if this continues to pull through, we are looking at a game where it has to reach 7 rounds. Because SPG, they've been looking solid on their defensive side. Same thing can be said with Z1, but their offense really looking dehydrated. They need water like me. So as we open this one up, great shots coming through from Senmane and Castwell as the defense at the B side is gonna be locked in as they find those 3 early kills, but SPG finding a better adjustments onto that. Standing out an LK24 in the middle of the map is kind of very risky for me. As much as possible, you'd love to bring in the CBR4 to get those attacks with you. So as we come in here, clearly a better attack side from SPG, and they're looking to force an S&D. C1 doesn't have to make this happen. C1 does need to stop this one up. Have to make sure that they win most of these gunfights. And they will not maintain that kitchen control. So now SPG ready for the spawn trap. Menger, we're gonna be the front man. Finds the kill onto Zolaki. Swings out for the second time and drops Senmane. And every spawn from Z1 is gonna be free. Is it pick for Mangaroi as he dies them up real quick with the Annihilator. The Predator missile gonna be invested as well. More info coming from SPG. It's gonna be 2 players coming on to push the kitchen. 1 coming from the spawn as well, and the read is gonna be pure. SPG just continues to run them down over. Has control on the back spawns, and Shu gonna be that annoyer. Off the back, Z1 last 2 players standing. Nanchuan is there to clean it up, and there it is. 3-1. Match point for SPG. And it's uncharacteristic for Z1 to absolutely get destroyed on a map like Control, on a map like Create and game mode like Control. But SPG, with proper investments with the operator, found itself with a victory. And Mangaroi has been one hell of a player here. He leads at kills in the lobby with 33. And he has been the bane of Z1 when it comes to playing on the attack side. So Kansei and his crew are trying to lock in the B side. They are sending out 2 players there, and Castle will be on the middle of the map to flank. The pinch gonna be successful. Better overall kills to come through here for Z1 when it comes to playing the OBJ, but their gunfights continues to dwindle down, and we have seen SPG give up the B side earlier, only for them to win the round because Z1 cannot push any part of the map. So now Z1 gets the B flag. Now they have to make sure that the push coming towards the middle of the map will work. Number 5 instead, Mane will win the gunfight. Now they just have to open up, break that kitchen, and initiate the spawn control. Maybe use the purifier. But they're gonna wait to stack up. They got 3 players holding on to the laundry side. That's 2 players now. They're still waiting. They know they have a lot of time. Trophy systems are down. Castwell with the Hunter. Gonna open it up, but time with the insane shots. But Senmane now will be able to find a hole in the trap that SPG set up here. And now they have control of the kitchen. They can initiate the spawn trap here as well. Dolaki finds another kill with the Hunter Killer drone. Castwell with the swing. finds the double. Could get one more on the Tiki side. He comes up with the spiral shots, but Chu shuts him down, and Kansei now already in position to get some time on the A side. Z1 has turned it around here at the attack side. They're claiming time. They have put the pressure on the basketball court as well. And Senmani is out here breaking ankles, just lighting them up with a switchblade. But SPG, they respond back with their own set of gunfights. And they have stopped the push for Z1. Natuan on a 6 spree, building up for that EMP system. Now he just has to save here. Just wait for these players to pop off. Now another nade, another Predator missile gonna be invested here by Z1, so they also have their info locked in. It's 3 versus 6. There's still a lot of time. And SPG, they still got this game locked down if they can just play their cards right. Play their angles correctly. They should be able to win this. Natuan holding his own at the bedside. But you can see Z1, they are trying to go for this around. BLCK gonna be the front man. The pinch activated. Drops time off, but Mengrui still on the money room, but Senmani there to clean it up. Last player on the post side. Senmani decides to take a swim. And he went to swim with Natuan and got in with the duplex. Gets that shot to continue on. That's going to be a win now for Z1 on the attack side. An opportunity for them to force an overtime here at this control. They're going to be playing on the defense this time. And if you're Z1, you cannot afford to lose any of the rounds here anymore. You got to be perfect. It starts off with time. Getting the first blood. Chu also able to open up the B side. Now they're standing out and getting these gunfights to happen. 4-5 players early go down for Z1. Not exactly a start that you want to have if you're trying to initiate a comeback. SPG has full map control at the B side. They sent in 3 players to claim the time. That's going to be an easy shot. Easy OBG points captured here for SPG. Now Z1. Gonna be important that you win your next set of gunfights here. As SPG is trying to find a way to break the spawns and initiate the trap. And they have already done so. Mengrui gonna be holding off the raid map. Oh my god, this is just disaster waiting. But it's great that Z1 has the trophy system to cancel out that Opert is still invested by SPG. Chu, patience is virtue, and does get that cut down against BLCK. Also finds the second on cast 12. Gonna try to push the A side now. They have the map control that they need. They just have to make the conversions properly. But if I'm them, they are still not in here safe. Still have to find a couple of more kills here. Make sure that the live counts are going to favor them at this point. 23 and 10. SPG. Now they are on their way to try and win this game. Just one more segment here. And it's going to be done and dealt with. Z1 are just getting pummeled down on the defense. SPG just reading them like a book. Nanchuan has been one of the bigger factors, but you can also add in the performance from Mengrui. That guy scored 40 plus kills on this control and has been a detriment. And that's something that we did not see on their first 3 matches at the group stage. And finally, he has locked it in. And it's gonna be hard to get it through, man. I mean, you already lost three series already. You can't afford to lose more. You gotta at least hope that the top 4 player in Blacklist International Ultimate drop their gunfights, so for you to be able to have a chance to qualify. But a win is still a win, and Mengrui steps it up here one more time for the squad of SPG. Now, the thing here that's gonna boggle them now this time is that we're hopping into another S&D. Yes, this will still be a dominant game mode in favor for SPG, but this time we're gonna be holding a map pick by the squad of Z1. And we all know that Senmani, he has been doing mid so far. but it is expected for him. But we need to really see Dolaki turn it on once again. I mean, he's one of the better players here. This control, cast 12 as well. But you know, as a team, you need to find your 3 players, your 3 best players to lock in every game mode and secure you those victories. And that we did see from Z1 on the first 4 rounds. When it got to the 5th round, it's where it kind of got in the way, because SPG, their mid-game adjustments was just kind of pure, and it just was a snowball effect. So now for SPG, it is just the start of their comeback. It is going to be 2-1 now on the overall series as they win this control raid. They could have had it 2-1 now. It could have been an opposite side if not for the violation that they did on the map number 1. But we will be taking in our results. SPG, look at the dominance. 118, 166 on the kills. 1.41 to 0.71. That's doubled, man. And it's all about the mid-game that SPG won that gave them the opportunity to win this game. So now let's take a look at the match results. Meng Rui with 41-26, a 1.58 KD. And talk about Nanchuan with that Fennec, man. 35-15 with a 2.33 KD ratio. And we need to see these 2 players, this big 2 players to come up here along with you, come up with a victory. And it so happened to be the first MVP count for Meng Rui, 4,303 damage. And yes, he has finally woken up. He has been the best player for SPG during the China Masters Season 5. And it's gonna be needed here more. Let's take a look at the highlights between SPG and Z1. (2-1) now. 2-1 in favor still for Z1, but SPG having the opportunity to force a game number 5 here at map number 4 as they open it up and play another round of S&D. Z1 has shown their dominance when it comes to playing this response, but just from what we saw from SPG on the control, it was a totally different scenario. You got Meng Rui stepping up big time as he scored at 41 kills, and Nanchuan with a 2.36 KD. It is what it is. SPG, they have woken up and they are right in time. They just have to make sure that they win this coming S&D and force it game number 5, and we play hardpoint where it totally will be a 50-50, but who knows? Who knows what we're gonna have here? We might see Dolaki and the squad finally finish up here map number 4 since it's gonna be their map pick. But again, we have Express, we have Fire Rage Ban, we already played Meltdown, so it's either going to be a Tunisia map or Slums. And if you're Z1 right now, what is the best map that you can take on SPG? Clearly, it's not Slums. Knowing that SPG has better snipers compared to you. So, obviously, I'm looking at Tunisia here as well, but the last 2 maps, man, it's gonna be a long range, so it will not favor Z1 here at all. I just realized that Tunisia and Slums are all long range maps, and you have to just pick one of the 2. Well, for me, if you're Z1, I do believe playing Slums is the safer option, knowing that Tunisia is kind of a very defensive-sided map. You do get the map pick, but having to challenge the better snipers from SPG, it's going to be a big risk. But you know, cannot win if you don't take a risk, right? You miss 100% of your shots if you just disregard it. And of course, now we are just waiting for this next game to start. And man, it has been a mix on this first map. I know first and foremost, just to provide you some updates, maybe the reason why we got Z1 absolutely leading this game so far, it's because SPG decided to use a legendary grenade skin on the map number 1, so that will be a DQ win for the side of Z1. But it doesn't end here just yet. You know, we got map number 4. We might potentially see a map number 5. It is going to be a hell of a mix here, and honestly, S&D Slums could potentially be a back and forth match here for these squads. And I'm not looking forward to the Tunisia S&D, man. It's just crazy there. When you try to play that S&D map, it is just a heavily defensive-sided map. You will lose every attack side if you don't get your attacks on going on the B side. So Z1, the safer option here is slums. If they want to go big, they want to go home, they want to go big or go home, you have to play the Tunisia map. But again, looking at the performance from what we saw earlier for the squad of SPG, they do have time playing that sniper very well. They also had Mengerwi score 11 kills on that game earlier, and they had Bird or Kai Niao playing a lot well with that AR. So obviously, just by looking at the gun composition so far, it is in favor for SPG on this SND. But a good shout out to Zik, who's on the chat right now. Guys, everybody say hi to Zik on the comment section, as is one of the popular YouTube content creators out there in the Call of Duty mobile scene. And as we are trying to open up this game number 4, I am looking forward to the map that we are gonna see. Okay, seems like Z1 decided to pick a safer map, and we're hopping into SND slums. A chance for Z1 to close this series out in 4 maps. Do they have the opportunity? They have the mental fortitude to end it here? Or will we see SPG continue up the pressure? We're gonna see SPG drop their bomb as Rachel gets the nade onto Bird. Castle bomb to Nanchuan, back-to-back nades. That's going to be big important rounds, and you see the bait there made by Z1. Followed up with the shot from Sinmani and Dolaki. The guys are on fire at the start of this game. Round number 2, we open it up. First blood, advantage still goes to Z1. Now in the second round, we're gonna see stuns line up through here once again. Mengerwi finds the first, Shu gets the second. They're gonna open up the B side. They're gonna settle for the plant as well. Z1 will win a gunfight at the broken wall. That's gonna be big. But they gotta kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Time! What was that angle? Rachel, what with the shot and accuracy? Back-to-back sniper shots coming through. But numbers gonna be in favor for Standpoint Gaming. Time is clocking down as well. 15 seconds left. Rachel, we're gonna be spoiled. We're gonna be spoiled. You see him actually smiling before we even see the final elimination happen. So now that's going to be 1-1. SPG ties it up. The approach here is going to be important for Z1, honestly. As time finds the first blood here once again, Kansei has to trade it back, and there it goes. Trades come true, but Bird lines up 2 players. Gets the bomb down as well. Now it's all down to Kansei, who finds 3 kills already here at the game. He can deal an ace here if he gets this timing and this positioning properly. He's got a Switchblade to play with. 30 seconds left. Kansei's trying to crawl it back. Play it slow. As SPG goes right back to the garage. Kansei has the locus in hand. Can settle for the defuse. Is trying to search for the first player. I think he does have the first player line up. Just have to go for the pick. The double chow comes through, and Shu gets it done. SPG wins the gunfight. And the thing here with SPG, as soon as they get that bomb down, they have always secured a round victory versus C1. We saw that on Meltdown. We are still seeing it here at this Slums SND. And if you're Z1, you just gotta have to prevent that bomb from getting planted, because the map control, the setup from SPG, as soon as that post plant happens, is clearly a lot better. It's all about the first bloods here between Time and Kansei, and Time wins that gunfight. Dolaki prevents the bomb getting planted, so that will be very important. Another nade should be sent here. No nade's gonna connect. Kanshu will have that plant happening. The first engagements here should be with Senmane, who's at the broken wall. Gonna have to deal with Time. But 2 extends out for SPG, and they clean house, baby. They take back-to-back wins versus... No, that's 3 rounds straight versus Z1. This is very nerve-wracking if you tell me, man. SPG, they are trying to climb the ranks. And Z1, adjustments made, by the way. They're trying to push up, play aggressive, play fire with fire, but Shu still ends up with a double. Fights the third one, gets the fourth alongside the help of Meg Rui. This is it, man. Yeah, that's really it. We got hit with a picture distortion or something. Now it's all grayed out. Ooh, I love the visual effects, baby. 4-1 SPG for this attack side have been pretty strong. And looks like C1 was, you know, they have failed to attack aggressively. Now this time they're trying to put this bomb down. You have to play for a retake. I don't know, no stuns, no nades has been connecting so far. The trophy system cancels it out and tied with another first blood. Stuns gonna give Z1 those infos, but Mengrui just in too deep with this Fennec. Castwell will win his gunfight, but it's too late. 5 rounds in a row for Standpoint Gaming. It has been a rough time here at this S&D slums. Z1 cannot just win their gunfights. And the first blood really matters a lot here. It's always been time winning the gunfight versus Kansai on his early engagements. Not to mention, Z1 has continuously let SPG plant the bomb. And at some times, they have been successful at it, but more often than not, they have been failing, knowing that SPG has been having good reads off of this rotation that they've been doing. Simani now has to win 1-2 gunfights! He clutches it up! Z1 finally wins one after 2 rounds. Whew. Why do y'all Filipinos love Facebook so much? Oh. I have no answer for that. I do think Facebook is one of the best platforms when it comes to talking to your titos, your titas, your aunties, your tios. I don't know. But let's keep it going. Z1 once again let SPG plant the bomb. They're trying to play for a retake with time. It's calling their name and just owning them. Z1 just got served on this round. You guys have to agree with me. They got served. They got tossed. They got sliced. They got decimated, man. This is going to be big. Z1 once again faced into the same situation that they had on Meltdown. SPG, they're confident they can win their gunfights, but Cast 12 says no, not today. They get the shot to come true, but number 5 in Shu on the pinch will not be successful. Let's find one before he gets killed. Now it's all down to Cast 12 and Kansai. Time. Gonna be the last player standing here for SPG. And the only way for him to clutch this one up is wait for that bomb to get planted. And Z1 not really budging at all. They're just waiting for player to obviously pop. Time now has made the push on the entrance on the garage. He wins one up against Cast 12. Gives him a haircut with that Fennec. Now the opportunity to clutch this one up. Kansai is looking to plant the bomb. Create that necessary pressure. So can I extend out, wait for time to pop off? Just trying to aim. The pre-aim is there. Does he have the timing? Can't say. Hasn't found time just yet. They're playing a game called Cat and Mouse. 28 seconds left time. Looking to push around the B side. Can't say. Kansei's about to midway. Kansei wins it. He won, survives. Very impressive stuff. 3 and 6. You cannot, you know, if you're Z1, you cannot afford to let those attacks to happen every time. You gotta have to secure very solid wins on this attack side. And they're gonna be given the chance by SPG to plant the bomb. They're sending out their sniper, Kansei, in the broken wall. Nades are gonna connect. Tacticals are in. But Z1 wins the early engagements with Kansei opening up the broken. Senmani now has managed to get full control on the middle of the map. Time trying to clutch this one up. He finds the first one. Will not find the second as a double chow. Will favor Z1. Back-to-back wins for a squad of Z1 now. And they're clearly looking better on the attack side. SPG are in deep trouble. You cannot allow Z1 to win this coming games because it seems like to me momentum is starting to build up. And there you go, the fire extinguisher. Time takes the send money down. And Sado trades it. Has 12 wins. A very tricky gunfight. And once you have racial extend out at Ghetto, that means more map control for your squad. Mengari has to time this shot perfectly. He spots Lucky. Now it's gonna be spotted here. I do think he can win this gunfight versus Racial. Bomb is gonna be down. That's 45 seconds for SPG to find a way to crack the safe. Mengari spots Racial. Takes Lucky down. Racial is trying to regenerate his life count. But I love the pressure off the back. But Racial, better map positioning. Chu wins that good gunfight up against Castwolf. Could settle that defuse here. He's got a good head glitch position in this area. And now Chu swings, but Racial with the frame! He wins the gunfight! Just one more round to switch and to tie it up. Five and 6. Z1 has won 3 rounds in a row. They won 2 rounds at the B site, 2 rounds at A. 1 round at A. Starting to see some life. SPG looking so drained after the explosive start on the map. Yeah. No, they haven't found no answer so far for the push. But finally 2 go down, 3 go down for Z1 as SPG tries to push the mid-map. Bird gonna be playing a big factor here. To play a 2v4. Mengari will secure the kill. And this should be a round now for SPG. As Racial gets shut down. Look at him. He's looking so swag after he gets shut down. Okay, I'm gonna pretend nothing happened. I'm just gonna look at the camera after I die, so I don't give any spoilers at all. Yeah, that's what he did. So as we're opening up here once again, SPG, an opportunity to give themselves the match point advantage. Defense on the aggressive. Lucky through the smoke. Kansei with the pistol. And it's just players just lining up there for Z1. But Nanchuan finding the better gunfights here. Able to pick up 2. Making this a 2v2 situation. Nanchuan and Chu. Look at Chu, man. 16 kills on the game. He's been everywhere. You're trying to wait. Nate's gonna throw. There's gonna be no connection. SPG, they're trying to stack on the graves. There we go. Z1 Senmani now has the info. Lucky has to win his gunfight, but he gets ganged up. Senmani on a 1v1. Nanchuan wins it. I love the take. I love the initiative by SPG to be the one on the aggressor. Normally, you don't want to push out on the on the opponent's side, knowing that it's gonna be risky, because you'll be having to check your corners. But now they're now at their match point. And just basically win this map if they even want to do so. SPG now finds the first blood, gets the second. Rachel has to win another gunfight to tie up the number. Swing it! No, he didn't swing it! SPG now on the punish. Olaki trying to survive. He's gonna wait for Kansei to go for the flank. And it's going to be an insane play down to a 1v1. Olaki versus Bird. Can Z1 close this one out, or will it be SPG? Forcing a map number 5. The approach has to be important here. Dolaki spots him, and that's going to be 6 and 8. SPG now. Just one more to win the game. They haven't really found any answer to what Z1 has been outlining here. They have been unorthodox, have been unpredictable. But one thing for sure, SPG, if they get that initial map control towards the middle of the map, as soon as the bomb gets planted, it is just on. It'll be a map win for SPG if that's the case. Shoot the shot time. Pull the trigger. No, this is gonna wait for it. 6 to 8. Nade out. Nope. They're just gonna wait for the moments here. A minute, 45 seconds has already gone down, and it just continues to go, man. Look, I mean, look at Z1 right now. 4 players with 10 kills, evenly distributed shots, and I love that team effort. You know, with SPG, you know, they have been relying so much on Time's First Blood and choose mid-game shots along with Nanchuan, but at some point you really have to go and win your gunfights. Z1 can't say. Can he say something about the pressure that they have been waiting for? No one really able to win the first blood, says we are trying to find a way to get this bomb cross. Z1 now finally putting the bomb down. Stuns are waiting to be thrown, and the first engagements goes to Kansei as he wins that gunfight. Rachel on the broken wall finds Chu. Kansei on the mid-map gets shot down by Bird, but for Z1 they are still remaining intact, but the good shot from Time equalizes the number. 27 seconds left, and Z1, they are just trying to come in towards the garage. They got the number, they also got the positioning. But Nanchuan spots Dolaki on the flank, and Z1 is in deep trouble. The pinch is gonna work. Nanchuan will be able to claim the 2-piece, and Bird gets the final shot, and SPG, they will win the S&D. That means we're hopping into a map number 5, ladies and gentlemen. And time check, we started at 5 p.m. It's already 6:52. An hour and 52 seconds has gone by already. And we're just on our first series. But the next game is going to be quite faster compared to this S&D as we're hopping onto a hard point. But man, you know, the thing with this Chinese squads, they try to play for a retake. And when they decide to see the bomb and where it's placed, they immediately get the mid-game adjustments. As you see, we saw Meng find the bomb, which is on the opposite side of where the bomb plan is at. So they automatically know that the angle will be at the garage. So what did they do? They sent out Nanchuan off the back, put in the pinch, and it eventually worked. The read was just superbly done by SPG at that last round. And it seems like they have dealt with those scenarios and those kind of bomb plant setups at the past, that they just read that one like a book. It was just a pretty solid take there for SPG. And now an opportunity for them to win their first series if they win this next hard point. But we're going to have to talk about the match results first, because we just saw that the 4th game end in fast. And you really have to commend Chu on this one. That guy had 16 kills by the time we hop into like the mid game. So very impressive stuff for SPG here. We can say that their offensive performance were really relied on by 4 players. Nanchuan really had a slow start, but at the end, he was the one that was able to close it out and stop from Z1 from winning that final S&D round. So now we're going to be hopping into our game I am not really sure. But as we are trying to hop into the game, let's take a look at our results. It's gonna be Z1, you know, having a any point lead. Just I don't know how's the difference with the kills. You guys can do the math for me, chat. 1.01 KD, 278 SPG. Gonna have the serious advantage here. They do have the assists as well. You all know those stuns, those nades. It is impressive stops there. Now let's take a look at the match results as well. And we all know it is not just one player from SPG that decided to step it up. Chu with 19. But you got Time with 14. He had like half of the first bloods in the game. And Mengari Nanchuan there to help them back up with those SMGs. And for Z1, you know, really love the efforts. He got 4 players with 10 plus kills. Though Lucky had 7. But at this point in time, you already lost your S&Ds, and you have to play your overtime. We're hopping into a hardpoint takeoff if I am correct. Just by looking at the performance of Z1 and Standpoint Gaming, let's take a look at their stats. Hardpoint gonna be favoring Z1 a lot, but this MVP will be brought to you by CDSI 2023. Chu will win his first MVP at 1.75 rating. If we're talking about rating, that's the efficiency rating for the squad. We're gonna be hopping into highlights. I'll see you guys right after this one. All right, we are back and we are finally on our last match of the first series, and SPG versus Z1. These two teams are at the bottom of the group A, and if they can get their shots to come true and win their game 5, that means they're gonna secure their first victory on the series. So there's a lot coming by here, and if you're Z1, you obviously have the better chance of winning and claiming the top 4 versus Blacklist International Ultimate, because you are at 3 points before the start of today's match. Blacklist is standing at 4 and they're facing Q9 later on. And if you can win your hard point here, you have a chance to go up against Blacklist International Ultimate on the final day of the Group A group stage, and that means you're gonna have to play a do or die. If you defeat Blacklist International Ultimate on that series, you advance to the top 4. But you know, Blacklist International Ultimate, they are the Garena Masters 4 champs. They are the Garena Masters 1 champs. In the Eastern Finals, they got a lot of experience to back them up. It's not going to be easy to take them down. But by looking at their performance here versus the first 3 teams, WPM Almighty and versus SPG, they have been subpar. And Yato hasn't been really playing to his potential. And they've been struggling to find who placed that 5th spot. Is it going to be Skurd or is it going to be Yobabs? And they have to fix that up here because they're going up against Q9 later on. But now we're focusing on to our last game of this series. It is going to be hardpoint takeoff, if I'm not mistaken, knowing that Arsenal is banned. We also have Summit and Hacienda completely banned by this team. So we have already played that Apocalypse and we're hopping into Takeoff. And Takeoff is one of those maps that's always guaranteed to have one player go up at least with 50 kills at the end of the game. And since we're at a race of 250, it is more than likely that we're gonna have a very close match here. P1 gonna be very scrappy. P2, P3, P4 gonna have to focus and rely on your early rotation skills, and you gotta win with your gunfights. And it also matters here that you have a gravity vortex. I mean, we saw from SPG on the first game on the Apocalypse hardpoint where they have allocated one player with that gravity vortex. And what does that implicate coming into these games? Well, obviously, when you're trying to play a map like Takeoff where you only have at least 2 entrances, if you can lock down one with the gravity vortex, you're not just only gonna buy time inside the hill, but also wait for reinforcements coming from your squad. So I believe gravity vortex has to be ensued here by the boys of Z1 in order for them to play well versus SPG, because you're gonna need the crowd control operator skills by the end of this game. So now it is all about looking at the momentum that we're gonna have here. I mean, first 2 match, it was Z1 who won the game. Now coming on to the last 2 match where we saw control rate in favor for SPG. Same thing can be said with the Slums S&D. They fully have the number and the momentum advantage coming into this map number 5. But it is gonna depend on how ready are they. Because by looking at their statistics, they are 0-4. Get it? 0-4 when it comes to playing hardpoint. They have been so subpar in this game mode, but now is the time to change it up, change the narrative, and finally win your first series here at CDSI 2023. Because after all, if you're looking at the past history, we all know Z1, they are one of the best teams in Japan right now, comprising from players from Brilliant, Alex, and Scars. But looking at a team here, we switch it up, go to the CDM side. You got Standpoint Gaming. That's the 3rd best team in the region. This team played up against Doyu Gaming on stage 1 of CDMS 5, only to lose because of what? It's because of their respawns. DYG had clearly a lot better respawns in the game. They got No, they got Rushi. And all that take is that they can lose their S&D, they can just win their respawns, and that's what happened, and that's how Standpoint Gaming got dropped on the stage 1. But you know what? This is totally a different event, and of course they have experienced the mistakes. They have experienced what they did best on those in the last major of China, and it's just all about implementing that here at this series and here at this game right now. SPG going up against Z1. We are still waiting for the game to start, and yeah, we're still gonna be buying time. Let's take a look at our comment section. Shout out to Val, shout out to Zenit, COD M, shout out to everyone that's watching here. And I know our Japanese friends are very worried about the ping section. They said that the players are playing on 100 MS versus this Chinese squads, and I understand the frustrations. But honestly, I do think that Hong Kong is the only server that appeals to be stable for Japan and China. So we just have to bear with it. I mean, Z1's really hanging in there. I really love what I'm seeing from them. But yeah, hopefully we do see this game start already. But if we don't, I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait it out. So what are we doing? What can we talk about? Okay, let's do some shout outs while we're waiting for this game to start. Shout out to Zion Game. Hey, Manti, what's up, man? Shout out to Olea as well. Olea is the coach of WPM Lokings, and they'll be playing later on versus Almighty. So I'm looking forward to what kind of maps are we playing, what S&Ds are going to be played if you guys win the gunfight, because it is going to be a rematch on the Garena Masters 4 upper bracket between Almighty WPM Lokings, is where we all know WPM Lokings won that game and managed to sneak past through Smart Omega to play at the finals versus Blacklist International Ultimate, where they lost, but it was very close. They had the opportunity to close it out. It's just that they were playing for 5 hours straight without food and non-stop playing. So it is gonna be cool. But yeah, you should talk about you going bald, bro. Oh no, I am not gonna talk about that. I do have a razor ready, but I did have a bad experience. I did went bald once before, and I cried because I look like an egg, bro. Like, I don't even look like a military. I didn't look like a tough guy. I look like an egg, bro. A Humpty Dumpty who settled on the wall. That's what I was. So you guys were calling me bald Cali in the chat, bro. I was having flashbacks, man. Vietnam. Okay, now we're gonna be hopping into a game number 5. This is to finally decide who will be taking this first series of the day. It is SPG taking on the boys of Z1 of Japan on hardpoint takeoff. Gonna be very interesting how this will pan out. But man, it has been a long day. But finally, we will be holding it on. I'm so confused. How is Shenda? I was expecting takeoff. No way. did they change the ban or I was just tripping? But we're up into a Shanda hardpoint. Doesn't matter if you have the gravity vortex here. What matters is you have the gunfights and your early rotations. SPG has seen such great strides from Mengrui today, and I hope he keeps it up as he's one of the best players of SPG during their China Master season run, especially on the stage 1. So now, to finally decide who will be able to take this first series, we have to go to a Shanda hardpoint. Game number 5. Winner takes the series. SPG versus Z1. Dropping into the first hardpoint. We're gonna be seeing SPG having the bad spawns as Z1 starts off on the garage side. They're gonna win their first 2 engagements, and they're gonna be hopping into the hill as well to claim time. Very important stuff here for Z1 to maintain that garage spawn. But they do so. Flip the spawns here as SPG now, Mengrui will be having the manor spawn. And SPG now trying to push in, get inside a hard point. Get the spore positions locked down as well. With Bird having the oversight at the second floor to get those shots ongoing. 28 seconds, still plenty of time. And Z1 just focusing on playing this putting pressure off of these fountain spawns. And they've been doing so well, claiming all this time, winning their gunfights inside of the hill. But as soon as you get those players from SPG to get the second hardpoint control, it is easy for them to shoot these players down. But Z1 refusing to not give this hardpoint. And you know what, Z1? B1 is the hardest hardpoint to claim time at, and Z1 just made it look so easy. 35-9 before we move into the second hardpoint. We'll be on the late rotations, and Mane finds the first engagements. There's only one player inside of the hill for SPG. If Mane can get his timing right, should be able to help his team get the pinch here to happen. 51 seconds, still plenty of time here. Z1 with the wall banks, though lucky with the Alki 24 has to be forced to a reload, but he's been putting so much pressure, but it hasn't really translated into a push being made inside. But finally, we see Rachel come in alongside the garage, get those shots to come true, and they will be able to flood inside the hill, get those gunfights enabled. Dolaki now on a prime position here at P2, and they are claiming time. 31-44 as we reach the final 20 seconds of this hard point. And we are still seeing SPG put their resources inside of the hill. Same thing can be said with Z1. They are just putting all the numbers. And Kamse will be able to pick up 3 kills and a scrap time as well. Should be 33 seconds to his bag as we move into the gardens. And on to fences we go. This is where we see the early operator skills get used. The claw, gonna be a big one here. Sparrow is one of this operator skills that you can use here. That 9 magazine gonna be big to shut down the players on. Will be holding on one of those lanes. But Z1 trying to clear out the surroundings. They clear out the shed. Gonna push up on the fences, and Mane finds the double. They got Rachel as well, being the backup reinforcements coming on from the second floor. And they're bringing in the big daddy of all, the War Machine. Gonna find 2 players before they get shut down. So Z1 still, despite the early rotation, has found their way inside the hill. And SPG, those early rotations paying off big time. Now they're going to use their operator skills to try to buy themselves some time inside the hill. 64-56 is going to be the score of the game in the map. And we're seeing very interesting gun choices here. I mean, most likely you can say that the Hawker is one of the best LMGs in the game, but we're just seeing that UL736 get invested in the matchup and has been paying off for SPG as they open up P4 with the lead. 72-58. Once again, a 50-50 battle on the rotation. But Bird gonna be there early. They should be having the player with the Purifier invested here, and they have 2 lining these players up. They're gonna be burning those players holding off their early positions here at P4. They're gonna be claiming the early hold. They're going to send out Mengrui to force them out. Get that mid-map control. The only way Z1 can take this is on a pinch play. On the bottom side of the map where they have everything in control. SPG has been chaining that P3 to P4 very well so far. And has managed to win their gunfights at the start of this rotations. Has paid them big time as they are up by 50 points. Time has been playing so well with his UL, man. And he has been giving Z1 a headache. And with this 8 seconds left, you are Z1. You gotta have to put your resources in to RP1 as we go to a reset. And this is where they got most of their time. This is where they got their they got their money hill. And SPG just continued to let them go because they were able to set up the war speed too. But now we got this Predator invested. That's gonna be giving SPG that info on where these players might be. Kansei trying to will this team back into the game. They have managed to read the spawns very well, but it is not really enough since they don't have any players stacking inside of the point. But now that they do so, gotta win their gunfights. And Senmani wins a big one. Stop the push coming from the second floor. But SPG, they just kept coming here at the hard point. They just kept going and continuing up the pressure. Not to mention, they do have the spawn coming into the next hard point. SPG has managed to win their gunfights, win their rotation, and find so many value on their operators. As this Gravity Vortex get invested, it will find 2 kills before it is done and dealt with. 70-point lead coming into the game here at P2. SPG once again on another early rotation. They have set themselves up for success as Chu finds 2 players on the God Rock. Z1 still trying to find a break inside of the hill. Not one there to shut them down. SPG has lined him up and showed that the dominance is real. Z1 finally able to break the hill. But do they have the gunfight opportunities to continue it up? Because SPG has been so consistent when it comes to breaking hills. Doesn't even matter if they'll go in for those early rotations, knowing that they've been confident that they can win their gunfights and play their positions right. And finally, some signs of light here for Z1. Should they get this final 20 seconds, we're looking at a 30-point lead that SPG will have coming on to P3 rotation. Are we gonna have one of those comeback seasons for Z1, or will it just continue to fumble? Right now, they have chained the P1 to P2 well. Just need to learn how to break the coming P3, because as we look at the first set of rotation, this is where SPG was able to claim most of their time. So Z1 has to invest those operator skills properly and needs to win these power positions in order for them to line up and win those gunfights. That will not be the story here, as SPG plays the positioning perfectly. Bringing out the annihilator, Mengri finds the triple, but now we are seeing the Predator from Racial get invested. That's gonna be 2 players down inside of the point. Chu will be shot down. Z1 is coming in only 1 lane, and that will not be an easy area to break into. At least you need to find yourself pushing into 2 angles, and SPG has built up so much lead. Nanchuan just winning this coming gunfights. That means more time for SPG here at this P3. Z1 can do something about it. They just keep dropping their gunfights, and that continuously builds the opportunity for SMG to get those score streaks as well. And now, hopping on to P4, another late rotation from Z1. They have not managed to win any early rotation at all. It's either they're gonna come off late, lose their gunfights, or break the hill. Right now, that needs to change here. They have 2 operator skills available, but Chu finds the perfect read. Sees 1, sees 2, forcing Z1 to spawn on the right side of the map here once again. Tactical utility is going to be made, and despite the tactical usage, SPG still wins their gunfight. Couple of contests coming through now for Cast12. Big operator investment, but despite of that, they just can't go inside the hill and contest and claim some time. SPG has always been aggressive, putting their players inside of the hill, and they have chained that P3 to P4. Z1 dropping their gunfights here time and time again. Just being the guy owning Z1 here for the past 2 rotation. SPG has showed their dominance is key on this victory. Just needs 25 points to win this game, and we're hopping on to our 3rd setup rotation. Z1 gonna be extremely dehydrated coming into this one, as they've been having no momentum here at all, SPG decides to use their investment here. Claw gonna be in. Antoine finds the double. Once again, forcing Z1 to spawn out of the map. This is just it. This is it. Unless we see a miracle from Z1. A little bit of contest coming through here. They're trying to put on some time. One thing that they gotta do here is win your gunfight. Make sure that there's one player holding up the next hard point. That's what they have right now with number 3 in Cast 12, but they gotta supply the hill here continuously for them to get the win. And claim some time. Another operator investment here by Time. Gravity Vortex will not see any will not see any word at all, as they will not find any kill off of that. This last 10 seconds gonna be claimed by Z1. But once again, as soon as we move into P2 to P3, it is going to be about this early rotation. And SPG is gonna be here by the time the hard point opens up. Z1 has to come up big, or else it will be the end of the game. Shu just burns them up like a barbecue. Burn with the Krieg 6, lines them up, finds the double, and that's one there with the Fennec. Megarui comes up with the final blow. It is a 250 to 156, a comeback made by SPG versus the squad from Japan in Z1. It's gonna be a big one for them, but this loss from Z1, this loss from SPG just doesn't help them at all, as they're down there at the very bottom with 0-4 on the series. That means they are not going to be able to qualify anymore at the playoffs. And that leaves it to just only 5 teams left fighting for that number 4 spot. So plenty of things to happen still here. And now to eliminate one elimination, SPG just needs to win one more. They do have that opportunity versus AMT on June 10th. So it's gonna be very hard for them, knowing that AMT is a very good respawn team. I do hope that, you know, Z1 actually, I did hope that Z1 actually win this game, because SPG, they could have won this game. You know, they were up by 2-0 on the first 2 maps, then they just dropped the next 3, which is kind of unfortunate. You were already given a chance, but yet you blew it. So frustration should be something that Z1 is actually encountering here and now, and it's okay, you know. They're coming here at CDSI 2023 not just to win the game, but it's also to gain experience. Coming here, playing versus these top tier teams, not just from China, but also from Garena. You're gonna learn how to play. And well, that's it. SPG wins this series. They had to play the long route. They could have ended here. They could have ended it at map number 4 if not for their DQ loss versus Z1 on that map number 1, where they had to use a legendary grenade to give Z1 the chance to absolutely win it. But now we're hopping into our results. Looking at the stats, it is different. 151 to 126 on the kill department. This are gonna be quite there, you know, hanging in there, but still favor for SPG. 1.20 to 183 KD. Shout out to YOY. So Z1 is called Z1. Okay, I love the name. And hopefully this will not be the last time that we will see Z1 on a competition. I really love the way that they showed up here. But the numbers and the player to really look out for this victory for SPG is going to be Megarui with 37 kills, 27 deaths, and 1.37 rating. And you know, I called him out early. I said the only way for SPG to win this match is to have him play perfectly all throughout this 5-game set, and he has successfully done that. And more of us later on. So take a look at the highlights. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. That will conclude our first game of the day. And yes, it's just the first game of the day. Time check, it is already 7:15. We started at 5 p.m. That game was 2 hours, and we're looking for more than that. I'm expecting all game 5s today, knowing that Q9 and Blacklist will be right up next. And right after that matchup will be Almighty and WPM. The games will just continually gonna get better over time. And I'm here for the show, man. I am loving it. You know, I am saving my energy. I know I'm kind of tired, but I'm saving up my energy. And yeah, this is going to be very interesting because we're not just playing for a spot here on this coming game that we're going to have. We are playing for pride here as well. We're playing for history. Because as far as we all know, Blacklist and Q9, the last time they met was, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if my history isn't correct, I think they met in CDFI, and I think it was Q9 who defeated Blacklist International Ultimate to play at the Grand Finals versus Wolves. And Blacklist, they lost that battle for third, and so had to be placed fourth. If I'm not mistaken, if only I had a callcaster with me, it could have been a lot better. But more of us later on as we come back. It is the start of something better than what we have right now. It's Q9 versus Blacklist International Ultimate. We'll be right back.
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！说一下白房也是 no no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here.
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Trade up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, so they better watch out.
Their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengerikan.
The Immorse will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Tactical Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The Tito Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat memulihkan.
The Immorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在绿苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Tactical Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
The Tito Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat memulihkan.
The Immorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓太
双杀
了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Straight up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengeluarkan.
The Immorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火箭还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓太
双杀
了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀。
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
พอมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Straight up Valencia once more here towards the bomb side. A-bombs, they better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengeluarkan.
The Immorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火箭还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CDSI 2023. It's your boy Cali at the desk, and we've already seen how well stable SPG was versus Z1, coming on from the behind and of course winning a best of 5, reverse sweeping our boys Z1 on the first match of the series. And once again, we're going to be hopping into another game. It's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate versus Q9. It's the matchup, it's the rematch we've all been waiting for. And we started all off here at Kill House. We're playing with the DRH, a gun that has slow fire rate, but the damage it outputs going to be one of the best things it can offer. You got Yado, who has been struggling throughout the respawns for the first 3 games we've had so far. And he's going up against Sinan, a former player from Fun Plus Phoenix that was recently acquired by Q9 and has been a solid addition thus far when it comes to playing respawns. And the clock will expire, Q9 will win, mainly due to the fact that Sinan has a bit more health compared to Yato. So now that it's 1-0, again, it's first to three rounds, so Q9 has to win 2 more if they want to continue with the sweep. But Blacklist, they are sending in Rage, one of their best players in S&D. His name is the Iceman, is known to clutch it up in those big moments, and is one of the additions from Blacklist International Ultimate during the Garena Masters 4 run. They have swapped in and replaced him with Rage, and he's been one of the best moves so far in the Garena Masters 4 run, and that's what has helped Blacklist win the finals. And here we have it, the 1v1 versus Yato and Uling. You know, you never count out Uling. This guy is insane. He's trying to find out where Yato is located at the moment. The DRH Blood Rose is going to be one big thing, and he still wins the gunfight, even if he is at the disadvantage. Now it's 2-0. Q9 Club just needs 1 more to win this series at this 2v2 gunfight. And what they're fighting for here is not just the series. You're fighting for the map. You're also fighting for the side pick. In Q9 Club, they are notoriously known for the S&D slums. And if you don't see that get banned here by Blacklist International Ultimate, things will spiral out of control. But this gunfight's still ongoing. Blacklist still has the potential to clutch it up, win this back-to-back, get their attacks ongoing. But look at the chopper rolls of the game. It's just a scary overall skin. I mean, you have a foot on your gun. How is that even possible? Oh my god, Rage is just lighting him up! He wins the 1v1, and that's why he's called the Iceman. He knows how to clutch it up. Always ready for those next engagements. There you have it. 1-2. Blacklist International Ultimate, they have been playing quite staggered here at the group stage thus far. Only has a 1 win on the series. That's 1 win versus SPG, and they have lost up against Almighty and WPM. And what's more surprising is that they got swept by WPM on their last group stage match. 3-0. Disgustingly uncharacteristic for Blacklist International Ultimate to average something like that, you know. This is a team that steamrolled the competition in Garena Masters 4, and for them to be playing like that, it is not a good sight to see. But now, we can also talk about the performance of Q9 Club so far in the series. They have managed to beat Almighty, which is arguably one of the best teams so far for Garena here at the CDSI 2023 in 4 maps. Only dropping the Hacienda Hardpoint earlier on the first day. But apart from that, they have been consistent in winning their gunfights and their map picks. And one of the more common facts here for this squad, honestly, is their new addition. You know, they had Sun as their new roster pick. So that really means that they're up here with a new setup lineup, and they have been looking so solid. I mean, just taking a look at their lineup, they have Uling, HS Lin, C-Nan. They also got D-Chen on the lineup, but B and Sun, these 2 players, have been the wonder for Q9 as they lead the pack coming into this day with 9 points on the leaderboard. So right now, if you are a Z1 fan, you would love to have Q9 Club 3-0 Blacklist International Ultimate on this series. Why? For you to have a chance to play tiebreaker versus Blacklist on day 5 of Group A group stage. And potentially this could be something that can be initiated by Q9. They have the potential to do so. They have managed to defeat AMT. They have managed to defeat Z1 and as well as SPG. And well, now on this 1v2, do we have Blacklist International Ultimate coming right back with the victory? That's the very same question that we have to ask here. As Uling has the J358 Pistol Monster. It's got 4 kills here. He's trying to clutch up a 1v2. This is for the map. Right now he spots Rage. Has to spot Yato, but Rage there to shut him down with the MSMC. So Blacklist International Ultimate, they will be able to pick the first map and will be taking the map pick as well. So that's a very great start now for Blacklist International Ultimate. But now we're going to have to talk about the map bans. For Blacklist International Ultimate, they haven't been looking solid in terms of playing the Apocalypse and the Hacienda. So that could be a potential ban. Same thing for Q9. Hacienda could be banned and Takeoff could be banned here by the squad when it comes to playing this HP. Now, when we go to the Search and Destroy, is where things get a little bit messy because for Blacklist International Ultimate, they've been looking so solid when it comes to playing that Express S&D. But when they went up against WPM Low Kings, they got absolutely destroyed on their last Express matchup. So that could be a map where they will ban because knowing that Q9 has played this map, they have practiced this map so long during the China Masters Season 5. So they got more experience coming into this match. So it is logical that Blacklist will have to ban that map on that S&D. But if you're a Q9 club, you are hoping that they do not ban your Slams S&D because that's going to be one thing that you can slay these players for when you play that map number 4 later on. But in terms of having that map bans as well, Q9 club could potentially ban Tunisia. They do not want Tunisia, but they will... Yeah, okay, it's the opposite around. So Q9 will be banning Firing Range. Hardpoint will be Takeoff. So SND's Tunisia and now Hardpoint Apocalypse will be banned here as well. So now that's out. Hardpoint number 1 could be Hacienda. This is one of the better picks for Blacklist International Ultimate in Garena Masters 4, where they have Jaban usually rocking at SKS. But with the SKS ban on the recent update and on the rulebook, they would have to rely on his AR presence to win these gunfights versus Q9 Club. Well, that will have to be confirmed later on since this will be Blacklist International Ultimate that will be picking the map. Since Takeoff is banned, Apocalypse is banned as well. That means it's either we're seeing a Hacienda hardpoint right off the start or we'll be seeing a curveball be thrown here by Blacklist International Ultimate. But I am trying to predict the same since we're at the predicting stage as well. I think Q9 would love to play... I am not sure, but this S&D map, it has to be... What map could we play when it comes to playing this S&D? I forgot that this is S&D hardpoint control. I was thinking that this is a World Championship format where we play hardpoint first. I am so sorry for that, but we're going to be prepared and we're going to be waiting for whatever map 1 will be, whatever map we're going to be dragged here at this map number 1. So let me just take a look at our map ban senior once again for the second time because I forgot to take a screenshot. And I must say, you know, solo casting is really hard, but a great shout out to everyone that's watching here right now. Guys, I would love to know what will be your prediction in this match. Is it a 3-0, a 3-1, or a 3-2? Are we seeing it at game number 5? Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible that Q9 will 3-0 Blacklist? I think it's possible, knowing that WPM was able to clutch this play team up during the last match. But I do think that after that beatdown, Blacklist would find themselves with another type of strategy here. But if we're gonna take a look at the reason why Blacklist has been struggling so far, again, I will tell you, only 1 win in the series at the group stage, 2 losses coming from AMT and WPM. It's because of the rotations of the players. We see Blacklist International Ultimate and Garena Masters 4 having different lineups in every game mode. You got AG playing that hardpoint, you got Scared playing that S&D, then you have Yobabs playing that control as well. But here this time on this new rule set, Blacklist International Ultimate has to play with only 5 players from game number 1 until the very end of the series. So finding that 5th player was really hard for them. They tried to experiment with Yobabs at the first game of the CDSI 22 tournament. He was very efficient, but up against Almighty, he looks so deficient. And well, they added to they wanted to spice things up. They tried to replace Yobabs and added and scared to the main 5. And I felt like it wasn't great knowing that this is an S&D oriented game where obviously Scared is not one of the better players in S&D. That's why he's always playing those 3 spawns for Blacklist International Ultimate when it comes to playing at the past major events. They always have Yobabs added in there at the lineup because it's one of the more comprehensive players for Blacklist International Ultimate when it comes to playing the sniper or the SMG. So it is kind of a mixer as well. We haven't really seen the main 5 so far of the lineup for these players, but obviously speaking, Q9 Club will be at the advantage here. They have been able to defeat Almighty, SPG, and Z1, and this is the start of their tougher series. You're going up against Blacklist International today, and on day 10 or on day 9, they will be going up against WPM Loking. So that will determine who will be playing for that number 1 spot. But for the meantime, if you are a Z1 fan, you would need to have Q9 to 3-0 Blacklist International Ultimate for Z1 to have a chance to play tiebreaker on to day number 4, which is going to be insane, knowing that Blacklist, which is like a team that just steamrolled their competition in Garena Masters 4, has found itself in trouble here at the CDSI 2023, and that's why we have this kind of events happening all throughout the Garena Call of Duty scene. It's because we need to find out what's missing for these squads, and good thing we found it early for Blacklist International Ultimate. They have to find out the 5th player. They need to find a solid 5th player. It either has to be Yobabs or Scared, or we need to see more from Yato, because if we can talk about Yato right now, he has been playing subpar, has not been playing to his potential. And I think that's one of the factors as well, and the reason why Blacklist hasn't been playing so well. And it will really matter a lot here, knowing that they're going up against another top tier team. And if we're talking about Q9 now, let's talk about their positioning. They're currently number 1, 3-0, 9 map wins, 1 map lose, only losing Hacienda Hardpoint versus Almighty on the first day. They've been looking so solid with their lineup, with San added to the player pool. They've been solid in the S&D. Their range are slightly an upgrade to what they had before when D-Chen and Island was playing in their lineup. But now that it's all changed, they got Sinan there as a main 5 in the roster. They got the recent trade. They traded up Dam for MTG Sun, who is one of the better players, better snipers in this China Masters Season 5. Now that he's in the lineup, they've been looking so solid in those S&Ds. And when you have a player that can out-frag Uling on those S&Ds, you really know that it's a big move. So Sun and Uling on these S&Ds are going to be the trio, or are going to be the duo that will be playing big for Q9 when it comes to playing versus Blacklist International Ultimate later on. But now, since we talk about Sun, we talk about this roster changes, let's talk about how will we see Blacklist pair up against Q9. Well, if we're talking about the past experiences here, you're talking about Blacklist International Ultimate, who haven't really seen themselves win a lot of solid hard points, a lot of solid S&Ds. It's all because of WPM and Almighty being much prepared when it comes to playing those game modes. But now we're hopping into Meltdown, and this is a map pick by Blacklist International, ROG, my bad. So first round, we're going to be seeing Blacklist on the attack side. Q9 will be on the defense. Player to watch out here will be Sun and Uling. Dual sniper setup will be initiated here by Q9. As you can see for Blacklist, they will be maintaining Scared in the lineup. They will not have Yobabs playing in the entire series versus Q9. They're looking to test this one out before they went on and take on Z1 on day 4. I meant day 5 of the Group A group stage. So we open it up, bomb yet to be planted. Blacklist International Ultimate gonna put that bomb down. You can see Q9, they're just backing their way up, waiting for that plant to happen, and now they're continuing the pounce. Sinan gets the first blood, Rage gets the trade. Lin, one of the better SMGs, officially out. And Rage is on a good position, but a head glitch advantage there. Being held by one of the players from Q9. Sinan making the move. He has Found triple on the current round. Spin continued to line it up. Uling confirms the shot against Scared, and time is running out. It's all down to Jabin, who's got that sniper initiated. Is trying to buy himself and the team some time before they get the push here. He's hopping up the boilers. Bomb yet to be defused. Will there be enough time for Uling to get the shot? Yes, he does, and he does get the defuse as well. Q9 wins the first 5-on-5 retake here at this meltdown. Gonna be very important that they keep those plays consistent. You have Sinan slithering his way from the boilers and through the generators, and Uling there to help the team backed up on the long-range engagements. Now they're trying to spice thing up here. This time sending 2 players at the A side. 2 players coming in for the mid-map. Only 1 player in Sinan holding off this B side. Once again, he does get the first blood. It's been a major reason why Blacklist has been finding some trouble here in the first 2 rounds. Sun now there for the backup. I mean, Sun can rival Lian when in terms of the sniper kills. I believe he had a 14.95 kills per game in S&D during the CDM Season 5. So he was slightly better than Nian in terms of getting those kills, and he set the record for most kills in an S&D game with 43 kills. So San is definitely that player. He is him. Now Lin this time coming in with the pounds, holding himself as he tried to push on towards the mid stairs. San there with the backup, and you are looking at the prime Q9 retake. It's always the player holding that middle of the map and getting those first bloods. That's been the keys to victory for Q9. You have Sinan holding the first bloods on the first 2 rounds. Blacklist hasn't really even found these strides yet. They have 2 players with 0 kills. Yato and Jabin has to get themselves ongoing. Opening up round number 3. Same exact plant, same exact setup coming from Blacklist. They're going for the plant. Whereas Q9 to play for that retake. First engagements will be won by Blacklist this time. That's going to be a different narrative as AG finds that double. Sinan will try to go for the reinforcements. Gonna try to push out, gets that kill. Gonna trade out his 2 teammates that went down. On AG's hand, it's a 4v3 retake. Numbers are still in favor of Blacklist International Ultimate. 20 seconds left. The first push should be here at the back. And B finds 1. The flank is initiated. That should turn some heads. Uling should have a couple of picks to come true, but the clock is ticking. Blacklist International Ultimate now able to close this one out by melting the clock. And I love the positioning that Jabin is actually in. He is there at the back watching for the flank, not really exposing himself. So even if they do push this side for the 4th time here at this round number 4, the flank will never read where he is at. And Jabin, he may not have a lot of kills at the moment, but he's been holding an important angle for their first offensive side take to work. Now this time it's still going to be the same. They're just going to steamroll, planting that bomb at this B side. And Rage, he probably is the top frag right now after all these plans, I tell you. He's gonna have those ratings going up after that. This time they're gonna hold down, do the exact same setup once again, have AG deal the first blood. They drop down Juby. Now it's a 4v5. Numbers are still in favor of Blacklist, so the difference between the first 2 rounds and the last 2 rounds have been night and day. But Q9 once again trying to come up with the victory. Skirt does have the flank initiated. They could go for the pinch, but they're going in for the frontal assault. Scared finds that double. That's it. That's what you want. You can drop your 2 rounds, but you can go for mid-game adjustments. And that's what Blacklist tried to do. They had to match the pacing of Q9 in those first 2 rounds, but once they got the read, they finally had the chance to pounce. They're still going through it, you know, after being abused for like the last 4 rounds. Q9 has decided to finally catch up. Stun that's gonna come true. Q9 should have the rotation ready. And Sinan hasn't been able to be consistent in terms of the attacks, but finally gets another first blood. Follows up with Sun, holding that angle at the sniper's nest. Drops Yato down, making this another continuation of his kill spree. It's already a 4v2, all down to AG and Scared. AG finds a good read on the bit of the map. That should turn some heads once again. Scared should be able to find some picks. AG doing the dirty work on the bit of the map, but will be shot down. Scared, last man standing. He doesn't have the bomb. It's going to be dropped all the way to the other side. It's going to be hard to find a way to cross this one out. Gotta find one before you go for the push. Finds one onto B. Gets the second. But Sun denies with the Fennec, so that's where the discrepancies are when it comes to playing the Fennec and the Switchblade. Switchblade, yes, it can deal you constant damage from close to mid-range, but that Fennec, man, on the close range, definitely does pack a jam. And now, Q9 will still maintain that lead. They still have this defense intact once again. Doing the same exact setup here. Holding off the middle of the map. Have two players rotating at the A side just in case there will be a push being made by Blacklist there. But honestly, for this last 6th round, it has all been B side. And another play for retake, another 5-on-5. Blacklist is really challenging Q9 on this retakes. Trying to expose what could be the possible weakness when they play this meltdown game. As you can see here, this time a different set of attacks that comes through from Q9. They're going in at the front. No pinch being made. They're only coming from one angle. And Blacklist are ready for the attacks and the engagements. They find the first blood. Pina comes in with the push. He finds a kill on Scared. And Uling on the long range finds that double. And there's a 1v1 with 7 seconds left. He clutches it up, but the time runs out. Great efforts there for Q9. But the strategies for Blacklist definitely compensating over the gunfight, firepower on the 6 rounds of action that we've had. Blacklist always settling for the early plant. Q9 has to play for a retake. It had to take some time for them to go back into it. And by the time they went in for the push, it's already done. Clock run out and Blacklist getting themselves on going. And I like this. You know, it may be one-sided, but again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You're winning your rounds here, and now you have Yato getting the first blood onto Sinan. It's only got 3 in this map, but should be guaranteed for more as we come in succeeding to this game. So now Q9 has to play for retake. 2 players coming along the back of the office, so this is definitely going to take some time here once again. First engagement should go from HS Lin, who's at the middle of the map. Other rotations from Blacklist. It's all about holding back, play passive, wait for Q9 to go for the push. Then it's going to be big here, but Q9 and AG on the flank finds one. Smokes come true. AG though, still clearly a lot better finding the reads on the middle. It's always the guy initiating the pinch, going for the flank, and always getting Q9 those head scratches from where this guy come from. It's been a slippery snake all throughout this first half. He's got 9 to his name, all mostly coming in from unexpected flanks. But I need more from him than that. As we open up this round number 8, it's the last round before we switch the sides. Blacklist International, ROG, has managed to take the lead up against Q9. And they've done it in a way where we have to play for the flank. And Scared gets the first blood. Now we are going to see some engagements. Uling with the collateral. Has to back away as he gets stunned. Info still there. Number 1 in Sinan. Deep behind enemy lines. If he can get the flank, this would be more than enough for him. Absolutely play it here. But AG once again, he has been the king of the mid-map. Gets the 10 kill for the day. Sinan on an off angle. Javin has to win this gunfight. He does still win it. Now a 2v2 bomb yet to be down. Sun on the flank with the pistol. Javin gets shot down. All down to AG. This guy has been very sneaky. Q9 has no info on where he's at. Tries to pick, but Sun with the pistol. Nasty 2-shot there with the 50 Gs. That could be a tie game. As we hop into round number 9. We're going to switch the sides here this time. Blacklist International Ultimate did not do bad, did not do well either. They did decent. on that attack side. And I think that's evenly compensated knowing that defense here is actually favored a lot. This meltdown map. Now Q9. Let's see how are they gonna take it. They're gonna go the opposite side. They're gonna push towards A. I mean, this is kind of risky for them, but if you have Sun using that Fennec instead of that sniper, that should be evenly compensated. Hasn't yet to put that bomb down. Yet another decides to go for the push, but the Switchblade has to back away. Now they have equal it up, but Sinan this time playing the role of AG on the attack side, being that slippery player that goes around the middle of the map to secure those dirty kills, those behind the back shots. Blacklist trying to slow it down. Q9 has been incredibly efficient and has been passive all throughout this post plant, waiting for the picks to come through. Uling with 9. And I did touch up on a player in Sun who's one of the better acquisition from Q9. He's led CDMS 5 in total kills per game from stage 1 until the championship. He did not play that MTG. He did not play for the championship, but that stage 1, stage 2, where he led the entire pack of China in terms of kills per game, even doing better than Wolves, Niad, should be more than enough for him to be acquired. And remember, Q9 had to trade one of their better players in DAMP to get him here at the lineup. So they had to compensate for, for that close range for longer range. And Sun, you can clearly see him out-fragging Uling right now in terms of frags. So definitely better performance coming from Q9, knowing that they had to go from a play-in round team into a group stage, and now they've been one of the better teams in Group A. They are absolutely at the top. They have defeated Almighty. They have won up against SPG as well as Z1. Now, this is the start of their tougher matchup where they have to go up against Blacklist, and they are holding their own when it comes to playing these SNDs. First spots are going to be exchanged. Jabin gonna be this player that will shut down Sun, so one of the key players out now for Q9. But they're still gonna go and opt in for a plan to the B side. Blacklist does not have the range. They don't have the scope to look out near the sniper nest, but they're gonna try to close it out. They are sending out Rage, push towards the middle of the map, getting an oversight at that bomb site. Let's find the kill. Trades come through, and Blacklist wins those trades. Scared now, swings out, gets a kill off the scene and finds the double. There's one more player to deal with. Uling shot scared down, no way! Get to get the second here, but Yado pounces, flies forward, get that shot, but Uling, what was that angle? That will be it, 5-5. They have been trading back and forth. No team has ever gotten a 2-round lead, apart from the first 2 rounds that was won by Q9. There's all been back and forth. We've talked about Scared really having a rough time versus WPM Low Kings, while here this time has been finding himself on the groove. Scared is one of those players that can rotate from SMGs to ARs, and right now is using the SMGs to tear these players apart. He's got 11 along with AG with 12. Leading the pack of Blacklist International Ultimate as the front man. Q9 is trying to slow it down, hasn't even decided to push the bombs just yet. No nades are gonna connect. No kills are gonna be made whatsoever as we open up this round number 11. We're definitely closing in. And we're past the early game, we're past the mid game, we're at the late game where every run will count. And the moment that we get a 2-round lead here is where things could kind of fall apart, as the momentum can just shift in over easily here at a map like Meltdown. First plug gonna come through now for B. Yado completely eliminated. He's got 6 kills so far. Bomb gets planted here at the A site. You got 4 players from Blacklist that needs to find 1 pick before they even go for a retake here at the A site. The first player has to be dealt with here. It has to be Sinan, who's holding off the back. He's got 10 kills, waiting for the moment. 1 player pops up, Rage gets eliminated. Uling drops Scared on the middle. AG now finding himself a good kill. They have to continuously push. Cannot afford to waste time. They gotta go in and attack 17 seconds is left. Blacklist now having a rough time searching for these last two players, but Sun now pops out, drops one. Pistol is lined up. Holding should be there to clean it. And that's going to be Q9 winning another offensive side. It's been a back-to-back, 50-50 on this round. Blacklist wins round number 1. Q9 wins the second. Blacklist loses the third round. Q9 loses the fourth one. It has been a back and forth here. But an opportunity for Q9 to go up by 2 and finally get rid of Blacklist here at this map. 6-5. The target score is 9, but once Q9 gets that 7th round, that should be an easier time for them. Now we're hopping through 6-5. Sun, once again, has been playing quietly. The same thing can be said for Blacklist International. You know, you got Rage, one of the better S&D players. Not really having a good time here at the map at all. But he's got a good position here at the boxes. Q9 just playing like a crew, like a pack. Rage finds one, but did not swing, but did not have to. I don't know, man. He just swings out prematurely. Could have potentially gotten another kill there. But a kill is a kill. He does find that info that there's gonna be 4 players around this generator. So now it's a matter of finding the flank, getting those utilities to work. Right now for Yato, he does not have any tactical or lethal to use to try to break open the positioning that Q9 has here at this B side. Now they're trying to push up. They will be the front man. He finds the first one. CNN should be there for the trade. He finds the double and scared, searching. Gets one done to Sinan. He's caught in a pinch. Will not win that gunfight to force a 1v1. And we now finally see another 2-round lead after the first 2 rounds of this S&D. I don't know, just by looking at that push made there by from Q9, they did not really have to come and extend outwards. They were just playing slow, hold down that fort, and Blacklist just kind of baited out, forced into those top positions. Now we're hopping into this round number 13. Jaben finds the first blood, but Sun quickly trades it. But the thing here with Blacklist, they are trying to find a way to stop that A push to happen, while also sending Rage to guard at B side. Nades are gonna come through B, trying to cook up the nade. It's the perfect medium rare. Hell no, it's not even a perfect medium rare. It's super rare. But I eat it raw, bro. But I like this play from Rage. Using a different set of angle here this time. Should not be spotted by the players of Q9. Oh, never mind. B. Just playing great at this hide and seek. Been able to seek Rage for like the past 2 rounds. Another bomb plant coming through here. Blacklist International ROG. Looking to find a way to push, but HS Lin holding off the fort. Now it's all down to Sun. Trying to hold with the sniper and an SMG. Scared. Last man standing gonna get stunned. Q9 now allowing the push to happen. Waiting for Scared to overextend, and HS Lin there to punish him up. And after a solid back-to-back round to the first 10 rounds, Q9 has managed to pull away and take the match point for the Blacklist International ROG. If we're talking about the first bloods, it has been Q9 has wonderfully done the first blood graveyard. They have successfully sent Yato and Rage early. That's another one coming through for Q9, which is an early 4v4. First bloods are going to be traded. Q9 hasn't really found a way to determine which bomb site are they going to push from, but Sun, a good pick from Rage on the middle of the map that cuts it down to a 3v4. Q9 still on the lead. Look at Sun, man. Sun, I tell you, he's been one of the best. He's one of the best S&D players that the China teams has to offer, aside from Nian and Anzai. Got 16 right now with the scope. And for Blacklist International Ultimate, S&D has been one of their main thing. But they're looking so lost after dealing with not only the long range from Sun and Uling, but the constant pressure that they had from Sinan with the frontal assault. Now this time Jaben holding off, playing it slow, 16 seconds left now, has to come up with a push, but Lin still managed to win the gunfight, and Q9 now trying to close this one up. 7 seconds left, it's a 1v2. Q9 will win the first bout here at this best of 5, and that will be at 9-5. First, very close first 10 rounds, but Q9 will be able to win here at this S&D. Not to mention, this is a map pick made by Blacklist International Ultimate. They thought that this was the better maps to absolutely take down the better S&D team here for the China squads in Q9 Club. But anyway, that's gonna be it on the first map. Now we're hopping into the second hard point, or the first hard point, where it's gonna be a map pick by Q9. So an opportunity for them to hold on and take a 2-0 lead on this best of 5 series. But before all that, we're gonna be hopping into the match results in about a minute now. And let's talk about the player performances. We definitely expected Uling to be there, to be the top performer, as well as Sinan, who's been one of the better acquisitions of Q9 from that stage 5 of season 5 of China Masters. So having these two actually go well together, you have that long range, you have that close range engagements, and add in the fact that you have another dual sniper setup, and another sniper in the setup. You have Sun, who has been consistent with his sniper from the start of China Masters, and up until now, he's still out-fragging Uling when it comes to playing this S&D. So it's been doing this team a lot of good time. You know, they had to trade Dam, but with this acquisition, they have more range, they have more consistent attacks to come through and pressure lanes in maps like S&D, where a map like Meltdown, you really have to work for those long range, get those first picks to do. So very impressive stops coming through for Q9. Now we're gonna be waiting for the stats to come true. And well, for Blacklist International Ultimate, yes, Scared has been playing well. We also had, I believe it was, and let's take a look at the maps. I forgot who was the second player that scored 10 plus, because I think it was AG. Yeah, AG and Scared was playing hell of a game for Blacklist International Ultimate, but Yato, man, hasn't been able to pull it through. Ever since the win versus SPG, he has been subpar in terms of playing for kills. Remember, he is one of the players that you really need to look an eye out for Blacklist International Ultimate, but here he has 6-10. And in the fact that Rage has 4-14 and a .29 KD. I believe that's the worst KD we've had so far in these S&Ds. Has to turn it around at the succeeding maps, but man, take a look at the right side of the map. Take a look at the right side on your screen. Uling with 13-7 with a 1.86. Sinan with 14-10 with 1.4, and your MVP for this S&D can be Son with 17 kills. And I'm gonna say it's a hot take. I'm gonna throw a hot take for you, but Sun can rival Feng Nian in terms of playing the sniper. He's one of the best snipers in China Masters right now, and with Q9 having him here, they are a classified top 3 pick for me in terms of playing the knockout stage. I don't care if DYG, and I don't care if Wolves is here to play for China, but Q9, with this roster shakeup that they had before CDSI 2023, it is more than enough for me to consider them as a top 3 pick. Now, for Blacklist International Ultimate, the struggle continues, and they have not been looking good at all. I mean, the last time that they won was versus SPG, where it was 3-0. Now, up against Almighty, it was 4-1. They 1-4. They only win 1 game versus Almighty, and then when we come up and play versus WPM Low Kings, hey, they were devastated, man. It was a 3-0 serve up against them. And not to mention, they tried to use the Express map pick up against WPM Low Kings, and they got completely annihilated. So, right now for Blacklist, I don't know what's happening with them. Maybe the new maps are getting into them. Then it's really taking them a lot of time to actually fix what they have, to offer. But at this point in time, you are fighting for survival. You are currently number 4 in the Group A. And if you lose this gameplay, there's a big opportunity that SPG could take the number 4 spot against you, or Z1 can even play a tiebreaker versus you. So you're not in a safe spot right now, and you need to win every map as you can get. And we've already had that S&D gone and dealt with. Now we're hopping into Hardpoint. We had Apocalypse ban. We had Takeoff ban. We got I believe it was Ascenda was banned. But so we're going to be hopping into S&D hard point. So this is a map. This is a game mode where Blacklist International Ultimate ROG will be they will be having a better odds of winning this game. Apocalypse and Takeoff will be banned. So Takeoff is one of the better maps of Blacklist. Q9 Apocalypse is one of their better maps. So they just banned the strongest pick of the other squad. So now that leaves us to that will leave us to Hacienda, or I believe it's going to be Hacienda here. Q9 is pretty confident that they can win at Hacienda hardpoint, but it could be a double-edged sword knowing that they lost this one up against Almighty, where they had to go down to a wire at 250 to 200x finish. But up against Almighty, up against Blacklist International ROG, it has to be different. Blacklist is one of the best, not just one of the best, they are the best respawn team of Garena MSP. WPM, AMT, Smart Omega has tried, but they all have failed, and they had to rely on their search and destroys to win them their matchups up against Blacklist International Ultimate. So now we're going to be hopping into Summit. Some of the very interesting picks here will be Yato picking that War Machine up, and Sun using the Gravity Vortex. I believe we are not going to see any Annihilator in the side of Q9, as they're looking to play for more crowd control with the Gravity Vortex and War Machine. I do think that's kind of a risky pick for them. But one thing for sure, we got Q9 with the better crowd control in terms of the operator skills. The Gravity Vortex is going to be very important in stealing some of the lanes here at Summit, especially on that P3 and at that P4 as well, where it's going to be all close quarter combats. And now we're hopping into Summit. Q9 versus Blacklist International ROG. We're going to be starting all up with Q9 spawning on the better side. Blacklist now hopping on to the point. They're going to be using the same exact setup here versus Q9, where they're going to have those Fennecs initiated. Same thing with the Switchblade as well. I don't know about this recent updates, but we're seeing a lot of variety on the guns. You got Q9 with 2 Fennecs, 2 CBR4s, and 1 KRM. They do lack that presence on that mid-range engagements. Maybe they're gonna have to change something up later on. Maybe use an assault rifle as we succeed towards the P2 to P3 of these hard points. But Blacklist International ROG maybe doing the exact same thing as well. They're gonna all focus up on playing close range, play fast with this Fennecs and this Switchblades, and they're gonna just worrying about those long range later on, as we do see Blacklist win the first set of engagements and win the pointing system here. P1, it's 40 to 29. Should they get this final 10 seconds, they're looking at about a 20 point lead here at this matchup. So a great start for them, but Q9 has already set up towards the next hard point. They have number 5 earlier, holding up towards the green spawns. But Yato here finding 2 big kills to open up the second floor control. Add in that Predator missile for Rage. That should be more info on where Q9 is spawning at the moment. Pressure is up, approach is strong for B, as he finds the double here. Blacklist Jabin gonna try to find a way to get inside, will be shut down. It's all been back and forth, but Blacklist so far has been winning all of the rotations, and they've been winning this hard points as well, as they claim most of the time. Despite the early rotation from Q9, they have been continuously bullied outside of the hill, and Blacklist has continuously played the map like it's their own. Sun using a very unique gun here, a KRM. Actually, we see that he played by WPM Yopi from WPM Yoki, but he only brings it out sometimes, not all the time. But Son here this time trying to use that one up to spice things up. Play very fast for Q9. Hasn't been the case so far, as Blacklist has won the rotation here at this P3, and this is one of the maps, one of the hills as well on this Summit hard point, where if you don't get the spawns, you automatically will be erased and will be forced to reset and play for the next hardpoint rotation. Blacklist will win their early set of gunfights, spawning 4 players out immediately. They're gonna be going out, coming from the middle of the map. That should be more time for Blacklist here as we open up this hardpoint number 3. We haven't seen any tension so far, as Blacklist has continuously eliminated every attempt by Q9 and trying to get those spawns. Doing a great job blocking it here, as Blacklist Jabin has found himself caught in the read with 9 kills in the game. Blacklist still trying to find a way to extend that lead further. 18 seconds left, and Q9, they lost every chow, and now they have to pay the price for it. Blacklist already fully strict up here. You got AG with the Predator missile inbound, Rage also available with the Hunter Killer drone, and not to mention they have some of their operating skills that they can work with as they try to break open this P4. Early rotation made by Q9, but Blacklist now bringing in the Annihilator, trying to find a way to sneak past through. Rage will be the front man. Gonna try to find a way to get inside. He's gonna find 2 players. One with the Fennec, one with this Hunter Killer drone. But Q9 still wins their gunfight. Blacklist trying to break away the spawns, but B just trying to get it away from them. But look at it. Blacklist actually spawns right on the right side of the minimap after the Predator missile kicks in and removes B out of position. And it's just gonna be reverted back. Great job from Q9 from recovering from the plays that Blacklist had been able to put up. Another extension being made by C9 with the War Machine. Not get a value off of that. Blacklist will continue to claim time, but I love the play from Q9. They didn't really have to invest most of their score streak, but they really burn out a lot of their operating skills just to try to find a way to get some points into that P4. I believe that's a win for Blacklist as they are going to be in par or have the advantage as we're moving on to this P1. They're going to have 1 operator available that can mow these players down as we go for the reset. Spawn still going to be in favor for Blacklist with the trap from B. Getting those spawn reads. Going to be initiated here. Now they are maintaining this top floor control. The difference from the P1 first set of rotation to the second set is night and day as they have managed to find their way back in. Will only get rejected by Rage with this Purifier. It hasn't been looking good at all, right? The moment that you think Q9 will bounce back, Rage, the Iceman, just stops them from making all those engagements, and AG continues to add more to that kill streak that he's had so far. The Predator missile is ready to get locked in. 15 seconds on this hard point. Blacklist is looking to run away. Most of the time, this P1, it is always scrappy, but Blacklist is making sure it is going to be one-sided as they claim the most time here at this hill. And on to the next we go. Second floor in control by Q9. Jabin will be eventually will get cut down. Blacklist and find a way to continue to keep the momentum on going to their side. But Q9 starting to put another pressure on the second floor onto mid-map as well, but 5 go down for Q9, so that means they're gonna have to be forced to play a reset. That will be easier for Blacklist to read where they're spawning at. And Rage has been able to light up the pace here. He's led the team with 29. He had like 4 kills and 14 deaths on the SND with a .26 or a .29 KD earlier. This time he's got 29, leading the pack on this respawn, clearly holding them back to the top. Not to mention the efforts being made here by AG as well. Consistently, continuously playing as one of the better players for Blacklist right now, and it's really compensating for the performance of Yara right now, who's currently had 19. As we do see Blacklist doing another early rotation, Q9 trying to find a way to break. Jabin will shut one down. This gunfight is going to be very much needed. It's going to shut down 2 players overall, spawn them right back to the right side of the minimap, and we're going to be hit to a pause. We're going to be right back through it. As you can see, Blacklist there just surrounding around the hard point, while Jabin continues to look for the other person spawning or trying to take away this P3 spawns. Jabin now will get cut down by Lin. Lin has the opportunity to push up, has to win the gunfight though. Now they're trying to bring out the Purifier. They're going to be able to win their gunfights, and that will spawn out Blacklist on towards the right side of the minimap. Q9 having the opportunity to cut back that lead. 35 seconds is still plenty of time, and Blacklist cannot afford to lose this rotations as they are in need of all these points. As far as we all know, Q9, one of the better teams in China in terms of playing this respawns, And so you give them the opportunity to build up that momentum. They will try and take it. It will not give it right back. 150 to 188. As we open up P4, it's going to be deadly close. It's a 30-point lead. It's a marginal here. There's a one good rotation from Q9 on this P4. They should be able to clean it up. Number 1 in blue, that will be Sinan trying to fight away for the spawns. 3 players go down for Q9. Blacklist will win the early rotation. Gonna get that early hold as well. Q9 coming in late. They have no operators to try to back them up. But Lin on the parkour finds one, sneaks inside, should be able to land the kill on the skirt, and that will be a hard point broken. Q9 has found their stride. They're trying to take away the spawns, but Jabin stops them from doing so. So a big play there for the captain to maintain this hard point for the side of Blacklist International. Continuously building up this lead. Q9 spawning so far away. Blacklist has everything in place. They got the setup, they got a hard point as well. They also got the operator skills ready for the next hard point rotation as we hop into a P3. Or this is the third setup rotation. 20 more points for Blacklist here, Q9. We gotta see more traction for them here at this next hard point. It will all just be over. As far as we saw Sinan pop up on that SND, he has been struggling here. But his teammates trying to find a way to get this one through. But if anything, the reason why Q9 has been struggling is the range. Sun hasn't been popping off with that KRM, so has to change thing up here a bit. Maybe use that Fennec instead of this KRM. It still packs in SND in this close range engagements, but this provides you a little bit more flexibility on this long range engagements. But Blacklist, this should be a round win for them. But Q9 still trying to host or spark around to win this game. That soon will be cut down by Blacklist. They just need 4 more points to win this game. Scared, trying to lock it down, but they will be shot down. It's 18 seconds. Trying to be taken away by Q9. No push being made by Blacklist on towards the first hard point. They're trying to cut away the player response. Lin has to win this gunfight. That's a very big win. Be there winning the trailer battle versus Jabin, and now they have the opportunity to rotate at the second hard point. They do not have the second floor though. That means by the time this hard point opens up, Blacklist International, they will be able to win it 250 to 191. That should be the score of the game. Blacklist makes up for their deficiency on the S&D by winning a very solid hard point here. And it's all about those early rotations coming from the P3 to P4. We also, Jabin, he's been able to anchor his team, spawn the teams on his back, and it has been consistent on that hard point. And there's a reason why Blacklist International is the best hardpoint team in Garena MSP. Not counting Kagendra, of course, because they're on a different region, even though they're part of Garena. But yeah, that's actually expected, you know. Blacklist wins the hardpoint, Q9 wins the S&D. Now we're hopping into this control where I do think that Q9 will have a better advantage. They've been playing this 4-round control game for quite some time now in China Masters. And I will be expecting this squad to absolutely tear it down. But I have some hopes here for Blacklist Ultimate. You know, a Blacklist ROG. After that win on that hardpoint, that momentum should be able to carry on at map number 3 later on. But it depends on what map are they playing, because if you are going to see Crossroads Strike once again, where Q9 has been able to beat down Almighty, and where Almighty beat down Q9 as well on the group stage so far, I am not confident that Blacklist International ROG will find that win. But anything is possible. We might see Yato wake up. We might see all these players just play with the power of friendship and win this game and go up 2-1 on the series. But we're going to be talking about the match results first. And we talk about Sun being one of the best S&D players for China. But when we talk about respawns, that's exactly where he's not really good at. And we saw that here versus Blacklist International. He kept forcing that KORM, even though it hasn't been working. I believe he only scored he scored under 20 kills on this S&D, on this hard point, even though it's a 250 to 190 finish. Clearly not a good rating for him here versus Blacklist International. A good solid pick here by Blacklist, honestly. Like, The performance from Rage from the S&D was 4-14. This time, he is one of the better players. 34-13 to 16 with a 1.13 KD. And we actually have Yato playing very well here. Finally seeing some traction. 37-27-15. But nothing will defeat Age's performance thus far. Been very consistent on the S&D. He scored the most kills for Blacklist. He scored the most kills here at this hard point as well at 41-24 with a 1.71 KD. It's all that you can ask for a guy that does all the dirty work for you in every set of maps that you play. Now we're taking a look at the highlights in a bit of a moment. You're gonna see Blacklist just win this one up to this game. Oh yeah, you guys did not see anything. I almost got AJ. But yeah, that's going to be the first two maps that we have here so far. Now we're hopping into this control. I still don't know what the map will be, but I do think it will be a map that will be chosen by Q9, right? So it's either they pick Crossroads Strike or they pick Raid. I do not want to try my chances on standoff versus Blacklist Ultimate, knowing that that's one of the better maps, and that's where their SMGs just do the wonder. AG and Yato gonna be big there as well. So now what we're gonna need to look for Q9 is how are they gonna take it here? You know, they managed to beat AMT on the first day at Crossroads Strike. They beat the Control Kings, the best control team in Garena MSP. And they work them up, give them a tough workout. They won the game, so Crossroads Strike could be a strong pick here for Q9 Club. And I think the fact that Blacklist actually lost versus AMT on Crossroads Strike, it could be a potential pick. But they're trying their chances on standoff. Okay, this is interesting. And if we take a look at the set of operator skills, it will be the same for both of the squads. Now, if we take a look at the respawns, just by recently looking at that hard point, we need to see Sun and B step it up. Same thing with CNAT. Same thing can be said with CNAT. Because they've been so great with S&D that their respawns have been, you know, it kind of deteriorated. Their performance from map number 1 to map 2 was so different. But now, having the opportunity to go up 2-1 here versus Blacklist International ROG, Q9 will start on the defensive side, and then we all know that control standoff is seriously the most defensive-sided map of all time. And we're gonna start off with some adjustments being made by Blacklist here. Attacking the start, pushing on the mid. That's not gonna work when you have holding up the bakeries, but they do find some couple of kills to come through there. But now all these skills lining up for Q9 means they are advancing slowly and surely on towards the spawn of the opponent. You got Uling holding off the middle of the map. You got number 4 in Sun trying to initiate the spawn trap already, and they get them on a bind. As we see C9 holding off this gas station. You got number 5 in B holding the A site. You got Sun now holding the tank, so they are in for a trap. They have activated the trump card, and every kill going in for Blacklist will be killed here by Uling and of course Sun. Uling is going to be the designated sniper here. It's been consistent so far. 4 in a row for Uling. Finally, we see some breakthrough happening for Blacklist, but take a look at the live count department. 26-16, that's a 10 live deficit coming through for Blacklist. They haven't really been able to escape the spawn. Q9 just doing them the load and giving them a top workout once again. Uling on a 5 spree, he has been hot. As soon as I say that, he has been cursed. Jibin officially shot down. Q9, 22-11. And I know it's really easy to say that this is the dominant win for Q9, but taking a look at the map again, S&D, I meant standoff, control, They're defensive oriented, so I'm kind of expecting Blacklist to do the exact same thing that the Q9 did. This time, maybe a little bit better or a bit worse, because Q9 set the bar high on that game. But we started off here at round number 2 with 2. Oh, man, make that 3 kills with the nade. Automatically at 27-29 here for Blacklist International ROG. But as soon as I say that, it will be treated back by Uling, who finds a kill on the second floor of Granny's. Gonna stun Rage down. Gonna push with the 50 Gs. Very confident with his gunfight department. Q9 will try to push out. You see, you have Uling holding up the second floor, but you also have these other teammates who's trying to push out the second floor, trying to play this attack site properly. But Lin loses the Grand Boss. Now they're gonna be able to lose some of the map control, and Blacklist International gonna find a little bit of attraction here. They still have a 3 live advantage, and they're gonna try to push up, maintain the fort at the back alley. AJ gonna push out, find the double, and you just saw Jabin remove that Hunter Killer drone with his bullets. Speaking of accuracy, that's how pros do it. 16-20, 20 seconds left. Blacklist is definitely holding down the fort as Q9 fails to put themselves inside of any of this objective. Blacklist may not have the chance to absolutely win it dominantly, but they have been doing well by playing this one off the book. Trying to use that War Machine to stop the players pushing. There's still going to be one player inside. AC should deal with that C9 guy, so he's going to be able to shut him down. Q9 will be back on the spots, and Blacklist should be able to take this round away from Q9 unless things go really bad. Just only need 8 seconds to wear down. With Q9 definitely stopping the push, stopping the time as well, doing 2 captures at a time. 2 players here at the B site. 1 player gets dealt with inside the A site, so they're gonna have to extend the clock to another minute and 8 seconds. That's to get the B site. Blacklist is in deep trouble. They now have at tie numbers in terms of the live count department, and Q9 Sinan pushing off the front. Now an equal 6v7. Good read from Sun. Uling now pushing this A side. It's a 5v4, making a 4v4. Scared brings out the claw timely. Now that should be numbers now invested for for Blacklist ROG. And that should be a defensive win for that squad. Very good stuff. And again, you really have to value Scared in playing this respawns as well as this S&Ds. It's got the game high for the squad right now with 11, along with AG with 12. But nothing can really stop Uling at this point. He's got 15. He has built up for the Predator missile with the sniper. I do tell you, his positioning has been insane. And he's been one of a hell of a player when it comes to holding down these lanes. Another Predator missile locked in for Q9. Uling finds a double. That should stop the push on the back alley. He's gonna push out on the middle of the map, and we are seeing the repeat of the round number 1. You got number 3 and Uling holding up the tractor. You got Lin, number 1 in blue and Sinan holding the second floor to initiate that spawn trap and trap Blacklist International, but it hasn't really been working so well, so adjustments are being made by the time the trap has been initiated. And Blacklist, they are having a rough time holding up the tractor, so what they're trying to do is put some resources in at the second horde point. And B really reminds me of B from Mobile Mayhem. Shout out to B, shout out to Zim as well if you guys are watching right now. 22-16 is going to be the score of the game. Numbers are still in favor of Q9. There's still roughly 35 seconds for Blacklist to play for. And at this point, they're trying to stack that tractor, put all their resources and push for the B side at this point. But Lin on a good rotation. We'll drop 1 player down. And this Predator missile right here should be able to help them find the rotations that Q9 is trying to do here. As we try to play this round number 3, Blacklist are in good position to take this map, take this round away for Q9, as they do have the pressure happening at the B side. That should be more time extended for their squad. Yellow has to play big here though. Has to get a good read off of the guys on the middle of the map. Rage should be able to shut this guy down. And the clock continues to get accumulated here at the B side. And number 1 in Jabin playing the OBJ properly. They're gonna get that B capture. And now Q9 will have to play another minute And could they have the chance? They could have the chance to actually kill it here. 14-7. But I don't think they're gonna have any value off of that Yato play. I mean, the War Machine, not really good investment from him. Not worth at all as he finds no kill with that. It's 13-4. And right now I was just watching the comment section. It already went down to a 13-4 live count in favor for Q9. Dropping this bodies one at a time. 11-1. This should be a kill. This should be a round win for Q9. And, you know, just expect the worst case scenario. We're hopping into that 3-3 scoreboard. We're going to have to play overtime. Because that's how it goes here at Standoff. That's how it went with WPM Lokings versus Z1. They had to go and play overtime. And the winner happened to be the defensive side. So right now, if you're Blacklist International, you need to win one offensive side by the time that you win this round number 4. But it's not really guaranteed at all, knowing that Q9 is one of the better teams that can adjust mid-game when it comes to playing respawns. So here we go. 27-29. Gonna be the score of the game. AJ drops Sun. The chance for Blacklist to actually come in with the spawn trap will be denied here at the early game, but Rage, as soon as he sneaks in here, should be able to spot some player. He's got the tank control, he's got the power position, he swings out, pooling should be dealt with, and now they got this Granny's second floor control. Every kill should be in lineup for Rage as he finds the double. Blacklist already finding some traction. But the players of Q9 extending the clock to another minute. That's 2 minutes and 10 seconds to find a way to break that B capture. They've already broken at the back of that P2 warehouse. And Blacklist is in deep trouble. Gotta win these gunfights. Scared finds one. Sun there for the trade. AG gonna be that guy. Has to play big. Same thing can be said with Rage, who is holding up the spawn, buying his team some time to rejuvenate back, but Q9 already found the lead. They're gonna have Sun find a 5-piece, almost a complete set of kills line up for Q9 there. And it's 7 live count lead here. Make that 8 live count lead for Q9. Just one segment away from winning this attack side. And Blacklist is in deep trouble. Deep trouble. Continues to lose their lives. Q9, it's not just Uling anymore. It's also Sun. These two are trying to outfront each other. A very good gunfight here. This should be it. If you don't see any plays from Blacklist here, if they cannot stack up here, this B side, this is over. 5 lives left versus 14. Scared finds the nade on towards B. And unfortunately, the only player that they have holding the grannies will be shut down. Jabin officially sent to the next round. You're basically looking at a 4v12. Both of these players has to win 3 kills straight, but HS Lin now trying to go for the push. To find one, the flank should be ensued, and the frontal assault, Scared still wins it, but Uling cleans it up. 27 kills. That's the most here for Q9. In fact, it also is the best in the lobby right now. 27, 3-1. Q9 opportunity for them to close this one out. This could be, we're looking at the game 4 here. HS Lin starts it off with a win versus Jabin. And Blacklist, once again, they have played Q9 for like 2 sets already on this attack side, and they have to be very aware of the situation that they are put in right now. They are going to be caught into a bind once again. The trap is ensued right now from Q9. They got number 1 in Sinan holding up the yellow building. Sun holding off the tanks, but he eventually does get cut down. But the pressure is still on towards the spawn as Q9 trying to trap in Blacklist. Throw them away, get this win as well. 27-23. And we can talk about the player performance in here right now. You got players holding up with 20 kills. You got players with 10 plus kills. But Jabin has turned into J-Bot, as what Mustachio AJ would say. 7 kills in the game. Clearly not helping the team at all. At some point, if you're not winning your sniper battles versus Uling, you have to make sure you trade. You try to find another gun to play with. But that's it. They're trying to stick with the game plan. And they're trying to pay they're getting the price for it. Black is still trying to find a way to get back here, but the lead on the live count, the time still not really in their favor as well. Nowhere close towards the A side. Blacklist ROG getting pummeled down. Control gonna be in favor for Q9 Club. It's going to be 4-1. That's very solid stuff there. Only giving one defensive round for Blacklist International ROG on the entire map and its entire round. So very impressive stuff for Q9. Now that they won the control, they can potentially be the winner here at this map number 4, knowing that they are the superior S&D team versus Blacklist ROG. But I'm not trying to discriminate ROG here. I'm just looking at the past performance of the squad. And on the first map, it was just Blacklist who got, decimated in the late game, and Q9 was able to close it out 9-5 on the S&D slums, or the S&D's meltdown. But it could change. Things could still change here. We could still see a game number 5, and for the keys to victory for Blacklist International ROG, they just need to win one S&D versus Q9. And if they can win this S&D coming right up next, they got the potential to win versus Q9 on that hard point where we all know our boys from Blacklist Ultimate are the better hardpoint team. But now we're going to be talking about the respawn match results as well. And just by looking at the way it seemed, Blacklist Jabin was completely outmatched by Uling on that game. I believe it was 37 by Uling. I think it was 7 for Jabin. Right by the time that we started the game number, or the round number 5, it was completely the opposite for these squads. You have to rely on your snipers to do the job for you in the long range. Get those players out of the spots and those power positions. And for Uling, he did a wonderful job along with the help of Sun, who was dealing the damage on the close range engagements. And well, everything clicked for the squad. You got Aegis Lin doing the dirty work for you on those tight angles. You got Sinan holding up the spawn trap as well on the yellow building once you're on the defensive side. And the only thing that Uling has to do is just knock down those shots and just provide the pressure on the long range. And Blacklist felt it on that map number 4. On that map number 3, and now you're down 2-1. Blacklist are on the brink of elimination here. And the implications of this game, if we do see a loss here by Blacklist Ultimate, they will have to play a tiebreaker versus Z1 on day number 5. So their number 4 spot isn't really secured here at all. And take a look at the results here. 91 to 129. 1.42 KD to a 0.71. 70 point. A 0.70 difference. And you can see it here. It's just an eyesore for Blacklist on this control. Uncharacteristically dominated by Q9. So I was thinking, I thought it was 37-7. In fact, it was 27-7 between Uling and Jabin by the time the round number 5 started. But Uling here with 33-13. But the best player goes to Sun, who has a 1.49 rating. But hold up, Uling, what did you try to steal it away? What did you try to steal it away from Sun? He has a far better rating, but I guess in terms of impact kills, this guy has been, one of the more consistent players of Q9. All right, we are back here at the caster desk. Once again, I'm Cali, and if you're just tuning in, we just saw Blacklist International go down up against Q9 on that control standoff where they had to go down 4-1, heavily dominated by the squad of Q9. And now we're hopping in to another map, and it's S&D this time. And the last time that we saw S&D, it was on Meltdown, and it was a win by Q9. And we already saw Tunisia banned as well. So we're going to be hopping into either a firing range here for this next match. So I could totally see that happening here. I could see that as a map pick by Blacklist International ROG here at this firing range, or here at this map number 4, since they get to dictate the map. But knowing that, oh, never mind. Firing range was banned. I really forgot a firing range was banned. So firing range and Tunisia banned. We just saw Meltdown. Slums could be a risky pick here by the squad of Blacklist Ultimate. They could not afford the chance to pick this map, knowing that this is the best map of Q9. and they are the best when it comes to playing that defensive side, and they got plethora of strategies that they can output when it comes to playing that attack side. But more often than not, you will always see Q9 play for retake when it comes to the defensive side for Slums. I do think that will be the best scenario for them. If you can get that plant in, you might be able to pressure Q9 to play always for that retake. So we should be able to have a good trade. We should be able to have a great chance there for our squad for Blacklist International Ultimate. But it is really not a good pick for them. It's not a wise pick. So they either have to make sure that they pick a map where they can really go at it, you know. Express could be a big one, but as far as we all know, they got beat down there by WPM Low Kings. But they could try up against Q9, but it is such a risky take. So right now, here for Blacklist, they are on a double-edged sword. Express is where they went down so bad versus WPM Low Kings. They got beat down in at Slums when you try to pick that map. That's the best map of Q9 when they play those SNDs. So you gotta pick your poison here for Blacklist and just hope that you play better compared to that first SND game that you had on Meltdown. So we have to see someone really step up real big here for Blacklist when they play this SND coming right up next. I do need to see Rage play properly because the last time they played SND, he went for 414, 0.29 KD. It was unacceptable. The fact that he was being outslayed on the map every time in every round is not really a good sight to see if you're Blacklist Ultimate. Uncharacteristic for him to play up against Q9 Club. So Slums or Express, who do you think? Which map do you think will Blacklist pick here at their coming game? Will it be, would they pick Slums, the best map pick for Q9, or would they take the risk on Express where they get beat down by WPM? It is really not really going well here. And the fact that Q9 did some study on this team, they really banned that firing range out of intent that that Blacklist will pick that map. So very great stuff for the bans here for the squad. So let's take a look at the comment section here. So we have players absolutely having a debate whoever is the better region. India over Garena. Okay. Okay, that is interesting. I'd love to see a matchup between India and Garena right now. I think this guy is trolling, but obviously Garena has a lot of things to do. Has a lot of things to do because they are far from perfect, and we all know when we go into the world stage, you have teams who have solid comps, also have solid rotations, but Blacklist will pick their poison, and they will be picking the best map of Q9 in S&D. Ooh, here we go. We're going to be starting with Q9 on the attack side. They're going to be picking the first blood as Schooling finds Yato here. That's going to stop the push for now. Here we go. Yato will have to need to stop getting those first stats because it's going to be needed on his long-range engagements and on the late game as well. Sinan adds in another nade. And the thing here with Q9, they're not going to try to kill you with their gunfights at the start. They're going to try to kill you with their nades. And that's something that Nian and Wolves really struggled during the China Masters Season 5. And they had to lay down so many trophy systems just to cancel out the plays from Q9. And here we go, Rage trying to play like a snake. Sinan there, playing like a snake as well. Able to spot that head out and shoot it as well. 2v5. 58 seconds left. You are caught in a bind. You are caught in a bind here if you're Blacklist. Every move you take, you're going to be countered. But now Jabin finds one. Did not connect against Sinan. It's going to be it. 1v4. Scared. Going to be shut down. Hold up, I don't know why. But Blacklist just kind of went in at the start very aggressive. And they had to... it backfired and they had to adjust on the spot. And it did not went well. And again, another run at the middle of the map and Uling there for the trade. First blood will be traded. Yato will stay alive. They have to put that bomb down and pressure Q9 to play for this retake. Gonna have Yada to plant that bomb, settle it as well. 30 seconds. Already passing by, and we're gonna see the bomb plant happening. It is going to be an open plant. It should be seen on the garage. AG now doing the dirty work. Opens up the back. And now he's gonna find the double here. Q9 should be pressured to rotate. Lin gonna have to deal with AG before he even go for the push. And Lin finds that kill. 20 seconds is still plenty of time for you to take this, but you gotta move and be efficient with the way you position yourself. And Rage on a better angle, finds one. Sun wins one gunfight. Jabin should be able to deal with Sun at the moment, but they're gonna try to waste the time. Rage slowing it down. Jabin not really moving here at all. He's just waiting for that bomb to explode, and that should be round number 2 in favor for Blacklist. So you see, that is going to be the strategy that Blacklist has to continue to do over and over again. They have to make sure that they put that bomb down, pressure Q9 to play for those retakes, and they have to avoid those first stats that we saw from these first 2 rounds. So we go as far as we come here. We got Uling once again, first blood reaver. He has scored the first 2 kills, first 2 first bloods on the round, but now this time Yado will be able to put down 1 player on the middle of the map. So many stunts. Hiya, Uncle Roger. Disappointed. This is a gunfight, but you try to bring tactical utility? Hiya, where's the walk? Let me hit you with the walk. Oh, enough. I got possessed. Sorry, guys. Blacklist winning their gunfights. Again, they put the bomb down. They've been able to pressure Q9. Jabin finds the pick onto Lin. Scared with the prone. Pops up, drops Sun. That's it, 1 and 2. Alright. Blacklist. I know. That was so cringe, Tib. I know. That's why I stopped. I know it was cringe. That's why I stopped. Alright, here we go. If Blacklist loses again, if Blacklist loses this round, I'm gonna cast 1 round with Uncle Roger accent, bro. Son finds a double. They're gonna extend out. They're confident. They're confident that they can win those gunfights, and they do so manage to punish Blacklist. Oh my god, they lost. No. We're gonna have to cast Uncle Roger in this next round. Yes, guys, I am gonna make you suffer. How many viewers do we have? To the 908 viewers that we have, guys, you're gonna have to see me cast like Uncle Roger for this next round. I am warning you. You can mute the chat right now for this next round. All right. We got Blacklist trying to put the bomb down on towards B. Yato trying to push the bomb. Gonna have that MSG thrown onto him. They're gonna put the bomb down. Not gonna force Q9 Club. Try to push the bomb. B. Gonna try to shake him down. Jabin. Oh no, I forgot the accent already. But hiya, Ray trying to find a double. Not enough. Uncle Roger needs more. And Rage finds more. Jabin should be able to get the kill, and Rage finds the double. Okay, bro. I'm gonna stop. Okay. Blacklist. Yeah, no. You guys got the emotional damage. Hiya! Q9 lost to Blacklist while Cali casting Uncle Roger accent. Okay. Wait, let's continue casting this, please. Alright, we're gonna be having Blacklist playing. Rage gonna put that bomb down. So another play for retake here. They're gonna be forced by Blacklist. Yato will be there to find the first kill on the Sun. Uling gonna be one hell of a player. Jabin on the close range, but the bomb is getting defused. B will be there to distract Jabin along with Uling. And Blacklist will lose that game. Fuyo! As long as I drop the saucy Uncle Roger number accent, Blacklist decide to lose. What is this? You really need to go bald, man. I'm sorry. You made me lose brain cells. I did my chromosome count. No, please. No, you guys hate my Uncle Roger. I'm gonna stop. Okay, I was picking Uncle Roger, right? So that means Blacklist is really winning. So we really have to keep up the Uncle Roger accent. But C9 on the back. Eventually could have a flank here. Uncle Roger on the chat. What's up, Uncle Roger? Okay, C9 on a 1v3. I'm gonna stop playing around and let's just start and focus on stream. C9 finds the first pick. The turn on Yado! The turn on Yado is real! It's a 1v1. Down to low HP, 20 seconds left. Oh, AG wins it! There it is, 3 and 4. 3 and 4. Blacklist still wins that gunfight. So this is the exact same scenario we had during that meltdown SND where Blacklist and Q9 has been playing back to back scrappy. And once we hit the switch of sides is where we kind of saw Q9 kind of pull away. Okay, here we go. Scared and Rage gonna deal that first blood. Hi, Uncle Roger saving Blacklist from Q9 in his SND. Too much work will give you so much power. 5v3. 30 seconds left. Chili jam on fried rice? No way! That's gonna make Blacklist lose if consumed. Alright, AG. Shots A just lean down. Okay, now I have a challenge here. Now, Cali, go impersonate Mustachio. Okay. I'm about to lose my voice here. The quality is not giving, really? Come on, guys. We're just having fun here. All right, we're gonna try and impersonate Mustachio. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Lynn! Shots driven down with the nade. And now they're gonna try to push up. B gonna be on the flank. Gonna be onto a very aggressive spot, but Rage finds him, and my boy Rage is gonna get the kill. Uling. Get that trade as well. It's a 4v3. Uling spots the head, takes him out, and Uling is on a roll. He wants more. He wants more. Rawr. Okay, so I found a rhythm. If it costs Uncle Roger accent, Blacklist will win the round. If it costs AJ, Uling will decide to pop off. Okay, what do you guys want? Okay, let's do Mustachio here once again. Q9 still holding the bomb. Blacklist still trying to find a way to get inside, but Q9 already on the flank. Scared deals the first blood. Lin drops Scared down. Sun will be able to get inside. They're trying to get the bomb plant as well. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Q9 trying to find a way to tie this thing up. We're gonna try to see. Okay, Mustachio will pass the analyst to Uncle Roger. Now we got 3v3 situation. Blacklist has to find a way to get this rotation working, but in order for this to work, they're gonna find a way to enter broken. But C9 finds a kill onto AG. Yada tries to find a pick on towards the middle of the map. They're just trying to find a way to get the shots through. Uncle Roger giving Blacklist a buff. Uling will not decide to pull the trigger. And Uling got nubbed because Uncle Roger gives Blacklist too much MSG to win this round number 10. Okay, I'm gonna stop. What, Beef Mommy? Beef Mommy's so hard to Beef Mommy is so hard. It's so hard to copy Beef Mommy because she's very dynamic. Okay, let's try. No, I know, I don't know. I can't. It's hard. Let's just cast properly, can we? Not try Wardens. I mean, we can try. And now the push comes through. No, it's hard. It's hard to impersonate Warden. Warden's like Beef Mommy, but yeah. We're gonna hop into this game. Let's try to cast continuously as Cali. No more Mustachio impersonation. No more Uncle Roger as well. And Jabin now officially popping off. Beautiful shot there to take off the head of Lin. But it's still an equal 3v3 situation. Sinan gonna try to push up. Yato there for the reinforcement. There should be a good read off of this rotation. But Sun still wins it with the pistol, making the 2v2. But Sinan with the pounds. Look at a 1v1. Jabin will still win the gunfight. It is a 3-round lead now for Blacklist. I'm gonna focus on the game. No. The moment that we cast it with Uncle Roger, Blacklist decided to win all the rounds. But yeah, I lost my voice. Saw him with the first blood. Right now, what they should do is actually plant the bomb and pressure Blacklist to play for a retake, knowing that they have this 5v4 situation in their favor. But the rotation still needs to be quite solid here for Blacklist International, for Q9, if they do want to plant this bomb, because what we saw from Blacklist is that they would love to push that broken wall and they would have someone push in towards the middle of the map. And knowing that Scared will be a big threat here at the bricks, it should be an easy pick. It should be a hole that they can penetrate to. But Uling there with the shot onto Jabin. Lin now with the stun connection. Emphasizes on the skills and he lines them up one by one. 5 and 7. No, if I do Bobby's gonna cancel me, man. Yo, Cali, Blacklist is the round. It's on you. Oh my god. We have to bring back Uncle Roger just for Blacklist to win? No. Blacklist secret strat. Yeah, it's the Uncle Roger strategy. 4v4. And the difference here this time is that Blacklist International will have that mid-map control. So very much like stopping the push and the bomb plant to happen here from Q9. But the downside to this is that they have left that A side pretty open, that Sinan could just come in there, get that rotation, get that flank in here as well, score in some kills. But Sinan now pushing on towards the broken. Rage finds one, finds two. Jabin able to get all those shots to connect. It's all down to Sinan. It's a 1v2 situation. Jabin and Yato, they don't need the MSG to win versus Q9 on this round. The bomb, it will not be planted just yet. Sinan has to pick that one up and has to play this 1v2. Come on, Sinan. Really very aware of the situation, really looking and picking where these players might be at. But you know, you really love to emphasize what Blacklist is trying to do here. Going into a spot where you don't mostly see these players come through. So they're trying to play for the plant. They're waiting for the plant to happen. But Sinan, he's just got a different views on how to take this game. He's just really taking his time. He's probably wondering where these players might be at. And he might have some doubt to himself. 16 seconds left, and he might have to run through towards A. And you see Blacklist already making their move. They're trying to pounce towards B. And here we go. Sinan, we're gonna find one onto Yato. The swing is through. Jabin is low HP. 3 seconds left. Jabin has to only buy the time, but he wins the gunfight. They will take the match point. They will take the match point. So here we go. Blacklist. Now, finally, having the chance to get this one. Ooh, I saw what the prod did there. They already are expecting Blacklist to win the game, so they're preparing the camera. They only had to switch there very early. Q9. Now, in desperate situation, you see number 4 in Sun already pushed up on towards the middle. He finds one onto Scared. There should be trades coming through now. Jabin and Rage finds 3 players and shot them down, followed up with AG dropping Sinan. That's going to be a 1v4, making it a 1v3. Jabin went from a J-bot into a J-god here at this S&D slums. 15 kills, that leads the lobby in total kills, with Uling as number 4 player. AG, they should be able to find this pick. Jabin should be able to find the player. Uling owns Jabin this time on this S&D with the power of friendship. I already told you guys, Blacklist will win Blacklist won that map number 4. And well, as we saw in that map number 3, we had Jabin scoring 8. We got our boy Uling with 33, so the difference was big. But this time, at this SMD where you need Jabin to step up the most, he went in ham. 16 kills to end this SMD slums. That will be more than enough. And now we're gonna be able to play game number 5. And from all of the impersonations we did on that SMD, man, the Mustachio one was hard. I already lost my voice. I think I might not be able to talk anymore by the time we cast WPM and Almighty later on. But yeah, we're gonna be doing some more of that later on, just to entertain you guys, and while we, diffuse the tense action that we have here along the way. But of course, from what we are seeing here at this match result, Uling played great. Same thing can be said with Sun, but when we move into that attack side is where things kind of fell off for Q9. They weren't really able to pull in a lot of bomb plants to pressure Blacklist International, ROG to play for those retakes, so the pressure's really on them despite even having those first bloods in their favor. And honestly, Jabin happened. Jabin happened on that SND. He had 16 kills with that sniper and followed it up with the way that Rage has been playing, and with AG doing the dirty work most of the time when it comes to playing that back alley, that broken wall. They were able to get their attacks ongoing. So Blacklist now has potential to close this series out versus Q9 on Hardpoint, which is the strongest game mode out of all the game modes we had here on this best of 5. Here are the results. You can see Blacklist even outslayed 48 to 49. They even did worse on the KD as well with 0.98 compared to 1.02. So Blacklist did what they can in terms of putting those bombs down to pressure Q9 at the first half. And when they started on the defense, they just went in, get that mid-map control, and have Jabin do all the sorts of wonder with that gunfight. 16 and 6, 2.67 on the KD department. Compare that to Uling with 12-9, 1.33, or Sun with 14 and 9. His is completely better. And when you need the J God the most, he steps it up. And with the power and consistency that he has proven on this SMDs, we can really count on him to play later on. And we back to the caster desk. Now it's time to finally decide who will take this series. Game number 5 will be on the line. Hardpoint will be the next map, will be the next game that we're gonna play. And looking at the performance of Hardpoints, Q9 lost one up against Almighty on Hacienda Hardpoint. Then they won up against SPG and Z1. For Blacklist, they have been able to lose 2 games, one with WPM and one with AMT. And the only win that they got was versus SPG. So we're taking a look at the game. If we're basing it on the past performance, Blacklist obviously had the advantage here. They won up against Q9 earlier, 250 to 192, if I am not mistaken. And well, it is really time to determine who will be playing and who will be winning this series. If Blacklist will be able to win this matchup, that means their top 4 spot will be guaranteed already. Now, as much as I want to do some Valorant accent, I don't really know characters there. Yeah, I don't play any game outside COD because COD is the best. I am definitely not biased. All right, we're hopping into Hardpoint. We got Apocalypse. We got Take Up Band. We played Summit earlier. Now we're hopping into Hardpoint Hacienda. And I'm really hoping that the Arsenal map is actually fixed already, because the minimap is the only thing that is stopping us from playing that Arsenal map here at the CDSI 2023 group stage. And you know what? I want to know your opinion on this. Do you think Blacklist International ROG will win this series? Type yes in the chat if you are supporting Blacklist. I want to know if there will be there will be some countermeasures. Maybe some of you guys really favor Q9 to win this game. our Japanese friends really would love to have Q9 win this because they will have a chance for Z1 to qualify for the top 4 spot if they force a tiebreaker. And if they win their match versus Blacklist, which is currently not really possible at the moment because of how well Q9 has been able to rough up Blacklist International Ultimate as well. And yeah, now we're hopping into game number 5. We are now finally going into another game number 5. I have completely lost my mind. We already have a back-to-back game 5s, and if we see that game 5 on map number 3, I would need Wasabi in this comment section. I would also need him here. I would also need her here at the caster dash. But yeah, here we go. Game 5, Blacklist versus Q9. Same exact operating skills will be made. There will be no gravity vortex. See how are they and put this one through. I can already see FDX on the chat. Most likely he's scouting the performance of Blacklist right now versus Q9. And FDX is the one who sold me. That's why people are bullying me to go bald. FDX, why did you sold me? But yeah, here we go. Q9 versus Blacklist. Winner takes the map. Game number 5. Can we see Blacklist rail this one in? Or will Q9 win this matchup? We're gonna open it up with Blacklist on the better side, as they do have that P2 spawns in control. And on a map like Ashenda Hardpoint, you would need to have your ARs do some wonders for you on this long-range engagements in Rage. Gonna start off with 2 big kills. And they have still maintained the P2 spawns as well. And obviously, for Blacklist, they don't really have to worry about a lot. They don't have to worry about this P1. They just have to put some pressure in, avoid Q9 from claiming all the time, and maybe put some one player in to just, you know, even up, not give Q9 a lot of this time. They're gonna do that with Yado, trying to push in using that smoke, just to try to put some pressure inside of that hard point. But Jabin still doing a great job maintaining the spawns for next, as he wins those 2 big gunfights. And this P1 would be traded off Scrappy, and we'll end it with a 15 to 20. Dude, Blacklist get this final 2 seconds. But no, we're gonna be ended up with a tie, 18 to 17. And Q9 will be entering here with an early rotation, but scared and Rage finds those big kills to open up and break the hill right before the hardpoint opens up. And they're gonna be here claiming the early time. But you see Q9 already coming in, stacking, coming from only one lane. They're gonna be able to break the hill. Jabin here trying to find a way to soften out the defense inside, as his teammates trying to find a way to retaliate back and enter inside the point. Nades, tacticals will be shown inside. Rage trying to break in through, picking all the corners possible, and Blacklist will be there to play this P2 Scrappy. Q9 not really budging here at all. They're taking what the offense is giving and they're just retaliating back here. As the P2 now would most likely be in favor of Blacklist, as Q9 will try to give it away, settle for that early rotation towards next. Blacklist will have a good ample amount of lead, moving on to P3. And just a couple of facts here. Once again, we had Sun scoring 17 kills on Hardpoint earlier on Summit. And this time he should be able to turn things around as he's using a CBR4. So that's going to impact the range and the pace that Blacklist has to really watch out for. And along with Lin, who's holding on a biggie corner, gonna get shot down there. And you see Blacklist already caught in a pinch. They're trying to set up that pinch, but 3 goes down. Blacklist International Ultimate, ROG, will be shot down. 48 to 52. Lin will hit a nade. Yado there with the shutdown. And we're seeing a lot of investments with the operator at the start of the game. I must say, Sinan had a good volley off of that War Machine. Able to stop 2 operating skills from being used by Blacklist here at this matchup, 53 to 54. B, Sinan doing a great job just stopping Blacklist from getting inside of this one. They're going to be able to claim the scrap time, and they will force Blacklist International ROG to set up for the next hardpoint rotation. Very good, solid investment there for Q9. Not to mention, they only wasted 2 operators there and tried to get this lead to their favor. For Blacklist right now, They're gonna have 3 operators here to be used. And the Purifier could be very useful at this moment right now, especially on this P4. They're gonna try to use up the Claw, which will be really not being damaged right now. Scared gets shot down, but Javen now pulls out the Annihilator, trying to stop these players from pushing this lane. Blacklist has to watch out for. They're gonna be only pushing on towards the God Rock, on towards stairs. And Blacklist has been doing a hell of a job staying alive versus Q9 on this engagement. But Lin, as he enters at the middle of the map, would be able to find the pinch, get that shots to come true. I'm surprised he is still alive after getting stuck on the couch. He should be dead already. But now that he's dead, he's dealt with. This is still going to be a close game. 86 to 80 is going to be the score of the matchup. And we have ourselves potentially a 250 to 240 finish just by looking at the rotations and the pattern that we've seen so far here at the game. It will be favoring Blacklist here at the start of this second set of rotation with 92 to 86 in their favor. Rage and the crew doing a hell of a job, but we need to see more from Scared and AG as the 2 main slayers. They gotta get themselves ongoing because Q9, they're ready to bring their A game to win this match and take control of the #1 spot here at the Group A. And then eventually, he does get cut down. Q9 on a solid position here at this P1. Finally will be broken here by Rage. And with the knife, he takes B out of position. Disgusting. Close quarter combat play there for Rage. But then, we need to see more from them, honestly, because it's been a back and forth. 96 to 100 gonna be the score here, the first hard point. But you already see #1 in CNAN from Q9 already backing his way up towards his next hard point rotation. They're trying to get in there early. But #5 and AJ gonna be there early to rotate as well for Blacklist. So it's a 50-50 battle here at this early rotation, this early hold towards P2 at the garage. It's all about this gunfight. Uling finds one, trying to clear it up. Smoke's gonna cover his entry. The approach needs to be strong on this one for this push to work. But Scared finding a good read of this rotation. They're gonna invest 2 operators here. That investment gonna turn into good value as Scared will be able to stop the first wave of gunfights provided here by Q9 at this P2. And he still wins one even after the switcheroo. He fights one more with the Hunter. Scared has been lighting it up. Been able to build up for the Predator missile, but finally gets shot down by Sun. But that play right there bought Blacklist 30 seconds on the game. So it is going to be hard now for Q9 to actually find their way back, knowing that they're gonna have to give up this scrap time to get that early rotation to next hill. Not to mention they do have to fight it off Scrappy here, knowing that Scared is gonna be there early to anticipate the push. Same thing with Yadow's gonna be on the middle of the stairs. Scrap time gonna be in the back for Blacklist. This is going to be a 46-point lead as we open up P4. This is something that Q9 has to worry about. If they don't get this P4, it is basically done and dealt with. I meant P3. It's going to be basically done and dealt with. So now trying to wield his team back here with the Annihilator. Gonna be cancelled out by the smoke, but he is just too good as he keeps winning this gunfight. Waiting for Blacklist to stack. Able to find 1 and 2. Able to find one more. He locks it against Yado. Gonna bring in the Predator missile as well. And that's gonna be it. And much like Scared on that P2 hardpoint, he was able to buy some team some time. And the same thing can be said here, made by Sun at this P3 fences, where he's able to help Uling score some time inside the hill. But that eventually should be cut down and narrowed down by Blacklist as they're trying to find a way to contest. AG wins that gunfight. But Sun should be able to trade this one and get the scrap time, but no. Blacklist will deny. It is going to be a 30-point lead here at this game. And Q9, they're trying to find ways to get their acts together. Uling has been playing well with 26. Same thing can be said with Sun, who has 31. But you gotta get your hardpoint players inside of this hill for this play to work. They're gonna win their first wave of gunfights with Sun fighting 3 players down. That's it. That's the play that they need. It's the gunfight that they won that massively could just turn this thing around for Q9. as they now have better map control with Sun and Uling teaming up to be the best SMG AR duo here at this P4. Not to mention, they got all corners covered up here as well. Aegis Lane is able to drop Scared, who's contesting the hill, and now they are back in track, baby. We got ourselves a game, 165 to 169. And we talk about Sun being one of the better acquisition for Q9, and look at him now, scoring the most kills here at this Hacienda hardpoint thus far with 36 kills. This man was able to find 5 kills with the Annihilator earlier. Has been able to light up and buy the team some time in the hill. 168 to 175. Every time you look at the kill feed, it's always Sun finding those multiple kill streaks. And he could be the dagger that could just stop Blacklist from winning this game if he continues to keep it up. As we do see now, we open up this third set of rotation. B's gonna be here. He's gonna lose that gunfight, so that means second floor control will be in favor of Blacklist. Sinan will be there for the reinforcement. Scared will be shut down. Perimeter will be sealed, and they will be able to gain some control on the bottom floor. But they still have Yada to deal with, and Sinan finds a 4-piece. They are winning their gunfights insanely here at this matchup, 183 to 185. It just keeps going, man. This has been a back and forth scrappy match. No matter what hardpoint we come into, it's always a back-to-back trade-off. But we're opening up this next hardpoint with Blacklist having the lead, but they'll be late on this rotation. So trying to use that War Machine to open up the hill. They got AG trying to find a kill on the back to secure the pinch, but he does get dealt with. But Rage pops up with the barbecue machine. He opens up the hill, he breaks it as well. With 40 seconds, that should be plenty of time for them. Claim some time. AG and Rage, they have decided to pop off here. Sun would be a desecrated, but he still wins the gunfight. AG and the crew, they're trying to hold down the fort, but Q9 with the stack. AG still wins 2 gunfights, and with the help of Rage, they'll be able to clean it up. 195 to 219. If you're Q9, there's only 15 seconds left. It's either you push this hill or you settle for the next rotation. That's why you have Sinan already in towards P3 fences, holding off the warehouse. But Blacklist gonna be there earlier compared to Q9, and that means they have the potential to close this one out. If they can win this gunfight, they can just go and win it. Q9 has to rely on their operating skills to try to win this game. Lin finds a big one, opening it up. They're trying to contest the hill, but Jabin denies 1. Holding off the fort, denies 2. It's 10 more points for the win. Stun coming through. Q9, this is their final bit of contest, but Jabin is able to deny once again. Uling, he is the last hope. He opens up the P3. Game is not yet over. Uling wins another big one on the hill. Greg 6 has been lighting up. They do have operating skills to back them up to win this gunfight, but they all fall down. Sun's the only player alive inside the hill. Reinforcements coming through, but Blacklist just keeps on coming. They got Scared extending out. Hardpoint is on contested, but AG buying the team some time to get inside the hill. But it is not yet over. We're moving on to the next set of hardpoint. Hopping on to P4. 207, 247. Q9 on the early rotation. Blacklist, they're gifted with the spawn trap. They are gifted with the spinch as well. If Rage and Scared wins the gunfight, they are good to go. Scared wins 3 kills in a row, and that will be it. Blacklist, they survive versus Q9, and that's gonna be the second series of the day. Blacklist ROG securing the victory. And with that win, that puts Blacklist spot on the Group A playoffs, secured at least on the top 4. And while for Kingju Club, they have taken their first lose in the group stage versus Blacklist Ultimate. They cannot win the respawns on the hard point, so that was really, really great step up there for Blacklist. I really love what I saw from Scared. Jabin played great, but the more that I see it, Scared and Rage always doing the dirty work, being the front man, the route man to set up the early rotation for the squad here. The Shenda, it was the deal breaker. So now, that will be it. Kingju Club now will be placing second at the moment, and WPM is at the number 1 spot at the Group A. Who would have thought? You know, WPM Low Kings, number 1 in Group A at the moment before they play Almighty later on. And that will be it for our second game. 2 back-to-backs in a row. And could we see more for Blacklist? You know, they have finally defeated the number 1 squad in this Group A. That means they have finally found their rhythm, and I think they have found the answer as well to who will their 5th man be, and that will be Scared. This guy was able to continuously light up the respawn matches. Well, aside from the control, he was being able to consistently help this team propel those early engagements as well as those early rotations. So they have sold 1 already, and we saw Yato play great here today, especially on the hard point. But we need to see him compete more because he's the main slayer here for Blacklist International ROG. But yeah, I mean, progress is virtue, progress is key, and that will be a 3-2 victory, a hard-fought victory for the squad of Blacklist Ultimate. And now we're taking a look at our results, and man, it was one hell of a match. We had to go down to 3 sets of hard point to know who will be winning these matches. And Blacklist, what I really love and what I really like from what happened here on this matchup was their ability to contest the scrap time of the hard point and have some players go over to the next hill. And you have to back yourself up with gunfights as well as coordination for that to work. And for Blacklist, they just made it look so seamless here at this game. Take a look at Scared, 30, 37, 15, not bad, but definitely he has made those routes a lot easier for Blacklist on those next set of hard points. And of course, we got Yato playing one of the best hard points that we've had him so far on this high tier gameplay with 39, 35. But Sun and Uling, this duo from Q9, they've been so well off. Sun with the CBR4, Uling with the Krieg 6, 48-35% with 1.37, Uling with 1.09 KD. That's all you can ask for. Not to mention, if they can have B sub in for Island on the coming CDM Season 6, they will be a lot better in terms of their respawns and their S&D. Remember, Island is on a break, and once he comes back, Q9 will be back and more deadly. Let's take a look at our MVP. It's J-God! 1.59 rating, 16 kills. No! This is the S&D stat. This is the S&D stat. I don't think it's Yato who won the game. It was Yato. Yato was my personal MVP on that game. But let's take a look at our highlights, and I'll see you guys right back. All right, that will be it. That will be our second series of the day. Q9 will take a kneel as Blacklist was able to slay one of the best teams in China right now. And Q9 Club, again, they may have taken the loss, but this is not their main roster yet. They got a couple of more players that are on the break. You got D-Chan, you also have Island. They are waiting for their opportunity to come back in here once again. And once you add those players into the lineup of Q9, they'll be more solid than what we have in here right now. But again, that will be it. This is gonna be crazy knowing that Blacklist struggled versus AMT. AMT struggled versus Q9. Blacklist struggled versus AMT. And well, it just messed up, you know. This is just high level gameplay. You cannot really predict what's gonna happen. And by this time, when the teams are already settled in and they got their pace ongoing, they already have the rhythm, and it's all about just the execution. And for Blacklist, They won here versus a Blacklist. They have won versus Q9, so that means they have locked in their top 4 spot, and more will be coming in later. After this game, you thought this was intense. We got Almighty and WPM later on for another best of 5. So that right there could potentially go to a map number 5, knowing that WPM is savvy at hard points. We got Almighty being the better control, better S&D team. So I am looking forward to what's gonna happen on the coming game that we have. But hard fought victory for Blacklist International ROG. Right when you think this Garena Masters 4 champs are gonna get mowed down, no. They found themselves back into the ground. They have managed to fix themselves. They won the game, and they will be able to secure the top 4 spot. But for Q9, it's not the end yet, though. They may have taken the loss, but they are still part of the top 4, and they could continuously get better. After this loss, they will have the opportunity to fix those mistakes, especially on this hard points, because at the end of the day, right, when we look at this best of 5, their S&Ds are insane, but the hard point really needs some work. So that's it. That's going to be the key take here. The keys for victory has been achieved by Blacklist ROG. They won 1 S&D, they won 2 hard points, and that's all you can ask for. Never mind the control. As long as you win this best of 5, you are good to go. And for Q9, I love it. I love the way that Sun and Uling has been able to pair up as one of the best SR duo in S&D and the better AR and SMG duo in the hard points. If they could find a third player to help them give Q9 firepower, I can see Q9 really a top 3 pick as well. Same thing can be said with the one that we saw earlier. But honestly, this is it. This is going to be the end of our first game. We're going to be hopping into the next game, and I know we're going to be buying some time. But yeah, congratulations to all to SPG as well as Blacklist International Ultimate. The way that they played this matchup ain't easy. They had to go for a hard pick. You know, it was a hard fought battle in these games. 2 back-to-back best of 5. And well, it is gonna be it. We're gonna be standing by for a little bit moment. So it is gonna be the final game of the day. And I hope I am still sane by the time here of this game. And now here we go. Let's take a look at the standings. Q9 still at the top, but if WPM wins against AMT, they'll be the number 1 spot on the Group A. And since we have Blacklist winning here at the match versus Q9, they have eventually tied up their spot for the top 4. They're going to be tied with AMT with 7 points. So there's still plenty of things that we really need to talk about here. And what we're talking about right now is WPM having the opportunity to seize the number 1 spot up against Q9. And why is it that you need to be part of the top 2? Well, if you're part of the top 2, you can advance to the groups. You can advance to the playoffs, and you're gonna have 2 life advantage. If you're top 3 and top 4, you're gonna remain on the lower bracket where you only have 1 life. So if you drop your maps at the lower bracket, you're eventually goner. GG's. You just have to play the next event. So as much as you want to see it, Q9 and WPM are the front runners and taking away the top 2 spot for the moment here at CDSI 2023. But of course, the CDFI 2022 champions in Almighty, you cannot just count them up. Recently, they have been on a ride. They have been on a spree. They have taken down Blacklist International ROG. They have also showed a lot of promises, especially Heaven. He has taken on a good role once again in this response. And if we take a look at the way that FTX has been able to supply the gunfights as well for Almighty, they are the perfect combination. So taking a look at what happened, for AMT, they 3-1 Z1, the 3-1 Blacklist, and the only loss that they have was up against Q9, where they lost 1-3 on the map number 4. But here this time, up against WPM, the last time these two met was on Garena Masters 4, where it was a WPM victory. Now we're approaching to another rule set, another set of strategies that will be allocated here with new set of maps. And you have AMT, obviously, going to be sponsored by Monster Energy Drink, and they have finally acquired a coach in Zim. So Zim is one of those coaches that you really have to get, because he's the GOAT, man. He's the GOAT. Aside from KVR, they are one of the best coaches that we have so far in the Call of Duty mobile scene. Same thing can be said with Olea. Their strategies that this two can offer. It is gonna be insane. So it's all about whoever wins that gunfight later on, as we are trying to buy some time before we hop into another reset of the intermission. Let's go for some shout outs to see if I do have the tab along with me. Donut gonna be hunted tonight. Zim versus Olea. Yeah, Saiful Islam, Zim and Olea. This will be a battle of mind. So Zim, obviously, he is one hell of a coach for Kings from Europe. Kings recently won the Mobile Mayhem. They just trashed the competition and they 4-0'd 117 Out Fund. But now we're gonna be right back. But when we're gonna be going on for a break, but when we come back, it is going to be the final series. It is WPM versus the one and only Almighty.
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势复活点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
局面不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！说一下白房也是 no， 但这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Potato fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A-bomb, so you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Adalah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, kalau udah setup duluan ya, sayang sekali ya kalau ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat mengikat.
The Immorse will come in. Yado's skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火箭还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Feed up Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Immorse will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火箭还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
肯定哦，被抓太那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他就打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧，哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซนเทคใน
Feed up Fluency once more here towards the bomb side. A bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu operator kill.
Nah, soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya, Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Immorse will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，火箭还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个
补了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？什么？
但是自己的血量并不是那么健康了。小奶就在烟中啊，你可以看到他在育苗的位置上面，完全猜到了对方的站位。
呱呱绕了一个大圈回来，把人清了一下，抓到劣势波点了。呱呱，看看怎么打，转起来。
哦，被抓开那个了。
队友旅店带走，下面双杀，
居民不敢来了，他想打3个。
我的天哪！回头白房也是 no no， 实战这个点埋的太好了呀。
作为打手枪的选手吧。哇哦，亚瑟
This is important. Once Kazuko Legacy gets the flood in here,
ออกมากาโต้จะเข้าเป้าเป็นเด็กระยะไกลแบบนี้มันอยู่แล้วปาดมาได้กาโต้ไปต่อแล้วดูต่อเซตเทคใน
Feed up Lindsay once more here towards the bomb side. Hey, bomb side, you better watch out.
their timing and their coordination.
Of trickling in one at a time. They have got that partnership. They've got those duos pushing in together.
Setelah hard point ketiganya, immerse coba untuk masuk dan satu operator skill.
Soalnya udah setup duluan ya. Sayang sekali ya Clock ini mengeluarkan ulti yang sangat poin sekali.
The Immorse will come in. Yato skirt AD under his name. But till then, whatever the West Point Marvel Kings have been able to do, Javen has been able to deny.
问题不大，波点还在我们手中，小心 unlucky， 一定要小心 unlucky 这个歼灭者，一个。
火了。
是的 ，Mac 这里你把狙怎么操作呀？你操作不了的吧？
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CDSI 2023. We are finally on our final match of the day. And what a way to end it. We got two of the best teams in the MSP region going head-to-head on our final bout for the day. We have Almighty versus WPM, and WPM right now has an opportunity to climb up the ladder and take away the #1 spot up against Q9. Let's take a look at the AMT lineup. We got Heaven, FDX, Incendio, Shut Up in Irfan J. And let's talk about the recent roster adjustments here. We got Irfan J still in the lineup, but we have Jeff Pro officially out of the lineup here, and we added in FDX, who you all may know have been part of the greater Blacklist International Ultimate Squad back in GM3. He was one key player when it comes to playing the sniper role, and he's been one hell of a player for AMT. And now we're taking a look at WPM here as well. You got Yopi, PJ, Luffy, Susano, and Kalo. You got obviously Luffy, who is one of the better snipers. He is called the Terminator in Garena MSP, and he can get really hot and he can get really cold, and that's why you have Susano as the backup sniper, who has been pretty consistent since the start of the series. And well, if you're wondering how and where we got into this, the first match of the day, it was SPG who won 3-2 versus Z1, and now we got Q9 losing 2-3 versus the one and only Blacklist International ROG. And we're on our final game of the day. Guys, let me know who you guys are supporting. Is it #AMT? or it's a hashtag WPM. As far as we all know, the last time these two met was during Garena Masters 4, where WPM managed to secure a victory over the squad, and they were one of the teams to absolutely tear apart the control gameplay of Almighty. And since then, AMT has lost their touch on the control game mode. But yeah, shout out to all of the coaches that's watching right now. We got Olea, we got Zim, we also have Hippo in the live stream as well, watching high tier level action here at the Eastern region. So right now, AMT, if they do win this one, they take number 2 spot away from WPM. If WPM wins this versus AMT, they will be able to take the number 1 spot away from Q9, and they will be the number 1 team in Group A by the end of the day's schedule. So a lot of implications that we can really talk about into this matchup, but everything has to start with the gunfight on this 2v2, where you get to pick the first map on the series. And if you do so find that to happen to your side, you can just go in for the snowball and win this matchup. So who do you guys think will win this gunfight? I do think if Irfan J is playing here on this 2v2, there will be a big chance that AMT is gonna win this matchup. And yes, he's gonna play alongside Incendio. So I love the matchup here. They're going up against the best duo right now, and obviously in Garena, with WPM, Yopi, and PJ, the SMG duo connection. They're very much like very solid in terms of holding on onto their angles. But yeah, Incendio playing this one really slow, takes that top floor control. Irfan J will take care of the guys on the ground floor. Both are still waiting for a moment to pick. Yopi down to very low HP. Can they turn this thing around? Yopi gonna try to hop on, should spot Irfan J any minute now. It's gonna have all the sound cues in form. Irfan J wins that gunfight. All down to PJ, holding on to a cute angle. He's just one shot away from getting eliminated, and Irfan J gets the pick. AMT takes the first round here at this gunfight at Saloon. And on a map like this, you'd obviously want to have the second floor, but you'd need to get one of the power angles as well. That main carriages is on the top right side of this minimap. Is gonna be big, but you can actually just blast through and just go for the push here. Very much hard. WPM taking the route on the insides of the Saloon. They're trying to find ways to get Irfan J off guard. And this AS Val, definitely one of the better iron sights in the game. But Craig 6 is still the best. Craig 6 still has the best iron sight in the game. But PJ, they're trying to slow it down. At this rate, we might see that the flag activated and have to be captured. But if it has to go to an overtime and the clock expires, it's going to be WPM that will win due to the health points available in the game. But with AMT shutting down one player, PJ is the only guy alive and he has to pounce. Flag should be activated by now. PJ will find Incendio. Now we are on a one-on-one. PJ, if he just decides to push this through, he will win the gunfight. And there it is, a 1v2 in favor for WPM. And I don't know, man, if we're watching this game, if you're watching this game right now and the game just go back and forth, what more can these two teams bring? When we hop into Hardpoint and S&D and Control later on, PJ trying to find a way to get that attack through Irfan J. Yopi gonna take the top floor control. Type 25, high fire rate gun, a very slow ADS speed. But the nade should be able to stick out. There should be damages around the vicinity, but it will not be enough to shut down AMT. Yopi gonna be in line, gonna spot Incendio's head, gives him a haircut. It's gonna be a 1v2 now. Irfan J. And yeah, no clutch king there. No clutch king there. Woo! I am lost for words. Yopi, PJ, they now have taken the lead, and we're still going to be hopping in with a Type 25. But adjustments being made here by Incendio, who takes the top floor spot. It's time to switch sides. Irfan J on, and a cute angle lines it up, and that's going to be 2-2, man. Woo! This is going to be game 5. If AMT wins this round, Warden will shave his head. Gave me a call just now. I'm just kidding. WPM. Oh, they're using a sniper, so interesting stuff. So you got WPM, Yopi, and PJ trying to use the sniper, but you have Irfan J, who possibly has a big possibility that could just bring out the pistol, win this gunfight. He's got 4 kills, which is like the most on this gunfight 2v2. I highly feel like he's gonna use the 50 Gs to take these 2 players. Now, who knows, right? PJ shuts down Incendio. Now having the opportunity to win this game. PJ, Yopi. They're waiting for Irfan J to pop up. You know, Clutch King, he can be unpredictable at times. But now, he's just backing away. He has to find a way to tie it up. But no, it will not be. Oh, it will not be enough. PJ will win because of the help points. But he can still capture the flag. Can he win? Oh, Irfan J wins it. Oh, hello. Irfan J wins it. Clutch King. Clutch King Irfan J. It was a 1v2. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? That's nasty. Somebody clip that. Irfan J, you're not supposed to win that gunfight, but I had a premonition that he'll win the gunfight using the pistol, and he did so happen to win that matchup. So AMT will be able to win the gunfight. That means they're going to be able to pick that map number 1 and the side as well on the S&D. But we're going to have to run through the bans and picks first, knowing that this is going to be a best of 5. 2 maps will be banned on each game mode on S&D and Hardpoint. So if you're Almighty, you already have the chance to pick the best map on your you pick your S&D best map to go up potentially 1-0 on the series. But if you're for WPM, you know, you still have the saving grace. You still have a chance to ban AMT's best map in S&D. Try to play them for the second round or play their second best map. So let's take a look at what they're gonna have here for the bans. WPM bans Tunisia and Apocalypse. AMT bans Meltdown and Summit. That's going to be it for S&D and Hardpoint. And if we're gonna take a look at the maps, potential maps that we can play on S&D, will be Firing Range, which could potentially be a map pick by Almighty, knowing that this is going to be their best map out of all. We know what Shotup can do there when he plays that sniper. And obviously, well, we could also see Slums be played here by Almighty. WPM is not profound to play a lot of Slums, S&Ds. So those are the comfort picks that I could use if I am Almighty. But I am really open to other maps as well here for S&D, but on that hard point though is where things get spiced up. Summit and Apocalypse is banned, leaving one of the better maps in the hard point open, which is Summit. So I do believe that WPM will pick that map number 2. Then they will pick the Summit map. So obviously it's gonna be a big one. So now that it's all said, it's just what map are we gonna be playing here? Because if you're Almighty, you do have a great chance of winning this game versus WPM. But by looking at the past statistics, you know, AMT has managed to one up against Z1 3-1. But you take out the past result of WPM Lookings, they 3-0 Blacklist. And knowing that Blacklist throw them into a map Express in S&D Express, they still beat the hell out of Blacklist. Then WPM clearly a different breed, and it's all about mind games at this point. You have your best players. You have your best players for both squads. Now you have the best coach as well, possibly in the entire scene outside of KBR from Blacklist. It is now about what map are you gonna pick if you're Darian Zim, and what map are you gonna counter with if you are Olea. It's a battle of minds. It's a battle of strategies. It's not just the players involved here at this point. It's also about the coaches that are behind these players that really, you know, bring the best out of the players that we have here for Almighty and WPM. But we have some recent moves as well for WPM. Ever since they got Demorse out of the game, I believe their S&D has gotten stronger. They have the dual snipe setup in Susano and Luffy. One, you have a very cirky sniper and the ability to clutch it up in Luffy. Then you have Susano, who is a very consistent, stable sniper like Shotup. So having those two in line in those S&Ds can give you 2 lanes that they can hold, and the pressure on the long range is going to continue up. So I do believe WPM, this is their best roster when it comes to playing S&D, but Dimor still is one of their better players when it comes to playing the hard points and this control. So we're gonna have to find out how are they gonna pair up with Darian Zim's Almighty, because as far as we all know, not only do they have FDX on the lineup, but they also have Bingo on the 6-man spot. So this team is really stacked, but it's all about finding the rotations here on the S&D map that we're gonna be playing. And you know, Arsenal, we could potentially play Arsenal, but again, guys, those are just watching, they're just tuning in right now. And if you have watched any of the Arsenal hardpoint played in the competitive map so far in the community scene, Arsenal's mini map is still broken. So that's the reason why we haven't implemented the map into the CDSI 2023 map pool roster. So until that doesn't get fixed, we are still playing only possible 4 maps in the game, and that will be Summit, Apocalypse, that's gonna be Shenda, it's gonna be oh my god, my brain is about to explode. But yeah, we're still waiting for the game to start, and let me know, guys, on the comment section if who you guys are supporting. You know, you got Almighty, you got WPM is the number 2 team in Garena, and Almighty is the number 4 team. So 2 and 4. Sadly, we do not have Omega in this game, but obviously if they do, it would be a lot crazy. But we're looking at a very high tier matchup here. Obviously, these teams will come out swinging with their own map picks, and I'm expecting Almighty to actually pick a map that they will be stronger at versus WPM to get that 1-0 edge right off the start of this game. But apart from Almighty's S&D, they do have to be confident in playing their control matchup later on. I know that WPM is a lot stronger when they play these hard points, but at that control, we all know Almighty, they were one of the best. They went in for a crazy 16 or 17-0 streak in Garena Masters 3 to Garena Masters 4. They were really undefeated and no one can really touch them. But when they played up against WPM Low Kings on the playoffs, they got desecrated. They lost their hardpoint rate, their control rate, and right at that point, it really started to snowball. They haven't really been confident with the control game mode as of late. But knowing what they could have done, I don't think they're going to be able to pull up with a solid win here, since they won up against Blacklist International ROG on control crossroads strikes. But yeah, talk about the potential maps. Let's talk about the potential players that might pop up. As we all know, WPM, they are renowned for their best duo, the SMG duo. That's going to be PJ and that's going to be OP. These two have been part of WPM Low Kings since the start of its competitive scene. I believe before they even hop into Garena Master Season 1 last year, they have won 30 consistent straight championships at the community tournaments before they were even given a chance to showcase their capabilities. And it was Warden who told me that. So it's really impressive that WPM has grown to be one of the best. Who would have thought that this team, under Olea's guidance, be a runner-up or a potential number 1 seed here at Group A at CDSI 2023. It has been a lot. You know, WPM, they're the only team outside AMT that has never won a championship title just yet. So let's see if they're going to have the mental fortitude to finally secure this one here. So, yeah. So let's actually wait for it. We're actually waiting for the games to start. We don't have any control of the lobby. Yes, Joe, thank you for absolutely taking that. If you guys really want to start this game, I really want it to start too. I really want this game to get over and done with. And now we are taking a look at the team camps here. See how well and prepared the mood is for the squads. Let's take a look at the AMT. We got Heaven. We got FDX playing from Iloilo, Philippines. He has a brother in Bayman. Bayman's also a great sniper. But FDX still the better brother. Slow rolls. You also got the captain Incendio. Got shot up. One of the better snipers in SNTs. Been stable. Been great consistently for the squad. And you got Clutch King. The guy who just clutched up the 1v2 gunfight just earlier. He's got one of the best hairs in Garena MSP. I must tell you that. I wish we could have seen WPM Low Kings, but it is what it is. And the difference here is that you got AMT playing in a remote location, so their communication may have a little bit of a lag But if you take a look at the other side in WPM Lokings, they really have a bootcamp designated for them to actually play, train, and be the better version of themselves. Plus, they do have the coach alongside them. So those mid-game adjustments going to be very important and going to be needed. So that's the advantage of having players in the bootcamp. But there's also downsides for players in the bootcamp. We saw during the game 1 or on the day 1 versus Z1, WPM Lokings had to pause the game for a very long time. They were all in the same bootcamp, and for some odd reason, the Wi-Fi decided to shut off. No player was really able to connect properly because of the Wi-Fi. The downside that you get at times. So that's why you have to invest into 2 ISPs, internet service providers, for you to have a backup plan just in case those kind of stuff happen. But it already happened, and we are already here waiting for this game to start. Guys, we are progressing to play this game. So it's just taking a long time, maybe picking the map. I know there's a lot of things that we can really talk about in here right now, but let's talk about the map bans here. Since we have AMT banning Meltdown, they also banned Summit Hardpoint. So that means WPM will not be seeing any Summit Hardpoint later on. So they could bring us to Oshenda on at map number 2, which is going to be their best hardpoint pick outside of that Summit map. So AMT doing their research here properly on that Summit Hardpoint. On that Meltdown, it just really goes crazy. Sometimes you do not want... And there's a reason why Meltdown was banned by AMT. The first ace of the season was claimed here at this map, and it was claimed by WPM Yopi. The guy played so well with that KRM. Scored ace versus, I believe it was SPG. They had nothing to do with it. They just get beat down by Yopi on that map. So AMT, I love the map that they banned. They banned, the potential disaster that could happen on this map. But for WPM, they are here to actually ban their weakness. WPM Tunisia is not really one of the best maps that you can really play this S&D. It's very defensive sided. You just have to camp on A side, you hide on the shadows, hide on the yellow tarp under, and once the push comes through, you just go for the boom. Boom, boom, boom. Then for WPM Hardpoint, Apocalypse, obviously Apocalypse, I believe AMT has won this versus Blacklist International ROG on their Hardpoint, where AMT started up slow, and when we hit that second rotation, that's where Almighty decided to go for the snowball. They chained it P1 to P2 to P3, and the next thing you know, it's a 250 to 163 victory. And now, games are about to start. We have already done 2 best of 5s. I am expecting this to be another game 5. If not, I'm gonna throw a tantrum after this game is said and done. But now, here we go. Slums S&D is going to be the map that we're going to be holding on to. This is a map where you need to get your snipers on going right off the get-go. We saw that from Q9 Uling and Jabin earlier, who scored 16 kills on this map. And Susano, he's been one hell of a player, but Luffy starts off with the wallbang, dropping shot up, so 1 sniper already out. No more sniper for Almighty. The start of this first round. WPM, all goods. They're not really trying to push. We saw Blacklist International RG on this game just really pushing the map, play for the plant, and pressure their opponent to play for retake. But WPM taking a different approach here this time. Grasping the situation, finding the best moment to actually push this. FDX on a tight corner, but the spray transfer not going to be that smooth enough as Kalo able to win that trade battle. All down to Irfan J and Incendio, the 2v2 gunfight players sent out by Almighty earlier. I mean, as long as Irfan J is alive, he has the potential to clutch it up. Susano's gonna miss this gunfight, but the second will be converted. All down to a Incendio show. Gets one onto Luffy. Bomb has yet to be planted. I see on the top right side that Kalos has planted the bomb. Pressure is on now. Incendio takes Kalo. Info now in the hands of WPM. But they cannot let Incendio get another pick here, so they have to convert the shot. And 1-0 now. Gonna be score off the game. The noob white tee. Let Uncle Roger take over, Cali. Oh no. We will only let Uncle Roger take over if AMT is struggling to win maps. Okay. That's our condition. Right now it's still 1-0. Uncle Roger will only go out if AMT is down by a couple of rounds. But as we open up this second round, WPM this time taking a different approach. They have made control the middle of the map. But despite of that, it's still going to be an equal trade. But due to the stun connecting, Yopi will be able to find FDX, but Incendio gonna find his own kill up against Susano. Now it's a 2v3 situation. Once again, it's a redo of the first round, but a good pick from Incendio, rolling to get that shot onto Luffy. Now it's all down to the 2v2 gunfight players. Incendio wins one onto Yopi. PJ, last man standing. Irfanji's got a good solid look onto that head glitch at the B side. Gonna be a 1v2 situation. PJ gonna be the last guy standing. Gonna try to slow it down. He's looking to play per picks. He's not gonna pick up the bomb at the moment. And much like Blacklist, AMT gonna stick onto one spot. Gonna wait for that bomb to be initiated. Gonna get picked up and get that bomb planted before they even decide to make a move. Very wise for them, honestly. They're respecting PJ's chances to clutch it up. But as soon as this gets planted, PJ should be able to draw these players away from their drawers. Coming for the push. PJ now finds the player. He knows that they're going to be on the bricks. But Incendio having that LK24, we all know what an LK24 can do. Super versatile. High damage upon impact on the long-range engagements. And that's going to be Almighty winning that second round. And a good shout out to Aurora Scalo. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm joking, never mind. Kalo's Aurora. Wait, what? Aurora Scalo? Kalo's Aurora. I don't know. Let's go. Gonna be round number 3 here. WPM does find themselves going for a quick plant. They've already crossed the bomb. They got Yopi extending out. This is such a very aggressive spot to be in if you're WPM. I've seen them push up, finds the first blood. Gonna sneak around like a snake. And Kalo there to come up with the kill. But it's still gonna be an equal 3v3 battle. But PJ wins the gunfight. Now this time on the broken wall. 3v2 situation. The thing here with FDX in this spot, it's not gonna be okay holding off that bomb. He has to back away and stay still at this staircase. Because PJ's got a good solid look. Look, it's a 3-man sniper setup here for WPM on this round number 3. Oh no. Now they're gonna settle for the plant. 40 seconds. He got 45. It's AMT now. We're looking to play for a retake. The saving grace here, they got Incendio who can damage these players on the long range. But look at what WPM is trying to do. They open up the plant. They're gonna wait for AMT to pop off. With 25 seconds left, PJ can go initiate the flank. And there it goes. That's gonna be a shot converted. And that will be another win for WPM. 1 and 2. WPM, this is a great start for them. They're really playing by their own pace, not really getting dictated by AMT's type of defense. I haven't really seen much of a first blood from the snipers, but finally Luffy connects 2 in a row! And PJ extends out with Luffy fighting another! Guys are cracks! But Irfanji now trying to clutch it up. But not enough as there's too many angles to hold, too many players to deal with. That's going to be WPM. Fighting that third win off the game. And this is something that you really need to really highlight here for WPM. You got Susano who is very stable when it comes to dealing you the sniper blows. But you have Luffy who can be really streaky and can open things up and be that spark plug on this kind of maps. Irfanji gonna push out along with Incendio. Nade does find Irfanji out, but numbers are gonna be in favor for Almighty. Bomb is gonna be dropped, so really not a good spot. I don't know why Susano is trying to aim at that. Just 30 seconds passing by already. Luffy has to make a play. If we know he's very hot right now, trying to cook up something. It's not gonna find anything at all. So now Heaven picks up a scope. That's a burst! I love that shot. But Susano now trades it back. Still a 3v2 situation. He's trying to find a kill here. And that shot. It's getting completely annihilated, but Heaven going some flashbacks with his scope. And that's what I like, you know, AMT getting Heaven involved with the sniper. You really need him to absolutely step up in this kind of map where you're dealing with the dual sniper setup on the opponent's side. So having him with that locus, it'll be very big when it comes to holding those long-range engagements. I don't care if it's gonna miss a shot, but we need that pressure to happen. Luffy once again dealing another first blood. That's the third first blood that he has on his first 5 rounds. He's owning the first blood graveyard. Nate's gonna come out here once again. That's gonna be counted out by the trophy system. Luffy, shut up, gets eliminated. Heaven once again in a good position at the A side. He's gonna be the only player holding that ground. WPM is still intact as a 5-man wrecking crew, but Incendio finds a good pick. The trades come through from Yopi. He finds the double and opens up the B side. All down to Heaven with the scope. Gonna have to figure this out all on his own. Just have 2 kills here. And the snipers for AMT hasn't been really working. Shut up still has 0 kills on his first 5 rounds. Take a look at Incendio. 10 kills. WPM looking to close this round out. Heaven picks the left corner, but PJ just too fast. It is going to be 2-4, 2-round lead for WPM Low Kings as we start on the first half. And the difference is the sniper's impact. Luffy with 8, Susano with 5 compared to Shut Up with 0. I believe Heaven only picked up the sniper late in the round, but he does have 2. And it's gonna hurt this team a lot. You gotta find yourself ongoing, especially on this defensive side. But now, AMT setting up a trap. Gonna play for a retake. Nades are gonna come through. Stuns are gonna connect. They're pushing forward. The open plant should be seen here by number 4 in Susano. On the garage. FDX is going wild with the Fennec. Says hello to Kalo with the prone shot, and Heaven connects 1. But Yopi finds the double. Irfan J just keeps on coming. 20 seconds left, and Irfan J has to win his gunfight. Yopi decides to pick out, and Irfan J will be shut down. Incendio just has to stick the bomb. But Yopi's there to outplay him, and that's going to be 5-2. Oh my god. 2-5. Let's see if the Uncle Roger accent will give AMT some energy. Only 1 round, people. There we go. We got... never mind. We're gonna continue casting properly. Luffy finds the first blood onto Heaven. And it's been this first blood that's been giving WPM this chance to win this round. But finally, Shut Up. Finally getting his first kill on the day. Took him 7 rounds, but I'll take that any day. 3v3 situation. Kalo, 4 kills, make that 5. Rotation should be pure here at the broken wall. Susano confirms the kill onto Shut Up. And they're going to clean it up against Irfan J. 2-6 on the first half. That is a beatdown. It's the same exact thing that they did versus Blacklist ROG. Hiya, AMT, liking MSG. Here we go. Bro, I don't have the voice anymore for it. But Shut Up takes the first blood, not enough. Has to win the round. They put the bomb down. But they need to eat fried rice to win the round. MSG. And then to be needed here by Shut Up. He finally gets 1 more. Not enough. They gotta win the round. Heaven, why are you using Fennec? What happened to the Locus? Oh my god, I'm gonna stop. See, the Uncle Roger buff works. AMT won the round. Puyo! That's how you do it. Puyo! Uncle Roger buff, bro. Here we go. That should be enough for AMT to create a spark. I mean, Shut Up needs to put more margarine, if not MSG. has been out-sniped here by Luffy and Susano. Uh, 3 and 6, Kalo. Gonna find that kill, FDX. Oh, they just got desecrated. I stopped casting like Uncle Roger, and now they just got decimated. Oh no, no. I cannot bring the MSG every time, AMT. You gotta do it on your own. You gotta buy your own MSG. At this point, Irfan J needs to work on his shirt. Get the orange Tito shirt. I don't know. Oh, no. Okay, here we go. WPM Low Kings. It's gonna be 7 and 3. I mean, WPM only needs 2 more rounds to win this game. As AMT trying to slow it down. You can see WPM Luffy actually in a very tight spot, but one thing that he does best is those crazy flicks. This guy can shoot shots, jumping, sliding. He can even do a 360. That's how stable he is as a sniper for WPM, and he has been a mainstay. Not just your average sniper, he's also a great respawn player as well. Yopi trying to find a way to... Oh, he did not see it! Cindy has to get a second look on it, but he does find the double. And Yopi there to clean up heaven. And we're gonna stop the game. We're gonna be right back through it. Irfan J, last man standing. I don't think this is gonna be a round win. We paused. I think it's not my internet. Okay, I'm just gonna pretend I lost contact as well. Wait, I really think I lost contact. Let me just refresh. There. Oh, it refreshed. Okay, now we're back. Oh no, why is it frozen again? WPM OP finds the first blood onto Irfan J. Now, what would be the hopefully good position here? I mean, WPM looking at the position right now. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to go for... Oh, this thing is messing with me. But AMT has to be perfect on this coming rounds of S&Ds just to be able to find their way back into this game. Because as far as we say it, as far as we look into it, WPM only need 1 more round to win this first round, this first map in S&D. Be 3 and 8. Do they have the mental capacity to come back and force an overtime? Let's leave it to how well they approach this 3v3 situation. PJ on a good corner. Shuts down Shut Up. And Shut Up has not been really good in those kind of positions. He has been continuously shut down either by Luffy or by PJ, but Heaven with the nasty snipe. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Bomb is going to be down. Pressure is on WPM. They got their best duo alive in the ground. FDX now. He's about to get flanked here. Yopi gonna spot the barrel, and Heaven, that's going to be an easy shot. 25 seconds left here. PJ, good corner peek. Should be able to finish out FDX. 20 seconds left. He's trying to close it out. He's gonna play for the flank. And the close range will be won by FDX. There we go. It's gonna be 4 and 8. Four and 8. 1 more round for WPM. Could they close it out? AMT, ever since that MSG casted by Uncle Roger, has been able to hold themselves properly. We're gonna have to check and see what's gonna be a the lineup that will be made here by AMT as they're trying to slow it down. You see, number 1 in heaven is already way behind enemy lines. Is already at the A side. And they could potentially put that bomb down there and have number 4 in blue and shot up to actually rotate way over the ghetto. But Susano on a very off angle. Oh my god. Shout out to Farouk, man. Thank you for giving me a co-caster in the final game. Okay, we're gonna be having someone join us. That will be great. I had too much MSG today. Whew, WPM. Trying to close this one out. Shut up is the last man standing. One more win. One more gunfight to win here for Yopi, who's got 16 in the game. Does he have the mental fortitude to clutch it all up? Oh my god, I'm losing my words. Shut up finds one versus Susano, but Yopi closes it out with 17 kills. 17 kills to win that gunfight, and that will be it. Game number 1. A map pick made by Almighty will be taken away by WPM Lokings. And that is gonna be the first map. So WPM now having the opportunity to play this hardpoint later on. Would go up 2-0 on the series. We all know WPM as one of the best hardpoint teams right now in this season, in this CDSI 2023 season. And they have been unscathed in the maps so far when it comes to playing these SNDs. The only loss that they took versus Z1 was those SNDs, and they had to rely on their hardpoints to actually win them the game. So pretty much hardpoint will be a map that will be favored a lot by WPM. So if you're AMT, you gotta watch out. You gotta play your timing, your plays here properly, because if not, it is going to be done and dealt with. WPM, as soon as they get the opportunity to win the rounds, they will just take it. That's what we saw here in map number 1. And that's the same thing that they did versus Blacklist ROG on their last matchup. So at this point, you really have to consider one of the better players for WPM Lokings. I mean, just by looking at their games thus far, PJ has been uncalled for. I mean, this guy, we expect him to be the best player in hardpoint for WPM, but he has grown to be one hell of an S&D specialist. He has been able to get those MVPs for WPM and those S&Ds, and he's been prolific at scoring frags and reading opponents. And I think that's the reason why WPM is undefeated in terms of going up against Garena teams here so far, this group stage. Because, man, this is it. This is the best WPM Lokings I have seen so far out of since last year. So right now we're gonna be joined by Wasabi Gaming 03, or aka Wasabi Gaming. She'll be here with us maybe right after we see the match results. And man, it's great to close out this game alongside Wasabi later on. But yeah, I will be trying to. Oh, Wasabi, can you hear us right now? Okay, awesome. But what can you say? Yopi 17 kills, Sabi. Oh well, I mean W in the chat for Wasabi right now for helping me get through the day. I think she'll be here with us. Sabi is still in spirit. Sabi is scary. She's a ghost. Okay. Okay. Farouk, can we remove Wasabi? She's a ghost. I'm just kidding. Okay. We're gonna be waiting for Wasabi to join us later on. I think what? Okay. Hey!
I'm so close up.
It's okay. I'm so happy to be finally joined by a co-caster. Wasabi, how are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm ready for the next match. Ready for some action.
Okay, very on point. Okay. we're hopping into we're hopping into hard point now. WPM is up by 1-0 here at the series, so now they have the opportunity to go up 2-0, knowing that hardpoint is their best map. They have been undefeated here at this game mode. They have won across every team except Q9 and AMT so far. So how are you liking the odds, Abby?
I mean, you know, these two teams, they're very known in Garena, especially where we come from. And you know that they are the best of the best and they can definitely change things up. So we'll just have to see. I mean, right now we can see that it's kind of, there was kind of a back and forth in S&D, but obviously at the end of it, it was kind of one-sided, especially near to the end. But again, we don't know what to expect yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet. Of course, this is gonna be the first time that they will be playing hardpoint since Garena Masters 4, and it has been like a month since that happened. And there's also like series of lineup changes as well. We had Jet Pro dropped by Almighty. They have FDX now on the official lineup, and not to mention, we also have a player lineup changes for WPM. Instead of D-Morse, we are seeing Susano play for the squad, and we're hopping into takeoff. Oh my god. I am already seeing a 250 to 240 victory, Sabi.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they can prove you wrong. We just have to wait and find out. I mean, I don't know, Cali. I like to play devil's advocate.
Okay. So when we come back here, when we play this hardpoint takeoff, it's always going to be a late game, knowing that P1 is always scrappy, but P2, P3, P4 will always get exchanged by these players. So now we're hopping into this game number 2, Almighty and WPM. Playing on this map number 2, Sabi, take it away.
Alright, this is it, guys. We're getting right into the game, and as you can see here, a little bit back and forth between those power positions that these teams are trying to take over right now. We can see AMT taking the first couple of seconds in that hard point, which is right in the center of the map. Now, the difficult thing about this first hard point is that it's very, very open, and there are a lot of frags that can take you out from every single direction and corner that you look at. And right now we can see that AMT is struggling quite a bit to hold this down, and that gives West Point the opportunity to actually go in there and take it from them.
A big gunfight just being won over by WPM, especially on this close range engagements. Yopi has been absolute mental on this first few engagements at the first hard point. AMT still trying to climb their way back. Evan, how are you losing that gunfight? That's so easy. But hey, WPM, they're really crazy. 8-30 before we start this next hardpoint. We already have number 3 incentive set up for the next hardpoint rotation. So early setup gonna be in favor for AMT, but WPM, it doesn't matter if they're gonna be on late on rotation. They're gonna be able to break the hill. They're one of the best breaking teams so far in the CDSI.
I mean, definitely, that's such an important aspect. You need to know how to break hills properly. And right now, Luffy gets a triple kill, breaking into that hard point alone. And right now, he's gonna hold it down for a couple of seconds. But the question is, will he be able to maintain it? And it looks like backup comes right in time. And they're going to be able to get a bit more points off of that hill right before it goes back to the clutches of AMT. Right now, they are going back and forth between the second hardpoint, because this is usually a money hill. This is usually where teams build up their points, but it's being very difficult for them right now, especially with how well all of our players are playing right now. As you can see, they're more or less keeping up with each other here.
Yeah, but we're starting to finally see some traction here for Almighty. I mean, they went up against Blacklist last time, and they had a slow start on this hard point. So we can expect them to play a lot better as we move into those succeeding rounds. And just by looking at it this way, AMT has been consistent playing for those early rotations, and at some point that has to click in, and they should be able to win more of their gunfights. And we're starting to see it here at this P3 as we open it up. 3 operator skills invested by AMT at the start just to try and bully out WPM here at the early set of gunfights, and they've been able to win these gunfights. 5, 6, 7 go down for WPM, and AMT is right back at it, Wasabi.
With the investments made by AMT, they're going to be able to hold down this hardpoint and actually catch up to West Point Mamba right now. And as you saw there, it definitely paid off, and now they are starting to take the lead. The question is, are they going to be able to maintain it? And Irfan here alone in the point, being attacked by all the players of West Point. Yopi getting a double kill as he pushes in, and he is going to be able to take the point right now.
All right, very solid stuff here for WPM. Finally getting those final 20 seconds, but AMT gonna be very scrappy there, trying to not give WPM this time, as they do not just have the scrap time here, they're also early on rotation towards next, so they have managed to chain those early rotations for 3 straight hard points. That's gonna be a positive thing that you need to look forward to the most, but Luffy just popping off, and WPM just easily breaks the hard point, and they enter right inside before it opens up.
Easy break for them, and right now they're investing even more operator skills into this hill, and they are looking to maintain it for as long as possible. Now AMT trying to go for a split push, trying to get into that point, but it's not working out for them so well. But right now, just as I say that, they're going to be able to make the break and finally get in. PJ on the other hand going out there slaying, getting a double kill, as well as Susano, who's trying to hold down these power positions right around these hard point.
All right, this is back and forth. 18 seconds left here. Susano will be on the middle of the map. Going to be able to cut that thing close. But WPM still having a trouble. Once WPM is fully set up inside of the hard point, FDX going to find his 12th kill of the day. Make it 16. This guy's just popping off, and has been a transcendent player compared to Jeff Pro. He's been able to give this team solid frags when it comes to playing here at his hard points. And it continues true. We're going to be hopping on to the second set of rotation. First hard point opens up. And as we all know, it was back and forth scrappy on this hard point. But that should change, as we do have some operator skills open up for Almighty. They should be able to use that in here, actually put some pressure on to WPM and claim more time.
Yep, you're right. But from the looks of it, it looks like West Point is going to have the better hold on this first hard point. And it looks like that is due to their investments in a couple of score streaks and operator skills right now. But just as I say that, AMT proves us wrong, takes that hill right now. Again, back and forth for this first hard point. But it is still a very, very close game. So there's no saying who is going to win this just yet. Again, this first hard point doesn't really determine who's going to get the lead here, because it's such a hard hill to hold, a hard hill to maintain. So we have to wait till the second one till we can see, maybe hopefully see a bigger gap between these two teams.
And just by looking at it here, hard point expiring, we're moving on to new. Early rotation will be made by WPM this time. The AMT will coming on late on rotation. They're going to be bringing out the claw just to try to find a way to win the early set of gunfights. They do spawn out WPM locations on the left side of the minimap, but that still won't be enough. They gotta win their gunfights. Gotta remove Luffy, who's holding off the spawns there. But Irfan J doing a great job just waiting for players to push and claim the time. Don't really need to engage just as fast as possible. Just have to claim time for your squad, and they've already pulled away here. 141 to 105.
Yep, and right now we can see West Point trying to go for the break. But unfortunately, they don't lose it right now. AMT about to hit that 150 point mark. They have about a 50 point lead over West Point Mamba. But again, still a very close game. Right now, we can see our players of West Point trying to hold down this last 17 seconds on this second hill before going for the next. But unfortunately, AMT is going to beat them to the early rotation, and that might be a huge disadvantage for West Point Mamba. So let's see how this next hill plays out, because we are just about to move to the next hill.
All right, if you're a WPM fan, you have to make sure that WPM plays this break properly. Gotta use those operator skills and find good value off of it. But at the moment, they're gonna be winning their gunfights. They don't really have to rely on their operator skills. They've been so pure. They're going to be able to break it for an instance, but AMT gets there briefly as well. WPM still trying to find a way to crack the hard point inside, but they're going to be failing those early contests. But the pinch play comes through for Luffy, and they're going to be able to go inside. It's just back and forth here, but Susano finds the double, but Shut Up just continues to line it up with this operator skill. He finds so much players, and they're going to be able to reinforce inside the hill and stagger it once again.
Now, we can see the Sparrow at play with PJ using it, but unfortunately he does get knocked right out of it, and Susano investing in an operator skill as well, pulls out the claw, clears out the area, trying to eliminate all the AMT players that are close by. But with 6 seconds left, I think it would be a better investment if he did that in the next hill. But right now we can see the players of AMT starting to move to the next hill that's just about to open, and from the looks of it in the minimap, they have such a good hold here. FDX decides to pull out, the Sparrow as well, and now he is going to be watching those entrances.
WPM now, still trying to find a way to break through inside, but you know, the thing here with AMT shut up, he has played poorly on that S&D, but here this time, it's just annihilated his players one at a time. Almighty really relying so much on Shutup's performance inside of the hard point, but FTX still holding his own as well. WPM, despite being undefeated here, it's the CDSI 2023 hard point. They now have found their match, and AMT Irfan J, along with his squad, will be able to enter inside, but WPM now gonna be able to use their operator skills just to make sure that they're gonna find this scrap time in their favor. So we're looking at about only a 10-point lead here for Almighty as we move into the next hard point, which will be on exactly in the middle of the map. So it is going to be tightly contested as it seems, Wasabi.
This is such a close game, and this next hill is going to definitely be a game changer as both of these teams are on the verge of hitting that 200-point mark. And right now, we can see that it's just about to open up. West Point is going to be the first ones in there, and they are going to catch up to AMT right now. But the question is, are they going to be able to get to close this game out? But from the looks of it, it's going to be a back and forth once again, and now AMT takes that hill right back and starts to catch up to West Point once again.
Yeah.
Now the question is here is how close can they get to that 250-point mark? Because the closer they get, the less work they have to do in the next hill. And right now, that's exactly what both teams are trying to do. They know how important this hill is, and they're trying to get hold of it.
Yeah, I mean, AMT and Sunday just popping up with this Renegade more plus the 50 Gs, but WPM doing a lot better and claiming timer to P1, already reaching the 200-point mark in AMT. Doesn't have that early rotation, has had to fight through it, has to will this team back into the game. Number 4 has to win this gunfight and has to remove Luffy on towards the visitor center. He does so find that kill to connect, but it's still not enough. We also still have WPM spawning on the lesser of the minimap, and Susano now finds the flank, gets inside the hill, and they'll be able to break it and claim time here once again, Wasabi.
30 more points needed for the side of West Point Mamba, but the players of AMT are constantly contesting for the point right now. We can see FDX pulling out the Sparrow. This could be a very, very big play for their team, and with that Sparrow, they're going to be able to make the break, but Susano has a thing up his sleeve as well and pulls out the claw, but Kalo takes out the War Machine, and it's a back and forth between these two teams for this hill. West Point so close to ending the game, but from the looks of it, they're going to have to wait till the next hill to do so.
No, they do actually have this chance to actually end it here if we don't see any contest made by AMT. It is 9 seconds, 8 seconds. All right, never mind. Almighty's gonna have to find her way back onto the next hill, but they cannot afford to give WPM any more time here. They gotta contest every inch of seconds, and now that's gonna be 210 to 247. WPM will be late on rotation, but they find 2 players, take them down as well. AMT will only have 3 players inside of this hard point, and the pinch play gonna continue here for WPM, but Irfan J brings out the claw, and they'll be able to withstand the push being made by WPM on this early set of gunfights. Right now, it is going to be a very close game, but when you have Heaven here inside with a Purifier, the odds of you winning the round and closing it is gonna be big. It is 234 to 237. He's extending out. He's exposing the players from WPM. They bully them out. They push them all the way to the backside of the minimap. It's all down to Kalo to win this gunfight. WPM, they enter inside, but FDX is still intact. 5 more points for the win. Almighty, they will take map number 2.
That was definitely such a thrilling game. AMT was able to close the game up despite West Point being so close to ending it in that second hill. And that was such an amazing comeback and this amazing recovery from the side of AMT.
Yeah, I mean, I told you, right? It's going to be a 250 to 240 finish, and I was partly right. 250 to 247. That was a very close game. Arguably the closest game that we have here at CDSI 2023, but did you kind of expect, you know, we saw WPM up by 243 to 210. It was already like, they just need 7 more points. Did you expect the boys of AMT to actually go find their way back?
I mean, obviously, I don't think anyone would have expected that, but nonetheless, they were able to pull it off, and it was such an amazing run from them. I mean, that is something that's so extremely difficult to pull off, especially with the level of their competition. I mean, West Point Mamba is not an easy team to go up against.
Yeah, and just adding to the fact that this team is undefeated coming into this matchup on this hard point. AMT just broke it, so we're guaranteed to have at least a map number 4, unless the issue on the chat right now that AMT was using a banned weapon is actually through. Then we might just have to see a 2-0, which is already a match point for WPM. But I hope it is not the case. So now on this match results, Wasabi, Almighty stepped up big time. We saw great efforts from Incendio. He had like a right like AMR. What's respawn sniping? I just realized.
That was definitely crazy. I mean, I would never do something like that in a competition as big as this one with so much on the line, but nonetheless, he was able to pull it off.
Yeah, and adding to the fact that the team that they're going up against with is arguably the fastest paced team in playing hardpoint, and the fact that he's able to anticipate all those rotations from the squads is impeccable. 33 and 34 Incendio. It will not steal the spotlight away from the top 2 teams, top 2 players of Almighty, which is happening with 42. And of course, Irfan J with 49 kills in the game, almost drop of 50. Wasabi, a 1.81 rating. Highest streak will be 5, and that will be him, his support MVP. And he's really, a key cornerstone for AMT when it comes to playing these kind of maps.
Definitely one of the most important players on the team. I mean, not only has he gotten 4 MVPs in this tournament, but in the past tournaments as well, we've seen him get MVP after MVP after MVP in Garena Masters Season 4. And, you can just tell from that alone, and this tournament as well, how much he impacts the team and how much he's able to help his team reach where they are today.
Yeah, so, Clutch King Irfan J, dubbed by the Mustachio AJ. That nickname, arguably one of the coolest nicknames I have ever heard of, knowing that Irfan J has always the ability to clutch it up every time that he's put on the spot. I mean, we saw that earlier on a 2v2 gunfight where the team was down 1-2 on a gunfight. It was game number 5. They have to win the round, and Irfan J just clutched it up with a 1v2 with a pistol versus the snipers. But yeah, that's it. That's going to be 1-1 now in the overall series. We're hopping back into Control. Control is one of the best game mode of Almighty before. I'm saying before because they lost their touch because of WPM Lokings. This was the team that broke their streak during Garena Masters 4, and they look so frail right after that, and they look so undecisive when it comes to playing this Control game mode. So now it is a rematch. You're going up against their Nightmare, the team that broke your streak. If you're Almighty, Wasabi, what are the preparations that you're gonna do?
Well, definitely for one thing that's very important is that you have to be practicing this game mode, practicing your strategies, practicing your rotations, practicing with your team as much as possible to make up for that, to gain your momentum back. So the question now is, was that practice enough? Because we're definitely, for most likely these teams practice for this tournament, right? So the question is now, is it enough to go up against the team that broke their streak? And I guess it's going to be up to how AMT plays this game later on.
Yeah, I mean, we're hopping into map number 3. We're loading it up real quick. I don't know why it's taking so long, but I think what the chat has been selling at the chat is actually through, but I hope not, because we're missing out here. But for Almighty, they won the gunfight. They picked that map number 1. Now they're gonna be picking this map number 3. So an opportunity for them to pick a map that will not favor WPM Lokings in this Control game mode. And as we kind of see it here, one of the most notable victory by Almighty was up against Blacklist International ROG on Control Crossroads Strike. So that map right there is still a 50-50 for them since they lost up against Q9, but going up against Blacklist, one of the better teams in Call of Duty Mobile MSP, and having that victory, I think that's going to be one of their comfort picks. But I am really looking forward to their Raid Control. I believe that's one of their. It's the map that they won most of their control during Garena Masters 3 and 4. So let's see what kind of map are they gonna use, Wasabi.
Definitely, it's going to be quite interesting to see what map they choose, because this would definitely be a huge impact to how well they play and how well they do at the end of the day. So I guess we just have to wait and find out with the rest of the people, Kali.
Yeah, okay. What map? If we're talking about maps, if we're talking about predictions, what map would you think our boys from Almighty will use? Is it going to be Crossroad? Is it going to be Standoff or Raid?
Well, I kind of want to see Crossroad because, it's not something we see often, but most likely they're going to go with their comfort picks. So just so that, they don't have a hard time. And when you're comfortable with the map, you're able to play it better. You know your strategies better. So I think it would be safer to pick a comfort map.
I think I have to agree with you. Having to pick a comfort map, not only are you going to be confident about this map, but your creativity, since you have deeper knowledge about the map, you're going to be able to play a lot better when you are in danger. When that fight in flight kicks in, when you're up against WPM, when you're fighting your demons right now on this map, then you really would need to play on your comfort pick to get that map victory. And there is only one answer to why we are taking so long. I think the game number 2 is under review. Sabi.
No. Well, we don't have any information just yet, so we just have to see. But it looks like we'll be going into the next game.
Okay. So my prediction was wrong. We're gonna be standing by for game 3. Oh, Crossroad Strike, Sabi. Oh, what do you have to say?
That was definitely not expected, but I guess, they want to push West Point Mamba out of their comfort zone and actually put everyone out of their comfort zone.
so out of the maps that they played so far in Control, AMT has played Q9 of this Crossroad Strike. They got absolutely beat down, but up against Blacklist, they were able to win this same exact map. They started on the offensive side, but here this time WPM will be attacking on the attack side. So I really love the point. You're bringing WPM to a new map, so obviously the proficiency on the map is definitely not there at the moment. So I got a chance to actually caught this team by surprise, but it has to work here for you to. You really have to win your initial gunfights, and for WPM, they've done that here at the start.
Yep, and right now we can see a little bit back and forth between the teams, but AMT has captured 2 segments of that A site already, and by the looks of it, our players of AMT are just giving that up to West Point Mamba to capture that A site, and they're gonna focus on defending that B site as well as maintaining the respawns. But it's quite a difficult thing to do, and as we can see here, AMT is struggling. They're losing a couple of their gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a 10-point lead at the start of the game, and WPM has already captured the A control point. They only need to worry about the B site. And the thing here with this map, Sabi, is that Crossroad Strike is not one of those defensive-oriented maps. It is highly linear towards the attack side, and WPM, they are really getting all of these attacks to come true, and they have been winning most of their gunfights. Just 10 more lives for AMT, and they'll be able to close them out just that easily.
Yep, definitely looks like West Point Mamba is not having as hard of a time than what AMT wanted, and right now you can see that the kill feed is all yellow, and AMT is going to be down to the last 2 lives. It goes off to 1. Now Heaven is the last player alive. Fenekatan spots 1 but gets taken down by Kalo, and that's gonna be 1 point to the side of West Point Mamba.
I am not sure if WPM played so great or AMT was confused at what happened to those early engagement that they decided to fall and snowball the map right at the start. I mean, this is a 50-50 map pick still for Almighty. I mean, they're really confident that they can take on WPM here since they've won up against Blacklist International ROG, but you really have to come up with a very strong start to go on and complete the victory here, and that's what they're trying to do here at the start of this round number 2, as AMT Incendio will have the second floor control, but they do need to find their way back and attack the sites, and that's what they have. A site already in for AMT.
Well, compared to the first round that we saw earlier, AMT definitely is having a little bit more difficulty than West Point Mamba had, but you know, they're still doing pretty good. They still have about 5 respawn lead over West Point Mamba. They've gotten a segment of A and now they're going for a second segment, but they are definitely playing it a little bit slower than West Point Mamba did earlier. Now we can see that they are playing it very strategically. They're using their positioning to their advantage, and now FDX here with its sniper using it to take advantage of these long range sites in this map.
Very interesting stuff for Almighty since you mentioned it. FDX is using a Locust and Shut Up holding an erratic AMR. So ultra range for Almighty to counter WPM's aggression on this close range engagements. I love it. But when you try to play it on the defensive side, you're going to kind of get overwhelmed. But on the attack side, it's absolutely recommendable. But at the moment, for Almighty, they have been able to capture the A site. Now they have extended the pressure at the B site. They started off slow, Sabi, but now they're coming in aggressive as soon as they get the capture at the A site. And FDX just continues to line up all the shots with the scope. He has not been taken down, and WPM just gets deleted every time he sees someone in his crosshair.
FDX is definitely popping off right now with that Locust, literally annihilating everyone who comes into contact with him with no miss at all. And right now we can see that's a huge advantage for them as West Point Mamba is down to their last player alive. The question now is, will PJ be able to take down 13 players? From the looks of it, not right now, and he runs out of time. And that is going to be a round 1 for the side of AMT as we go into the next round, Cali.
Yeah, that's one offensive side wins each for AMT and WPM. At this point in time, you do have the operator skills going to be activated, ready for use here. AMT's got 5 compared to WPM's 3. Now, as a defending team, you can use the Annihilator to just read off WPM's attacks here at the A site. They have been able to push that through very aggressively for the first round. And they're going to try to invest those gunfights, and they have 5 players go down right off the start. So already a greater start compared to that first round, Sabi.
Definitely a better one, but that does make it a little bit easier for them. As you can see, they've taken down about 10, actually now it's more than that, it's 14 players on the side of West Point, but they've only lost 3 lives. That means their KD right now is off the charts, and if they're able to maintain this actually will give them a huge advantage, because as we know, this map, it's a little bit easier to win your attacking side. So if they get a second point here, then they won't have much more work to do later on. And that is exactly why they're trying to close off this game right now. And as they do that, they are also building up their score streaks that could be used and invested later on.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And it started off with FDX at round number 2 popping off with that Locust, and it just snowballed at this point. We got have been popped off. You got shot up with the erratic AMR, holding off the long ranges, and WPM only. I think it's because WPM only having 1 sniper in the game. That's what affecting them in terms of attacking here at this attack side. That's why they're really dropping their maps. But I do think the operator investments from AMT at the early start of the game helped them pull up the live count advantage to their favor. And right now for WPM, they can't really get no grounds at all. They have 1 player push out towards A, but AMT already finding that good read off of that rotate, and they will be able to find those attacks to come true.
West Point Mamba is definitely in a very difficult situation. I mean, they have to capture that A site because they're down to 10 seconds, and it seems like they might just be able to do that. But despite that, they only have about 4 lives left, so it's not gonna do much for them for this round. And as we can see, they are now down to 2. Our player here, Heaven, pulls out the Predator missile, bringing it down to Luffy left on the side of West Point Mamba. He sees Irfan J right around the corner, but sadly for him, he is surrounded. He gets knocked out, and that is gonna be a point to the side of AMT as we switch sides once again. So now the question is, what's gonna happen? Is West Point gonna pull off the same thing that AMT just did and win their defending round, or are they going to win this, or is AMT going to win this round?
I mean, AMT, their attack side has been pretty impressive in this map, except for the Q9 game. But up against Blacklist International Ultimate, they have been impeccable using FDX and shut up to actually tear this team apart in the long-range engagements, and that's exactly the same exact thing, same setup that they are doing in here right now to dismantle WPM when they're trying to go in, get some map control on the map, and you already have the pressure at the A side already. That's going to be Incendio holding up the A control point parameter, so they just only have to put in one more player to score up the time and stop that clock from reducing down. And they are on pace once again to win the map. Better map control here right now for Almighty, and WPM still trying to find some traction.
This is not looking good for WPM. I mean, AMT has just been on point for every round after that first one that they lost, and they are definitely making those adjustments needed to be able to win this game. And from the looks of it, they are definitely on track to win this round if they keep this momentum up. But right now, PJ is gonna try to turn things around. He gets a triple kill there, and his teammates continue to back him up, but they are going to be down to 13 respawns left. That's about the same as AMT. So now this is a perfect opportunity for them to tie it up.
Here we go. I obviously think WPM, this is their best chance at winning and tying up this game. They are already there. They're just 3 life counts difference on the AMT and WPM at this round number 4. They just have to be resilient in the way that they have to find out where would AMT decide to put their resources in. But you can see after just going ham with the Fury Fire, finds a double up against Susano and Luffy. That's it. Just like that. WPM's odds of winning just deleted in one click of a button using that Purifier. This should be a round win now for AMT. This is going to be a 3-1. And I think the map pick worked here this time, Wasabi. You know, bringing WPM into an unfamiliar ground gave AMT the opportunity to, you know, have a very good lead.
Yep, and right now, AMT is at match point, and all they have to do is win this match or the next one even, and they are going to be set. They're going to be able to take home this control match. So right now, we are just about to start our next round. AMT is going to be the defending team, while West Point Mamba is going to be the attacking team. But nonetheless, AMT has a very, very good chance of winning it as long as they are able to win their gunfights. So let's see how they do this, Cali.
We're going to be starting all off with AMT Incendio kind of pushing up here on the defensive side along with Heaven to create that pinch. They're going to be finding the double. Heaven looking so prime with the good engagements with that SMG. Has been a big factor on that hardpoint match that we've had on that takeoff hardpoint. He had at least a 40+ kills on that game, but you know, for WPM, I think they could have played this one much better when it comes to playing the capture. A has not been working for them like for this last 2 attacking rounds that they had. I think they could have explored more of an option at the B side because that's where AMT hasn't been really putting off the pressure. So WPM, I think this is it. If they don't find any action right now on this matchup, things could just spiral out of control, Sabi.
Yup, definitely. And I think one thing West Point Mamba has to be careful of is FDX. I mean, he has that sniper at hand, but nonetheless, he is going to be the player on the side of AMT with the most amount of kills. And he is definitely popping off here, catching the players of West Point Mamba off guard and just taking them out from afar. And that's what's been really knocking lives out of the life count of West Point Mamba Low Kings. And right now, you can see it happening once again.
And this is what you can really emphasize with FDX. I mean, this guy cannot just really play the sniper, but he can also play the SMG very well. Something that Jeff Pro cannot really do because he's limited to his long-range engagements with the AR and those Ogre 26. But here, this time, Almighty, you know, playing a different kind of attack and defensive side with AMT FDX being their primary leading offensive striker with 31 kills. Damn! Insane shots coming true! Now it's a 4v7. If this could potentially be clutched up by AMT if they play their cards correctly here, Sabi.
Yep, but one little mess up can actually cost them the game. So West Point really has to be careful here. They still have 6 lives. They should play it strategically. Don't go overly aggressively. Don't go overly passively. They have to know where to watch out for the AMT players to come from. And right now, that's exactly what both teams are doing. AMT, as you can see in the mini-map right now, they're just holding down their positions, holding down their areas, and Shut Up decides to pull out the Hunter-Killer drone, and Susano Luffy gets a kill. Now, AMT down to the last two players on their side. Incendio and Shut Up here trying to eliminate as many players as possible, but unfortunately, it is going to go to the side of West Point Mamba for now. And right now, we're just about to start another round. This is another opportunity for AMT to close it up before we come to a 3-3 standing. So, as much as possible, they would love to end it now.
Yeah, they have to win this side of the map. You cannot afford WPM to hop into overtime and play the attack side, knowing that Crossroads Strike is a very offensive-sided map, and they can just activate and go in for the kill switch. But Heaven nicely turned on. They're up against Kill, but Yopi there to clean it up. AMT doing kind of pressure on the B side, but Yopi's just trying to hold it down all by himself. Eventually will get taken down, but Almighty has decided to put in the pressure at the B side, but only to get snagged down away by WPM Susano. And right now what they're trying to do is trying to put up some pressure here at the A side as well, trying to get some even ground. And I think it's going to be very obviously possible for them if Heaven does find the good investment here with this Purifier, but Luffy just shuts him down. So that means WPM has a solid chance of winning this defensive side and forcing overtime.
Yep, they definitely do have a huge advantage here. I mean, they have about a 5-point life advantage here. For as long as they don't make any mess ups right now, they might be able to bring this up to a match, to a tie, and actually go for overtime. But the question is, what adjustments is AMT gonna make? But right now, I think it's a little bit too late for that, just as I say it, as they are down to their last 8 respawns. Here, we can see the players of West Point Mamba Kings just taking down every single AMT player that they see, coming off from behind, coming out from the sides, and just catching them off guard. And it's actually really working. And this is where they start showing off their skills in this later half of the game.
I mean, look at BJ, 48. By the end of this round, he's gonna have at least 49. Nasty stuff. And this is where the nightmare comes in for Almighty, you know. This is the team that you went up against during Arena Masters Force that broke your scores, that broke your win streak in Control and forced you to collapse on the playoffs. Now it's starting to come back in here once again. WPM has hit their strides. They're gonna start here on the overtime as the attack side. Now, AMT does have the more mental fortitude here to come up with the win. I still think so that they have it as they start off finding the first 3 kills.
With both teams at 3 points, now is when you can see that they're pulling out all their operator skills, all their score streaks to get advantage, because they need to kill as many players as possible. And right now, it's so close. It's a back and forth between the two teams, but it looks like AMT is going to take the advantage right now as Irfan J actually kills about 3 players so far, and he is going to start popping off, as well as Incendio here pulling out the War Machine, just going berserkers, trying to knock out everyone close by.
22 and 18, one segment about to be done here by WPM. FDX has been, playing this Locus earlier. It's been popping off, but at this point in time, it's gonna be running out of bullets as he fails to actually get his shots to connect. 20 and 16 is gonna be the score of the game. It's still gonna be pretty close, but WPM gonna have to find exit kills. They're trying to find a way to enter that B site. They're gonna have to secure the second floor. Has to steal this one away from Heaven, who is trying to light things up. Luffy finds that kill, and now they are on their way to push at the B side. If they can get these last 2 players shut down, they might have a chance to win this B side.
West Point definitely knows that they're in a difficult situation, and you can tell because, as you can see in the minimap, they're starting to play by pairs. They're not going in for those solo engagements, which is how they're trying to catch the players of AMT off guard. But unfortunately for them, AMT has such good positioning that they're able to back up each other pretty quickly, actually. And now you can see that AMT is still maintaining their lead here, holding down those very, very important very important power positions right now, and they are maintaining that advantage here, Cali. And as we get closer and closer, our players of AMT continue to catch the players of West Point off guard.
I mean, here we go, Almighty. You have the opportunity to close out, finally end your nightmares. But WPM, they just kept coming here. PJ with 54 kills in the game. You do have Heaven extending out with the Purifier.
Ooh.
And that's going to cut down the life gun of WPM to 6. But Yopi finds kill onto FDX and PJ drops Heaven. Now it's an 4v8 situation with 35 seconds left. You got to find your way back in. But this Predator missile just stopped you from getting that. And more info coming in from Almighty as they try to close this one out. The body shot coming through. Let them know it. WPM down to their final 2 players, Kilo and Yopi. Last 2 guys standing, can they clutch it up? It is still very much possible here, Wasabi.
I mean, I think it was a little bit early for AMT to celebrate, but in the end of the day, they're able to close it up and win it 4-3. That was definitely a very close one. Even in the last round of that control match, it was down to the line.
Yeah, I mean, if AMT Irfan J decided to keep on trolling there, it could have turned around because who was playing it too risky. I know the body shots. I love the body shots. I know people hate the body shots, but I love it because, you know, it's a sign of love. It's a sign of love. You give love to other people. Yeah. Now it's 2-1, Sabi. 2-1. Almighty now won back-to-back Hardpoint and SND. Hardpoint and Control is going to be their map picks to win. So now it is going to be a match point. What do you think could be the odds of this going to a map number 5?
Well, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, they're both amazing teams.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be. I think, honestly, Kali, I think it's gonna be. It's gonna happen. But I do feel bad for you after you've casted already 2 best-of-5 matches.
Yeah. And well, I still want a game 5. We've already destroyed my voice. We have already destroyed my voice. Might as well not. Might as well destroy it more.
Might as well finish it, right? Might as well destroy it all the way.
Yeah, that's why I'm really happy that you're here. You know, after like 2 grueling series, I finally have a caster to back me up. And Wasabi's actually casting for free, guys. So he's doing this. He's saving me. She's saving me.
You owe me bubble
Hashtag.
tea. That's all.
I owe you bubble tea. Hashtag Wasabi W in the chat right now, guys. I'm sorry if I'm dancing. I'm dancing to the beat right now. I love CDSI. I love the background music. But yeah, let's be back. We're gonna hop into this match results. I for sure think FDX played well on the first few engagements and the first few rounds. We saw him with there having the most total kills with 31 by the end of the first 4 rounds. But Heaven really popped off, Wasabi. He was really like engaged in this close range, and his ability to use the Purifier paid off at the end.
And it looks like we are going to be seeing the results of that last match we saw earlier. As you can see here, it was a win for the side of AMT. But when it came to the number of kills, West Point Mamba was the one who dominated there. But it's going to be down to the assists, where AMT actually goes over West Point Mamba. And I guess, you know, playing objective, that's where they were able to finally close up the game.
Yeah. And, you know, monster stats that we have here. Heaven with 45, 1.07 KD. Look at the other side, Sabi. 56.31. 1.81 KD per PJ. This guy is a monster on respawns. Then you have Yopi, who's a monster in S&D. Total package for WPM, but, you know, you need the total individual performance. You also need team battles actually initiated. And for AMT, Heaven popped off, FDX popped off, everyone was just popping up at the end.
Yep, and as we can see here, Heaven is going to be the MVP player of AMT for that last game that we saw earlier. And, well, I guess he definitely deserves it after that amazing 49 kills. And, oh my gosh, he definitely popped off. But aside from Heaven, I think we have to give a little bit of recognition to FDX, who definitely was one of the reasons why West Point Mamba struggled quite a bit there, and his amazing Locust Sniper.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, he was the one that's bringing Almighty those W's at the start of the game. They had the slow start, but when we move into the late game, it's where Heaven was able to close it out. And yeah, FDX Heaven show on that control. I love it. And they went up against, one of like the most explosive games of control crossroad strike I've ever seen. 56 kills with a 1.81 KD from PJ. I don't know if even that's a human thing to do. That's a robot thing to do. And this guy has been beaming all throughout this response. And now we're hopping into another S&D. Wasabi. We have a potential 3-1 victory here for Almighty, but I kind of want a game 5.
Well, game 5 always makes it more interesting.
Yeah.
But, first of all, Lokings has to find a way to win this next coming match. And as we can see, we took a quick look at those map bans once again.
Very
it was
quick.
actually a really quick one.
Yeah, but here,
Yep.
I have it. It's AMT
go, go,
Meltdown. AMT Meltdown ban on S&D, then Summit Hardpoint. Then we got WPM with Tunisia and Apocalypse. So what do you think? What do you think will be the map that we're going to be hopping into this next game? We already have Slums done already, since Tunisia and Meltdown is up and done and dealt with as well. Firing range is open, Sabi. What do you think? How are you liking the odds of firing range?
I mean, firing range is always a classic. Everyone
Yeah.
loves playing in that map, so we might see that. But then again, we saw that AMT pushed to West Point Mamba Lokings out of their comfort zone by picking a map that's not commonly chosen.
Yeah.
So now the question is that going to happen again for this search and destroy match that we're about to go into? Maybe Lokings are going to play against the strengths of AMT. I don't know. We just have to wait and see. But again, firing range always a fun game.
Always a fun game, and I really love it because you're gonna have like a dual sniper battle here. You have Heaven and Shut Up in AMT. You got Luffy and Susano for WPM, and obviously you have the best submachine duo from WPM in PJ and Yopi. And then the fact that AMT has Irfan J and FDX there to absolutely help this team funnel themselves up and finally close this one out. It's a lot. There's a lot of things that you really have to consider on this matchup. But then we already have Slums. Firing range is one of the maps that are available right now. There's another one. I know there's another one. I forgot the map.
Well, we just have to find out because we're right about to see what map is going to be played for this next search and destroy match. And just a couple of seconds, and there we have it. We are moving, and it looks like it's going to be Express, Cali.
This is gonna give me a flashback. This is where AMT lost versus Q9, and this is where WPM defeated Blacklist. They did not just win it, they went in for the beatdown, massacred, desecrated the Blacklist ROG. So let's see if that's gonna be the same thing happening here. And honestly, first bloods are gonna be exactly important. WPM wins that 1-0 on the first blood department as FTX gets shot down.
Cali, if West Point Mamba is going to be able to do what you said earlier, which is beat down their opponent and win this search and destroy match, we might actually see that game 5 that you're hoping for. So let's see if they're going to be able to pull it off. They go for the plant over at that A side. 35 seconds left on the clock. AMT has to go in for the rush. They have to be able to take down as many players as possible while getting that defuse all in 25 seconds as they hold down for a little bit more time here.
Heaven and Shut Up now, finding 2 big kills. Shut Up ends up with the kill on trains. Halo has to buy some time for his team to actually win this round, but Shut Up ends up with the victory. Gets an L-Core 9 to go. What is L-Core 9 or the Fennec? I'm so confused. But that's going to be the first round victory here for AMT despite the first blood favoring WPM.
It looks like it was the Fennec, but I am not quite sure yet. But, nonetheless, as we saw there, our players from AMT, they're quite strategic how they go in for those retakes. But right now, we can see our players are just going off at it here in this atrium area. And our players of both sides are going to tie it up to a 3v3 situation. Now, it looks like they are going to go in for the B plant right now in comparison to their A plant earlier. And with only 3 players left, I think they have a little bit more room to make changes here. But Incendio is going to take down Yopi, bringing it to a 3v1 situation.
A stun check there now created for AMT. They're gonna push in so bad. They want this kill so bad. They were going for the beatdown. Incendio with the pistol gets the shot to line up, and AMT not only just won an A side push with a B side retake as well. WPM, they tried 2 sides already, and this is kind of where it gets alarming. You know, you failed 2 sides. You tried to play it in both different angles and in different approach as well. One was very aggressive, one was very passive, but yet you can't secure a round in this first 2 rounds. Let's see how it's gonna be going for WPM as they trying to find a way to get their first round win here.
AMT has done great so far, but right now we can see the players of West Point Mamba is going to open things up by taking down 2 players on the side of AMT and getting the bomb planted over at the T site. Now, AMT is going to have their backs pushed against the wall once again, as they are in a disadvantage when it comes to the numbers of players left alive. And aside from that, they are also in a time crunch right now, but they are going to go in for the pinch right now, but unfortunately it doesn't go through. Heaven's going to be the last player alive here, and he has only 19 seconds left to take down 4 players and go in for the defuse, but it looks like Yopi is going to take him down instead.
If that was Heaven on a bed, he could have standed a chance, but it was sitting on a chair, so... WPM surely took that round. It was a 1v4. Yeah, I mean, Heaven on the bed was crazy. It was like scoring multiple 30+ kills on hardpoint. It was like a detrimental factor for AMT when it comes to playing those free spawns. But yeah, we're hopping into round number 4. This time it's kind of a very passive take on towards the A site. Bomb hasn't been crossed, but they have dropped the first blood, but soon would be traded by Heaven as they drop Luffy. So range-wise, it's still pretty much tied. But Kilo and PJ already on towards the A site. They've already pushed in. They can just trade the bomb there and play for that bomb plant, Sabi.
They definitely have to be careful. I mean, Shot Up has his Locust Sniper watching that site, and we can also see FDX right around the corner. So if they go for B, they have to be careful, but from the looks of it, they're going to go for that A. FDX is going to get a double kill there. Heaven gets one more as well, and PJ, last player alive. The bomb has been dropped by that A site, and he's going to be in a very, very tough situation. Gets spotted by FDX and taken down.
Oh, a 2-round lead. Well, I think it's starting to like form up to be a game where we're gonna be playing on to just 4 maps. As AMT's been, very consistent with their defensive strategies. They have been sticking to their roster. They have been sticking to their position as well, and they haven't really, have been playing around. They just mean business. It just keeps on coming, and they have been winning their gunfights. And this is a fast round. 1 minute and 44. Oh my God, Sabi.
That was crazy. I mean, in the blink of an eye, they just took down every single person that they could see, and West Point Mamba was definitely caught by surprise there. Definitely not something that you'd normally expect. And right now, they're trying to go in for the same thing, rushing into that side. They're going to be able to get one, but Irfan gets one as well. And they are going to be down to a 4v4 situation with the bomb planted over at the B side.
AMT has the opportunity to find themselves here to create a pinch on all 3 angles. But Susano now denies one area. So AMT now going in for a push on towards the middle with Incendio using the pistol to trying to find a way to sneak on by. 25 seconds is left. There's still plenty of time.
Ooh.
PJ has been connecting so many times in this game, and AMT really capitalizing on this matchup. Luffy! Where did that angle came from? WPM! They win the round number 6.
Finally, they are able to take the momentum back. And now we are going to see a little bit more, hopefully a little bit more motivation for them after winning that last round, and hopefully it carries through. Right now, they are still going to be that attacking team. So West Point Mamba has the opportunity to dictate where the engagements are going to happen, and it looks like they are going to be heading towards that A site now and just about to go in for the plant.
All right, very aggressive take here this time. They have 2 players extending way behind enemy lines, and the bomb does get planted. Yopi has to come up big and win this gunfight that he has on the staircase. in order for this push to work. But it's gonna be the
Ooh.
first bet here at this round. PJ, hello. Hello.
PJ be trolling there a little bit, watching his enemy walk around, clueless that he's right behind. And right now, we can see, oh, what a play from Shut Up. PJ was right around the corner, didn't see Shut Up there, and gets caught in between two players. Now the players of West Point Mamba Low Kings just popping off, taking down everyone on the side of AMT. Now down to a 1v1, they come into contact. Kalo gets the kill, and that is going to be another win to the side of West Point Mamba.
That was like a back and forth. That was a really scrappy round there. First blood came through for Almighty, but WPM still ended up with the win, knowing that Kalo decided to play time. And I think we need to see more of that aggression from WPM in this attacking side as they are trying to take in this last round on the attack. They're gonna be putting the pressure on the B side. But FDX finds a good pick on Susano on this train. And now it's a 3v5.
They're playing this slowly and carefully, but Shut Up's gonna be able to get one. As Luffy slides into his scope, he gets another one, and that is gonna put West Point Mamba Low Kings on their last player. Kalo is going to be able to take down Incendio, but with 4 players still on the side of AMT, it is going to be a difficult push towards a bomb. He gets spotted by Heaven from afar and taken down. Now, once again, AMT gets the momentum back, and we're gonna have the switch of sides right now, Cali. So now AMT is going to be the ones attacking, while West Point Mamba is going to be the team defending. And let's see if this plays a little bit of a change of strategies from both of these teams.
The approach from WPM, as far as I saw during that Blacklist ROG matchup, was that they will love to play for a retake. They love to put the players on the attack side to play for the bomb plant and just trust their instincts to win this capabilities. But for this to work, they have to straight out the first blood, and PJ will drop Heaven down. So you have one guy already push up way behind enemy lines. He tries to push up on towards the trains. WPM slowly sneaking by, Sabi.
Yep, as you can see here, ooh, unfortunately, PJ got spotted there, but the players of West Point Mamba, they're all sticking together, all 3 of them going in for the push right now. Unfortunately, Incendio is gonna take down Luffy, and Yopi gets spotted as well. Susano is gonna be able to get one, but at the end of the day, AMT is gonna win more of their gunfights, and that's gonna be 6 rounds to their name, and a couple more, and they're going to be match point.
Yeah, 3 rounds exactly for Almighty to win up against WPM, and it's starting to look like our game 5 is gonna be spoiled by Almighty. I want a game 5, but it is what it is. You know, this is the players. This is WPM's best map at taking down AMT, but it's exactly the other way around. Shut up with the first blood onto Susano, but Yopi there to trade it up. FTX on the bind. Yopi just won that, Sabi.
Crazy plays coming in from both teams. I mean, they're hiding in the most unexpected locations, getting kill after kill after kill. And right now we can see AMT down to the last 2 players, and Sergio getting a double kill, putting West Point Mamba on their last player once again. Kalo is here alone, looking to defend that A side as well as the B side, and he's playing it very strategically. As you can see here, he's pre-scoping, knowing that there can be an enemy in any corner. He's going to be able to take down Incendio, but Heaven comes for the backup and takes him down, and that's gonna be a win for the side of AMT.
Yeah, very solid stuff there. Incendio and Shut Up just really doing the wonders in terms of the long range engagements. Luffy and Susano has been shut down at the entirety of the rounds that we've played so far. It's always been Incendio and Shut Up taking at least the first blood here at the games in terms of the long range engagements. And there is another one for Heaven. A triple snipe setup for Almighty this time, and it's been working. WPM kind of in trouble now here at this Express SND.
I guess the snipers pay off because, you know, this map is pretty big and a lot of areas where you can take advantage of those long-range capabilities of a sniper, and that's exactly what they're using right now. You can see that AMT is going to be able to take down 3 players. Actually, I think all 3 players were taken down by a sniper, and they're going to actually get that bomb planted over at that A site. If they win this round, they are going to be at the match point. So right now, lots of things riding on their shoulders, and Incendio is going to make life easier, getting that last kill as well. Shut Up getting that final kill.
This is just so impressive if you look at it this way for AMT. No one has been able to shut down Insane and Shut Up on the other side. Luffy has 4, Sano has 4. And if you cannot win your sniper gunfights, it is just a nightmare waiting to happen. And it's just been the way it seems here since the start of this game. And WPM, EOP and PG may have been playing great, but without the support from the long range, they have been struggling to win this gunfight, Sawi.
Yep, definitely a struggle. But right now we can see both teams down to 4 players left. Incendio here with the right tech trying to get a couple long range kills, but unfortunately West Point Mamba has their share of snipers. Right now we can see Irfan here sneaking around, playing very carefully. And you know what I noticed? These players of AMT, they love to pre-scope and it really helps them win their gunfights. And right now, you can see that they are going to be able to even out the playing field. Irfan gets one more, bringing it down to a 3v2.
Not really looking good for WPM as AMT now looking to close this game out. Just 2 more players line up.
Ooh.
Shut up. Hit marks, but confirms the second. Just 1 more player to go. And Shut Up trying to inch it with the Alcor 9. AMT wins in 4 maps. They've done it in a very great manner, Sabi.
Crazy gameplays coming in from the players of AMT. As you can see, the snipers there played such a huge role in confirming those kills and actually getting them. And oh my gosh, they definitely just showed everyone what they had, and it made for an amazing show for us casters.
I didn't know Warden was casting in China right now. That's why he's not here. That's why he switched schedule with me. He was there in China. Well, he was the guy with the blonde hair. But yeah, it is what it is. WPM will not give us the game number 5, Sabi. So that's gonna be it for the day. I'm curious to see what will be the standing looking like since we failed to see WPM take that number 1 spot away from Q9. So that means Almighty will have that number 2 spot, if I am not mistaken, and WPM will go down to the number 3. So we're starting to carve out the top 4 spot here for Group A, and it's starting to look like Almighty, despite the bad start versus Q9 on day number 1, have finally managed to get their stride going here, beating Blacklist International Ultimate, Z1, and more recently WPM Low Kings.
I mean, you know, AMT, they have improved so much from the last couple of tournaments that we saw them in, and they're definitely making it harder for their competition. And as you can see here, they just dominated when it came to the number of kills that they were able to get in that search and destroy match. I mean, that is crazy, 53 to 31 kills.
Yeah, look at the KD as well, Sabi. 1.75 compared to a 0.58. That's 1 point plus KD better than WPM. That just speaks a lot on how well the snipers have impacted WPM here at this game number 4.
Yup, and looking at the results, you can see Shut Up with a 2.67 KD. That is absolutely crazy. And everyone else on the team with a positive KD as well. And oh my gosh, Shut Up's sniper skills definitely paid off for the team there. And it looks like we know who our MVP is going to be.
No doubt it's Shut Up. If it's Irfan J, I'm gonna shave my head. Okay, there. AMT Shut Up, 1.84, 16 kills. Highest, he got 4 round kills here in 1 round, and MB3, that will be his 3rd MVP count. And you know, Shut Up, he is really, just by his name, he likes to shut up players. Once he gets it on going, using those long range angles, he is gonna slay you. He may not be great on using short acute angles, especially on that slums map S&D earlier, but when you try to put him on a map where it's linear and he has a clear view of the opponent, his accuracy clearly gets better, Sabi.
Yup, and unfortunately, that's the type of map that West Point Mamba decided to choose.
Yeah.
So it didn't play to their favor, but instead it did help AMT actually close up the series.
And that's it. You know, you pick your poison. Honestly, for me, It was a 50-50. I mean, just going into this S&D Express, we know that Almighty were able to defeat Z1 there as well. But for WPM, they had a far more solid approach here versus Blacklist International ROG. But it's not just the same day. You know, you're going up against a different play style of opponent, and Almighty. I think this is the first time they brought in the Rytec AMR. I think it's the first time Instance brought it here at CDSI 2023 in S&D. And I think that got WPM caught off guard, Wasabi.
Definitely. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to bring out the right tech either, but they did, and it did pay off, and it helped them a lot. I mean, not only the right tech, but the other snipers as well. I'm talking about the Locust that we saw there at play. That definitely helped them get a lot of those kills that they needed to win the S&D round.
And now that is going to be it. That will conclude our schedule today. We got 2 best of 5s, we got 2 game 5s, and then 1 game 4. And it turns out that Darian Zim will have an edge on to Coach Olea here this time on this WPM versus Almighty matchup. So that's gonna be one of what's more to come here, especially when we hop into the playoffs. So Sabi, I really appreciate that you're here with me today, because casting back-to-back best of 5 really took a toll, especially when I did the Mustachio impersonation earlier. That got me off guard. I was just 1 round, and it was more than enough for me to ask for help here at Garena.
Well, at least they did give you help after a while, but you know, actually, this game that we just saw actually plays a huge impact on the group standings that we're going to see in a little bit. It's going to actually change who is going to be on the top brackets and who's going to be in the lower brackets, at least for the group A. And you know, that's definitely something that you need to look out for, because depending who you're going up against, your match may be easy, may be difficult. It could really depend.
It will really have to depend on, you know, what will be your performance will look like coming into the final day of the Group A, which will happen after tomorrow's live stream and after tomorrow's broadcast. As we now try to wrap it up, King Jew Club and WPM Low Kings will have 1 loss each. So that means that number 1 spot is actually juggled around. But knowing that Almighty won 3 maps, they should be the number 1 team, if I am not mistaken, since they defeated WPM Low Kings. It's a win over the other if you take a look at the standings. But hey, let's take a look at the standings. Let's see what's up. Oh, Q9 still ends up with the number 1 spot with 11 points. Almighty will be there, tied up with WPM with 10. Okay, I get it. Blacklist will stay maintained at number 4 at 7. So, are we liking the odds, Sabi?
Well, you know, it depends. I mean, AMT and West Point Mamba is at a tie right now, so they have to win their next matches, and actually that's going to determine what bracket they're going to be in. And well, you know, that A group is almost over, so it's really cutting close.
Yeah, AMT next match will be up against SPG. WPM Low Kings will match up with Q9 at the final day of the Group A, and Z1 will take on Blacklist International Ultimate, or ROG at this point, rebranded. And whoever wins between Z1 and Blacklist will obviously have the bigger chance of actually advancing to the top 4. So even though Blacklist is up there with the win versus Q9 earlier, they are still not yet done, Wasabi. So that's it. That's going to be a very impressive stuff that we have here for today. We are now finally wrapping it up. And I believe you're going to be joined by Neptune tomorrow for the Group B Day 4.
Yep, I am going to be with Neptune, so I am going to see everyone tomorrow for another day of COD M Summer Invitationals.
You're not gonna be with me?
No, apparently Garena doesn't want to put us together.
well
I don't
you
know,
insisted. You insisted to cast with me, help me out. So I really appreciate it. I have, you know, in our first on our 4 maps of casting, on our 3 maps of casting, I really enjoyed being here with you. And yeah, I am looking forward to seeing you cast tomorrow with Neptune, and of course bring in the A game tomorrow, as we are gonna be we're on our final week to end, of course, the CDSI 23 playoffs. And with all that said, This is Cali on behalf of Wasabi. We thank you guys for joining us for today's live stream. We will see you guys tomorrow. Neptune and Wasabi will be there same time, 5 p.m. Don't miss it out. Peace out.